Super Week, we just have to find ourselves.
We pretty much just need to win as many games as possible.
All the teams are very close at the moment, and this will basically decide who lands where.
These grueling days can really test how well a team can play together.
Rushes with the rest of the team. He hits the zap. He flashes in for the double kill.
You have to be more prepared for the long run.
We definitely have to secure more wins if we want to make it to playoffs.
Oh, the teleport back. Quas is going for it. Nobody can stop Quas. Where's takes down complexity.
Teams that come out of Super Week the best are the teams that have a solid foundation.
Every team has to find like their own strategy that they are good at.
He doesn't even know. Oh, what a surprise from Double Lift. That's going to be the kill.
If we come out on head on the Super Week, we should be able to maybe take even number 1 back.
We really want to win. We want to make sure that people know that we're number 1.
After Super Week, we'll probably be able to tell who's going to stay at the top and who's going to stay at the bottom.
Welcome to Week 7 of the North American League Championship Series. We're streaming out to you live from our studios here in Los Angeles, California. Happy 4th of July, everyone, and to celebrate our Independence Day, we've got plenty of fireworks coming your way with a Super Week of 16 games. Hello, I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me at the Analyst desk, it's former LCS jungler Clark Claky D. Smith, and from our Challenger Series coverage, Aiden Zyrene Moon. Guys, thanks for being with me.
Thanks for having us, Dash.
All right, Riv, Jat, Kobe, and Freak will all be along shortly with the calls of the games. But first, the competition in the North American League is the fiercest it's ever been. We have a 5-way horse race for first place. Now, what I want to know is which of these teams are you guys is most confident going to represent the NALCS at Worlds? Zyrene, let's start with you.
The team I'm most confident in is LMQ. I think we're going to be represented as the Lomo Nation over at Worlds. This team has such impeccable team fighting, and it's reflected. They average the most kills per game on average at 14. They make bloodbaths, and they have such great mechanical prowess that when they band together the support of more of the shot calling of No Name and the playmaking of Xiao Wei Xiao and Vasily, they are just off the chain good. And no other team seems to be able to match them in one-on-one, just go at each other team fights. The biggest thing there is the shot calling of No Name, where they end up following sometimes bad calls that turn into really good calls because everybody lacked hesitation and followed.
All right, Clicky, what about you?
LMQ is pretty good, but I'm going to have to go with CLG on this one. A lot of CLG fans here. Right now, CLG is tied for first place in a position they've never been in before. They're playing better than they ever have in the past, and a lot of that's due to their bot lane, Double Lift and Afromu. They're both amazing in their respective roles, and this patch makes them even more of a threat. They're the kings of decision-making, the kings of map control, and those are reasons why I think we're going to see them at Worlds.
Definitely both strong contenders. I myself would go with Dignitas, as I love the addition of the solo laners, and I think that as they play throughout the summer split and build up synergy, they'll be a top contender. Now, in this year's more competitive NALCS, even the lower teams have made some huge improvements. Are there any dark horses out there, maybe sleepers that you guys think might rise to the top in the playoff picture?
I actually think the team that's really asleep right now is Cloud9. Unfortunately, they're in a position they've never been in before. They have 6 losses on their record, almost as much as their last 2 splits combined. Lucky enough for them, they have 14 games left in the season. There's enough time for them to wake up. But Super Week, they're playing the top 3 teams in the NALCS, so it's going to be a big test for them.
All right, Zyrene, what about you?
I'm going to take a little bit of a bigger risk here, go lower in the standings, and say Evil Geniuses. Since the acquisition of Altec and Helios, they've never looked stronger. Helios brings a new type of shot calling in the jungle and synergizes with Prepo shot calling. I don't think we're going to see any more of those split calls at the end of games for a base race. Altec also, Claky, you talked about it, how 4.10 favors AD carries. Altec loves carrying. Back in the Challenger scene, he was known as the best top laner because they would just solo farm him. Now he can carry games, and it's very indicative of that because he got a pentakill last week.
Absolutely. Well, we've talked a bit about the teams, but individually there have been some amazing players stealing the spotlight. At the halfway point, I want to know who your MVPs are.
My midseason MVP has to go to Afromu from CLG. He's one of the reasons why I also think they're going to be at Worlds. I think he's the best support in lane and as a playmaker in all of NALCS. You can watch him. They almost always win lane together. And then once they get into mid game, he's making plays on any support champion that he's on, whether it's Thresh hooks, Morgana bindings, or even Alistar's ball delivery service. And he just makes the biggest plays, and they almost always come out on top.
All right, well, he is definitely a strong contender there. Now, Zyrene, anyone stand out for you?
Yeah, Aframu's definitely up there, but I'm going to have to give this to Shifter. This guy has a 12.7 KDA currently. Second place person is Altek in 6.1. He has double the KDA of the next person. He also has the least deaths out of North American and the European LCS at 9. Helios just came in and has 12 already. This guy is ridiculous. When you don't die in the mid lane, you don't give up Dragon control, you don't give up Baron control, and you don't lose your wave clear. He's undefeated on Ziggs and Syndra, and he gives Dignitas basically their game plan. They're able to get those deep wards from Crumbs because they don't lose map pressure in the middle lane because it's such a mid-centric game. And people give him a lot of flack for being very passive, and granted, he does die very little, but he's 4th in overall kills. You don't get that without being a very good team fighter and aggressive player.
Oh, definitely both stellar players. Now, of course, there have been some huge moments from European Super Week that you guys have been sharing on Twitter. So let's take a look at your LCS big plays. From Fnatic versus Alliance, at Surfalol tweets, Nif with the amazing last-minute hook on Reckless was incredible. Here's your number 3.
Tap sidesteps it, but that puts him out of position. A good lantern from Nif. Gets caught in the Aqua Prison this time around. He's in all sorts of trouble. Death Sentence Reckless to the tower. Pulls him into the tower. He's going to go down. A support for an AD carry. That's a good trade for Alliance.
Yeah, Taps managed to get the kill while Yellowstar took the kill on the side of Fnatic.
Right into tower range there. Definitely a worth trade AD carry for support. Number 2, it's from Rocap versus Gambit. It's at Kurokun14 writes, what a gorgeous flash death sentence by Gambit's Edward on Overpow. Made it look so simple and smooth. Here's your number 2.
Agony's Embrace does lock them down. The culling coming out. Everything being used. But that hook from Edward was sublime. Overpow out from the pack. Fantastic stuff.
Night.
I would hate to be Overpower right there. Then from Super Hot Crew versus Millennium, Zelda fan Adam writes, has to be Selfie and his amazing Lulu play bot lane, surviving on literally no health and creating the ace. Let's roll your number 1.
Both top laners are teleported. They're jumping on Selfie.
Oh, gonna throw him away. There is the Sonya's coming down, but the fish is already on him. Knock up onto Selfie. Wild growth himself. Can he get away from this one? Speeding himself up, but has he got the health to get away? Selfie's still alive.
Selfie gets away alive. He was the man that was focused down, and thanks to his second item, Zonya's Hourglass, he survives plus the wild growth and gets out.
Now, that has to be the best feeling when you get out of a fight with just that sliver of health. Now remember, guys, to head over to Twitter and send us your favorite highlights from the day. We're at LOL Esports, and throw on the hashtag LCS Big Plays. And now, for a look at the standings coming out of Europe's Week 7, Alliance holds first with a 3-game lead.
Then SK Gaming and Fnatic are tied for second with Super Hot Crew 1 game back in 4th.
Over here in North America, we once again have a crowded field with CLG, LMQ, and Dignitas all sharing first.
And hot on their heels, it's Cloud9 and TSM in a tie for 4th place. Team Curse sits in 6th with Complexity and Evil Geniuses holding last.
Now starting off our action today, LMQ will take to the Rift against Cloud9, followed by Complexity versus CLG. Then Dignitas will square off against Evil Geniuses.
After that, Cloud9 will do battle with CLG. And in our last game, it's TSM versus Curse.
And remember, you can find all these stats for these pros, as well as schedule information, VODs, recaps, and much more at lolesports.com. You'll also be able to let us know which of these teams you think will win each of today's matches.
Just click on schedule and give a thumbs up to your choice. You can also find who and how to get here into the studio so you can watch in person. Just click tickets for all the details.
All right, with 16 games coming your way, we're going to take a moment to break down some of the players we'll be watching this week. Up first, it's Cloud9's High.
Yeah, High has always been a pioneer of new champions, but last week, Cloud9 surprised me with the blue side Kayle ban. I want to see if he's going to bring any new champs to Super Week, or at least add some of the more popular champions to his pool.
And from Complexity, we'll keep an eye on Westrice. He's a player that is willing to make big moves that sometimes can fall flat, and other times can create huge opportunities for his team.
Next is Crumbs, who normally plays really well on support junglers, but in the last couple of weeks he's strayed from that and tried to pick more carry-style champs, and it hasn't really been working out. We'll see if he returns to his winning formula.
We'll also be watching Week 6 MVP Wild Turtle. He's been turning in huge games and could carry this team to a perfect 4-0 Super Week.
And we haven't talked much about Link this split, and he seems to be flying a little under the radar. I want to see him have a little bit more of a presence in the mid lane, which could relieve pressure from his side lanes and open up more opportunities for them to make plays.
Now, you've heard what we have to say, but we want to hear from you. So hop on Twitter and let us know. Who is your front runner to represent the NALCS at Worlds and why?
Write us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. And we may give a shout out to your answer later in the show.
While the conversation gets underway on Twitter, let's see what the pros are talking about with the LCS preview shows All Chat.
Taco Storm said he likes your haircut, Becca.
I don't know. I don't think it looks too short, honestly. I think it looks fine.
Can you get a room, you two, please?
Every single time I see funny things on the preview shit and the video with funny things where they sit here, I always think of things to like do when it's funny.
I have a pool full of Diet Coke and I'm on a diet.
Yeah. Dr. Pepper. I've never had this much gold before basing an LCS here. Okay, I've got Blade now, my god.
I'm super fit. I have my Merlin. I'm incredibly strong, okay?
Yeah, sure. With the Banshee's Veil, oh my god.
Cork is so fast.
They're ulting Sneaky. Sneaky
shit.
Johnny boy,
don't beat the kill!
Whoa, yeah, that guy's got a really good KDA. All right.
I do a lot of damage in the front line. I just can't hit any of them.
I'm gonna arrow here. Oh, I think they're rotating. Go. Oh, fuck. What?
Go? Oh my god.
It's fine. YOLO star.
Sir. Fuck. Here, the sideline. The Afro link.
Okay, we can push up mid again. We can push up mid
Just do the same thing again. Do the same thing again. See, we can do that again and again. And eventually we're going to land a skill and we're going to kill one, okay? Yeah. And then we win the game.
Good job.
I mean, I need to shave. We're getting a neck beard, dude.
How are you getting a neck beard? You don't even have any beard.
There's like
3 hairs sticking out.
Exactly. I need to shave those 3 hairs. Bump it up. Raise your eyebrows. Raise your eyebrows. Raise your eyebrows.
That doesn't have to do with
eyebrows. Very easy game. We can win. Wait.
How do we play team fight, guys? Win conditions. Clear calls, good plans.
Don't dive down.
Yes, I will. Dive.
All right, good luck, guys. I'm
Clear
out.
calls, good plan. Yes, clear calls, good plan.
Be sure to tune in next week as the LCS preview show returns to its regularly scheduled time, Thursday at 8:30 a.m. Pacific Time, 5:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Now, Clicky, as one of our observers, you get to listen in on these teams all the time. Who would you say is one of your favorite teams in the NALCS to listen to?
I love listening to Dignitas, mostly because of Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie. Anything they say is hilarious, and they always make me laugh.
All right, well, we've got a great piece that follows a day in the life of Dignitas coming up a little later in the broadcast. We're going to take a quick break, so throw a few hot dogs on the grill and come right back for our first game of Superweek, LMQ versus Cloud9. On the way out, let's take a quick look back at a game that has already become an instant classic, last weekend's slugfest between Curse and Complexity.
They're losing their Nexus turrets right now. They're gonna go for it. There's only 12 seconds left on the death timers. This is it.
I have to stop them. 10 seconds.
Complexity is headstrong on trying to defeat Curse right now with the Nexus turrets. They do finally get the inhibitor.
Okay, we can speed them. I'm coming. TP quad. 3 seconds. Our base.
The
inhibitor. Oh, the teleport back. Quas is going for it. He's in the base.
Mini wants a TP.
I use it already.
He doesn't have it. We're in trouble, yeah. This might be GG.
Nobody in their right mind can stop Quas.
He's trying to back. I'm trying to cancel the back.
Nobody on Complexity can make it back to base except for Robert. Oh my god. There's one. There's two. Is he on the far? No. Wait a minute. No way. That's going to be the damage. One last hit. They stop it. Boy's in. Here's the rest of the team. This is absolutely incredible right now. Another minute passes and the game hasn't ended. Quas is on it. 57 minutes in. Curse takes down Complexity.
North American LCS, and happy birthday, America. I'm Riving Bills III, and with me for our first 3 games of the day is Joshua Chat Leesman. We're going to be starting things off with LMQ versus Cloud9. And thinking back to our last Super Week, back in Week 1, LMQ was the only team to go 4-0.
Yeah, and they were so good that week. But since the early surge, they've actually shown a bit more struggle to close out games. Teams are really starting to adapt to the way LMQ plays, especially with LMQ's early aggression. And now while they're still tied for first, the league's gotten tougher because remember, they were in first and now they're tied for it. So they have to be careful because they're technically only 1 game away from potentially falling into 5th place. So now midway through the split, 14 games in, they almost have to refocus themselves to get back that dominating edge.
Yeah, and on the other side of the coin, Cloud9 have been trying since the start of this split to recapture the spark that made them the preeminent team in North America.
Yeah, and Riv, what's most astonishing about Cloud9 is that they've had the most trouble when facing the bottom 3 teams. They've yet to win against Complexity. They're 1-1 against Evil Geniuses, but then against the top 4 teams, they're 5-3. So what gives there? This week, they've got a tough schedule and actually face the entire top 3 of the North American LCS. So it is an opportunity for Cloud9 to turn their season around. And if they go 4-0, there's no way they do not reclaim first place.
Right, and Cloud9 say, LMQ is the full package. Or to borrow from Taylor Swift, I knew you were trouble when you walked in.
Cloud9 always has the best team decisions. When I see them, I just see them as a group of friends who are really close with each other, and they just have incredible synergy, and they've shown it throughout in the past.
C9 is one of our primary scrim partners, so we know them very well, and I think they know us very well. The consensus is that we have like a mental block on them, which is not true at all. I just play to win, and I don't fear any player or any team.
We're 0-2 right now, we're C9. So, and both of those games we threw with our massive lead that we had.
We got lucky maybe like once or twice against them, and they chose to do a bad push or rotation, and we outpushed them or outrotated them in that instance. So if we can keep that up, we'll likely be able to do very well.
I think the weakness right now is that the meta for them isn't favored, and that's because highest champion pool has been slowly dwindling, and Soraka has been taken away, LeBlanc has been taken away. All that's really left is the unnerved champions, which are like the APs from back in Season 2, which is like Orianna and like TF. So players who did really well in Season 2 are gonna get stronger again. But High is a Season 3 player, and now that his champion pool is gone, it's gonna be tough for them.
Yeah, one of the strangest struggles we've seen from Cloud9 this time is they're the team that normally adapts so quickly. Actually seems like they're a little slow trying to pick up the new stuff.
It's different. They're not really fighting for a first place spot here. It's always what you hear behind the name of Cloud9 and someone else in the top tier. Right now we're going to check out the starting lineups and see if these teams can get back that top spot. On the blue side, it's LMQ. Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiao in the mid lane with Vasily at AD carry, and more, as usual, behind him on support.
And on the red side, of course, it is Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High and mid, Sneaky on AD carry, and of course, Lemonation on support.
And to keep with High here as we jump into Champion Select, something Cloud9 and both LMQ are known very well for is that you look at High's champion pool, as Link was saying, it's kind of dwindling, and Xiao has only been showing us more.
Yeah, we really have to echo what Link said right there because it's just so interesting here with Cloud9 being the way they are.
Yeah.
All the champions that High has played have been taken down. So he's put in this really difficult position where he has to learn so many new champions, and he's always been the type of guy to play champions right at the top of the meta, or even set the meta in North America. And that really just has not been the case this split. For Cloud9 as a whole, there was a game last week where they were blue side, and they banned Kale. Normally teams force the red side team to ban Kale right there. So it's a little bit strange of Cloud9. I almost expect them at this mid-season point to kind of turn that around and start playing a little bit differently.
You'd think it'd be different from the start. One of the teams we know to be the quickest at adapting in previous splits. That's why they were the champions. Now seem to be faltering a little bit. A lot in the beginning of the year that hit him up with High being off for a while and his sickness, now back with the team, but it hasn't seemed to be able to recuperate, especially with the patches just tacking on.
I mean, yes, they've been back in the LCS now for 6 weeks. That's a month and a half, maybe even a little bit less. They were playing without High for a month. That is a substantial amount of time to change the dynamic of a team and then to get back to it.
Also coming in facing different teams than what they did previously beat in Split. A lot have gotten stronger. A lot of the lower teams able to beat out those higher calibers this season. So the bans are finally through, and a lot more mid laners than usually, at least from last week, are coming through on this one. And Lulu Looks to be a first pickup.
Yeah, LMQ's previous victory over Cloud9, they had the top lane Lulu. It's been a favorite of Ackerman, especially leagues around the world, more so even Korea. It's a very common ban for Lulu because she is right in that top tier of top lane champions. But the very interesting thing about this is Kayle was not banned and then was also not first picked. So this could be LMQ looking at Cloud9, seeing the Cloud9 blue side ban Kayle last week.
Wow.
And saying, we want both.
A little bit of homework. It's going to be the Twisted Fate with the Evelyn right away. So looking to get a bit of that gank pressure coming in from Meteos. He did get a win on Evelyn last week. His first game off Lee with that win. And looks like on the other side, Xiao goes for the Syndra.
Immediately.
Very strong lane control there.
Yeah, he wants to bully high clean out of the lane. Something Xiao is very good at. So now the only way we see a Kayle is if Balls has added it to his champion pool in the top lane. And just based on the way the last few weeks have been going, not seeing Kayle in the pick or the ban column for a game is very unlikely.
Wow, a lot more Kog'Maw has been coming out as well if the protection can be there with him. We've seen a different variety of builds that we'll go over as we get into the game, but Corki quickly locked in on Vasili's side, already knowing he just needed an AD carry, but what are they going to be bringing into the jungle here? They did have the Jarvan before. They need something to lock down a composition that, albeit doesn't have that many dashes or ways to get out of a Cataclysm, so good work.
I will say right off the bat though, Cloud9 is picking much more quickly than they have in the past few weeks. It's very much back to the old fast pick and go Cloud9 that really just sprints through a champion select.
Oh.
All right.
There's another point we were going to be talking about is Balls' champion pool as well. 3 champions throughout the entire summer split so far. This will be number 4.
And it's still a little bit strange, honestly, because Balls was seen as the premier top laner in North America, far and away, head and shoulders above everyone else.
Easy to say.
In gameplay.
Used to be.
But this split, he hasn't really played the new breed of top laners. No Gragas, no Lulu, no Kayle. And instead of jumping to one of those 3, he jumps back in time and picks the Nunu, who was huge at the very start of the spring split.
Right.
But against Lulu, Mundo is a solid pick in the sense that he doesn't necessarily get bullied out by Lulu. Lulu doesn't have the kill pressure on Mundo because he has so much health. It'll be an interesting choice, but yeah, no Kayle.
We'll see what they do before the game gets underway. Let's check your predictions here after seeing all that. According to LOLesports.com, it's 55% of you saying that Cloud9 are going to be taking the win, but that's going to be moving around.
Yeah, make sure to keep those votes coming throughout the game because we update it during the game. Tweet either the hashtag LMQ or the hashtag C9 to the @LOL Esports Twitter account. Then we get that sweet little graph on the screen that shifts back and forth.
Yep. You'll see it because you can participate in it. So not seeing Kayle picked or banned at all throughout this game. Xiao bringing out another new unique champion pick for himself on Syndra and Tahai's TF, something he wants to bully out immediately. They didn't even have to really ban against high and mid.
Yeah.
Just kind of forced his way down to TF.
High has always been a player who can play TF, but he's never really seemed to be a god on TF, if that makes sense. Cloud9 will use it for the tools that TF brings, but not really much beyond that. He's been playing it actually ever since the promotion qualifier in 2013 when
That's right.
made it into the LCS.
Way back in the day. We'll see what he runs it. Is the Flash Ghost? It is the Flash Ghost, as usual, to stay safe. We'll see what kind of pressure he can create throughout the game on Twisted Fate. Hasn't been too many plays onto that, but one of his best has come from ATF. Cloud9 really looking to pick up some pace throughout the season. It has not been the same for them, and it's almost a situation where they can't find the mistakes they're doing wrong. It just, the wins don't come as easy.
The wins just aren't coming. So much of what Cloud9 was doing in the previous splits was almost majestic in the sense that they would just find ways to win every game in the mid game. Even if the laning phase didn't go right, they'd find a dragon fight and just dominate it. This split, oh man,
Good
actually, they don't have much
damage.
kill pressure. They're trying to force a flash or a collapse.
If they keep getting slows, they got a flash
it's
for
got
sure.
A flash.
Nice. It says red card, you're out of the game. So ward down early, easy vision going in there. They don't even have to really work for that, and they get a flash out of it too onto Ackerman. So there may be a return there coming from Meteos early in the game. They got some time to work with that. Looks like they aren't going to do anything different, but a lot more wards coming out here for Cloud9 than usual. A lot in the river.
Yeah, and the one ever-important deep ward. Note that deep ward placement isn't matched by LMQ, which will create a fairly large vision imbalance in the early game. Additionally, because of the Evelynn jungle, not knowing where Eve starts makes the lanes substantially more dangerous for LMQ.
We'll see how they coordinate that. It's going to be really up to No Name, captain of the team. Keep
Leighton Bade, get out of
smart mind on it. Sneaky, trying to get a bio-arcane shot over. Looks like he takes a little bit back as well. It's not going to be an easy matchup for him in the beginning if Vasily can keep hitting those Foss bombs with the sustain of more on Nami. Seeing a lot more play come from Nami and a lot from Kog'Maw, and they are game changers in their fight abilities.
Yeah, having no sustain in that bottom lane for Cloud9. I know we talked about the 4.10 AD carry changes in depth last patch, but we need to continue to hit on it because running Kog'Maw here in a non-sustained lane, especially when Sneaky took some of that preemptive poke before the lane happened, means that Vasily and Moore could actually look to aggress a fair bit in the early game at the risk of an Evelynn gank, because remember, they don't know where Eve started.
Nice pressure from Vasily, hitting every time Sneaky's trying to go for a CS here. With Moore getting pokes in as well, they're going to be able to control this. A lot of the damage from Cloud9 comes from this bottom lane. It's almost the lane they look to get their wins from, so if Lemon and Sneaky can't get a hold here, it might be tough.
Yeah, look at Sneaky, already down his health potion. It's halfway ticked through, and no good way of sustaining up. So that is a lane that very much has to hug their turret for a while. Something that will diminish the lane pressure a fair bit of Cloud9. Here comes classic Cloud9. Can they get Balls and Meteos back in the game? It's a lot of minions. They know Flash is down.
Yep. Flash is still more than half down, so they could do another repeat on this one by pushing Ackerman out. Getting very close before he even throws it down. Isn't going to have the Burning Agony, but they have all the damage they need. The repeat was made. Coming up with first blood on his balls.
That was nice. That was a really nice gank. No Name's going to try and actually answer this with a bit of counter jungling. To get back to that gank, though, this laning setup and the fact that Dragon Gold was increased last patch and Cloud9's had another patch to kind of adapt should be a boon for Balls and Meteos, because it is very much a throwback to when they were so dominant together. Isolated lanes for Balls, where Meteos can do what he wants in the jungle because he's not sharing anything and make things happen. But now they're vulnerable to potentially this dive. It would be so, so dangerous. I think they're safe.
Definitely LMQ pushing a little bit if they went in that one fully. Possibility of losing the double buffs on No Name and even more. Good choice to go back, especially High getting pushed in middle. See if No Name can find something on this attack.
Yeah, he's spending a lot of time deep within the jungle of Cloud9. He's probably hoping to run into Meteos at some point so he can take him down a peg or two in health.
There's the scatter weak. They are going to get what they wanted out of that one. And No Name makes it out easy. Xiao taking the initial bit of damage, and Meteos just in the wing, not in time.
That was so clean by LMQ right there. It's the Syndra pick straight into the TF without hesitation. Xiao knew exactly what to be able to do to him. Oh my!
Flay into grab. Makes it a little bit easier there. Vasily definitely has to rethink, but they get the Ignite out. He's not really in a lot of HP zone, though, to get back into that kill pressure. Gotta be careful.
Moore's going to be trying to sustain. Unless they land another hook shortly, that harassment is going to be for naught. But to get back to that mid lane gank, High is going to be in a lot of trouble now. The isolated 1v1 lane against Cinder, when Cinder gets going, is not exactly easy to come back from. Xiao's a dominating force.
LMQ themselves knowing that they needed to make a move and made it happen flawlessly. Just textbook work coming in the mid lane. Pull that back against Cloud9 and don't give Meteos or Balls the edge. You see Meteos going towards that top lane. It's not something he's been able to do lately. Usually him and Balls are roaming around the jungle together. So it might help him as well. Trying to clear out this pink ward. Ackerman actually came back to lane with this, making sure he could stay safe, but they thwart that right away.
Yeah, I mean, Meteos got rid of the ward, sure, but that was one gank thwarted by Ackerman.
Yep.
So the ward, in a sense, was worth it. He has to go back to base now because it was gone. But this means Xiao can continue to be aggressive on High, and means the bottom lane of LMQ can continue to be aggressive onto Sneaky and Lemon. And this is very much the way Cloud9 used to play, in a sense of their lanes were always a little bit better and always pushed up, but the fact that they were all in that space made it so that it was safe, because if they went to gank, they'd lose something elsewhere. Here's the gank. Let's see what happens.
They have to make this work, Jad. It looks like they're going to get some good damage onto Lemon, but can they finish it? High with the great walk roam down. Doesn't even have Destiny up. They needed to do that with the CS discrepancy in the lanes.
24 CS, and I don't know how long that turret's going to last, because Meteos has got to be careful about holding this. He doesn't even want to reveal himself in vision range at the threat of getting jumped on by 2 people. This turret probably has to be forfeit.
Cloud9 seems like they're have to make moves right now. Yeah, they lost a huge wave in mid. High picks up a bit from the bottom. It's really give and take right now, and it's definitely take more from Cloud9.
Yeah, I feel like LMQ won out substantially in that trade. Just the map control they've already gained because their lanes are pushed up. Now the fact that the middle turret, the most important turret, is down, it allows roams like this to happen.
Already control over the map. 7 minutes in the game. Xiao's broken the mid lane with no name, and they get another kill from the roam. This map is already theirs.
Yeah, where is the pressure going to come from Cloud9? Twisted Fate isn't even level 6 yet, and they've already done 2 turret dives to Cloud9 that are successful in kills.
Still have a dragon fight to come up, but that's what LMQ is also looking for with the amount of fight prowess that they have. More coming back to mid lane, and they're so on top of it. You see the rest of the damage dealers able to be roaming in the jungle while the support is guarding mid safely. LMQ's got C9's number on this.
Yeah, they are the ones with the big advantage right now, pressure-wise on the map. And it's that early aggression that really shocked a lot of the North American LCS when LMQ came in here. Cloud9 has not been able to respond to this game. Picking Twisted Fate so early, they got to be able to play a little bit more defensive or survivable. Getting that early dive onto high is backbreaking.
And the Mundo pick, it almost hurts a little bit because you have to make sure he gets that kill so he doesn't get dove. But to kill Ackerman in the beginning, he can still wild growth someone later, and LMQ made everything work for themselves on the other side of the map.
The Mundo is very much a late game pick as well. I mean, looking at Cloud9's team across the board, they are looking to make it to late game. So it makes sense that LMQ is making these aggressive moves early. It's just a matter of how well can Cloud9 hold them off until then. And early on, 1,500 gold, including the mid lane turret, which is cannot emphasize enough how important that mid lane turret is. It means LMQ is very much winning this race.
And we also see both AD carries kind of popping that phage in there. We see Triforce coming in for Kog'Maw pretty often. Give a little more safety in the speed, and Sneaky knows with the trouble they've been having in this lane and sustained facility gets. They're going to need the chance to get away even faster. Easily freezing this lane in front of the turret. 62-45. Balls is doing his damnedest to keep a little bit of CS in his favor in the top lane for the team.
Yeah, it was the early game ganks that gave Balls that edge, but Mundo won't be able to come in and make an impact for quite a while. Doesn't have boots yet. Yes, he still has to teleport, but like the dragon fight is down, it's going to be a lot of damage on a high. Red card doesn't help you.
So much harass. He goes down thinking he can stop Xiao just out of range. The ultimate's enough, and they're going to be looking at another turret.
Definitely feels like High is tilting a little bit right here.
Right.
Not being able to pull gold right there. It was a very time-sensitive gold card because he knew the ultimate was coming from Xiao and he still wanted to flash away, but he burned his flash. Xiao did not. And it's not like the Cinder ultimate's on a very long
my word.
Here comes that roam. Where is there to run?
They can only go so far. They get the TP coming down to where the Lantern was. This is going to be Balls. No name should go down here, but the rest of the team also converged on this for LMQ. Great front-end damage coming from Cloud9 makes LMQ think twice, but not Vasily or Ackerman. They go headstrong into the fight. Lemonation and Balls now. Balls not even getting attacked, and he's finally able to just do some auto attack and cleaver damage. Vedios on the backside trying to 2v1. Cloud9 does not want to give this fight up. Xiao answering back. That blue buff is on him, regenning his mana, so they have to be careful about the crowd control and damage he can put out. A great hook by Lemonation, and they start to reconsider what they can keep doing. Balls with the kill there. He says, I'm tanky enough. Still, no, his ult is down, so he has to be careful. The crowd control. A great fight from Cloud9 on LMQ, trying to get a little too much.
That is the turnaround that Cloud9 wanted, and Riv, things got a little bit crazy right there. It was another attempted gank there by LMQ. Things might not be over yet. Where you going, No Name? What you gonna do?
Oh! He took it back to base.
He just wanted to let him know that he was there. Uh-oh, that's a ward.
Got the gold.
Gold card game.
Huzzah! Oh, that doesn't help.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a few hit-ups. Marshall Cadence just dropping High's health down for one more attack. No Name makes it out. We're gonna watch this craziness once again.
Yeah, notice how it actually turns into a 5v5. Ball's teleport comes in first, and a very late response by Ackerman. Lulu would have matched him right there. The first kill wouldn't have necessarily happened. And then Notice because LMQ is so split up and Cloud9 is together, the turret is zoning out a lot of LMQ from this fight. Every time they flash back over the wall, they couldn't make it back in for the support of the fight, which allowed LMQ, it allowed Cloud9 a lot of stick-around kills. And considering they are the better late-game scaling team, that fight definitely bought them some time. What it did not do is actually give them any map pressure back, because they lost the turret amongst all that, and they're still down on gold.
We'll see what they can keep doing. Sneaky can get a few more kills under his belt and finish that Triforce up. He can definitely put out some big damage for the team at these Dragon fights once we get it. 2 more minutes on that, and it looks like LMQ already has that warded up, and they should. They can control this far in. They're good to go on pink wards back there.
Meteos is in flank position, but he does not have his ultimate up for about 20 seconds. It would have been perfect as far as a team fight happens, but they're just waiting on the timers, and now he's killing a pink ward. Yet another turret given up. The map pressure just doesn't exist for Cloud9 right now.
Let's see if LM... Wow, he actually did not.
No, too much fear.
Yeah.
Right? They know that in a 4v4, especially without Balls right now, who is holding the most gold of anyone on their team, a fight without Mundo is not an actual fight they want to engage on. With the DFG on Xiao Xiao, it very quickly becomes an odd man fight, because he will kill someone instantly.
Cloud9 looking for an opening here. We haven't even really seen a Destiny on the terms of Cloud9. They've kind of been an answer to a fight LMQ has started. But we saw Cloud9 somewhat able to answer that fight just recently.
Yeah.
A minute left on Dragon. Maybe they can do it again.
It was some really good global pressure by Cloud9. They have to be very careful about the way they craft their global usage in this game. And LMQ will have learned a lesson about over-diving turrets against this team. But at the same time, there's not many turrets left to dive, because they've eliminated 2 mid lane turrets, really using Xiao Xiao as an absolute powerhouse in the mid lane to dictate their movements. And now with that DFG, it does somewhat telegraph LMQ's strategies. We see most Syndras actually go for an Athene's followed by a Death Cap, which gives them more overall team fight damage and sustained wave clear. But Xiao Xiao is very much trying to close out the game right now. The early Deathfire Grasp, looking to kill one person right away and then take objectives. So it'll be very interesting to see how he uses his combo in fights.
Well, it seems like Sneaky, a good surge of power for him. Maybe these pushes LMQ will have so strongly on the turrets could give Meteos an in. Right now at the Dragon, it's not really going to do much for him. The poke battle indeed. And it looks like Ball's able to do a little bit more for now. Waiting for Xiao Xiao's attacks.
There they go. No name. Big ult!
Get 4 inside. They're all forced to at least 2 or 3 to flash out of that. Trying to turn around. They're getting hit from all the way on the outside. High is able to take down Ackerman with some wild cards, and it looks like they are reassessing this one. Another set of wild cards hits onto Vasily, but more sustain is there, and his mana bar is very low. Ball's going in. Throws down the ultimate. Xiao Xiao forced the flash. Levitation hits another great hook to continue a fight for the team. Wow, very close. Ball's getting over the edge. No name almost locking him up.
The timing of Xiao Xiao in that fight saved his life. High teleported into a spot and was instantly killed by a Cinder Orb. But overall, that fight was in Cloud9's favor by a wide margin, because there was no DFG combo pulled off by Syndra. It does not stop here, though. Ackerman is coming back.
Man, Ackerman's into the fight. His ult is down, but he's still able to provide quite a bit of damage. That's going to be a hurt Balls, but he will be in the fight still with the team. Throwing cleavers from the outside. Can teleport and get back in. It looks like he will try to do just that as he backs it blue.
No mana on Sneaky. W is free on Kog'Maw, though, so he can still pump out damage. Levitation does not have enough health to help here, but Meteos does have Flash and Smite. How quickly can High make it into the fight? Also, Ball's healed up to full in the midst of this, plus his ultimate's coming back off cooldown. This may be Cloud9's Dragon.
Yeah, Balls is good to go. His ulti's just up right now.
Wow.
Huge damage to Xiao Xiao. They also get vision out of that living artillery. Balls wants to go very far into this one. Dodges the bubble. Gets Ackerman and throws down the Burning Agony, but the team says, call back. We got Dragon. Let's get some map control.
What a battle that was, Riv. That was a 2-minute Dragon fight, pretty much. And the initiation looked great from No Name, followed by the tidal wave. But LMQ couldn't follow, and Ball zoned out Xiao Xiao. That's the biggest thing here. He wanted to DFG ult someone, but could never make it into range because of the presence of Mundo. Watch the DFG by Xiao Xiao. It actually comes out right at the end of the fight with no damage. So the combo was not used. It allowed the fight to extend, Balls to heal up, and zone them out. The important thing about this, though, is watch the High teleport as Xiao Xiao times this bubble and orb.
Didn't even
Where
see
not
that.
to go.
I saw No Name coming over.
Yeah.
Just saw a lot of particle effects. So we'll see how the game continues to pan out. Cloud9 clawing their way back from a huge early game map control from LMQ. Since they seem to do a damn good job. Within 1,000 gold at 16 minutes in, it's almost even. Nobody really has a double set of core items over anyone. So we're still looking at a fair fight from both sides, but 3 turrets for LMQ. Gonna give them a few more options, like warding this far into the jungle.
Yeah, this is a really awesome battle right now, because it's LMQ with the early game map pressure and Cloud9 desperately trying to hold it off with one incredibly strong tank that if he gets going, there will be no way LMQ can deal with it. He will just stand in front of the Syndra and keep her away from any of the squishy targets she wants to combo. But it is anyone's game right now, because it's very easy if Cloud9 loses a fight to lose an inhibitor and then never get back the map control, versus if Cloud9 can just get a few turrets down, they will slingshot themselves ahead in gold and then have the superior team fight.
Something that Cloud9 can still do. Once they find their way on that path, they can hold it and get to the win. Pretty textbook style. Right now, Ball seems to be getting a huge amount of HP under his belt, and like you said, to be able to stand in front of Xiao, you build magic resistance for that. You have enough health, it's not going to matter.
Mundo against double AP compositions is like a Mundo's dream in a lot of ways, especially when you consider Corki as primarily magic damage. Warmogs, Spirit Visage, and maybe even a Banshee's Veil with Mercury Treads afterwards. He will just be completely untouchable, and it will be so difficult for LMQ to get their damage through the Mundo if Balls continues on this current path.
And so many wards coming from Cloud9 just due to that last entry of LMQ into the top side. They want to control that map. They want to keep Balls split pushing and farming. They also want to know where LMQ is. Right now, LMQ's found the dark side of that map, and it looks like they have some free roam over here. No longer getting the blue, which Cloud9 has somewhat recuperated on, but they don't have the map pressure they need.
Yeah, this turret looks like it's going down. Cloud9 is going to try and trade a mid lane turret here, but they have to be careful to not lose their inhibitor turret. LMQ does not hesitate within dives, and this could be the breaking point we were talking about. 5 turrets to 0. If it gets much worse, doesn't think like Cloud9 can come back.
They can't even really get up to the turret. A siege wave here with LMQ on the inhibitor turret, and they're taking it down to half health.
Is not back
is going to go down. Meteos actually throws down the ultimate, and it looks like they're forced out somewhat. A very indecisive set of attacks coming from Cloud9 there.
They get 1 top lane outer turret amongst all that and give up 2 turrets in their bot lane while exposing their inhibitor. You do not often see a team come back from 6 turrets to 1. This is one of the games where it's a possibility, but Cloud9's cutting it close.
Simple abilities for the Flash. Xiao showing his strength in this game. 4-1-1 with a 20 CS lead right now. 30 CS still in the bottom lane. And Ackerman has caught up after the gank in the early game and has now surpassed the Ball CS 148 to 140. LMQ out of champion select really looks strong, and now they're making that composition work.
Especially with the map pressure.
Yeah.
So trying to put our heads around this gold lead right here, like where is the gold coming from? One thing that ended up happening is Lemon Nation never built a gold item on Thresh. It's very common for Threshes to rush Sightstone, but Thresh generally scales better in the late game with his utility. The Nami build right here will naturally have more gold because he's gotten about 630 gold from his Spell Thief's Edge item. That no gold generation item was built on Lemon Nation. But then you also have to realize High's Twisted Fate has gotten 550 gold from his passive. So all that farming kind of evens itself out, meaning the turrets for LMQ are pretty much not even enough to give them a gold lead. If we just factor in the team fights and the overall farm, which looks like it's in the favor of LMQ, it's actually not necessarily, because Vedios has gotten so much more farm than No Name, and those jungle creeps do add up.
Hopefully Meteos can start making some plays, start getting some side swipes onto LMQ. He's going to be hard. They can easily focus their crowd control onto him. He's not on his favorite Lee Sin. 62 in those turrets, 20 minutes into this game. LMQ definitely reconsidering a little bit here as C9 grabs map control, grabs a lot of wards to be putting out as well.
The Ball's built the Mercury Treads as well to combo with the tenacity that his W will already give him, meaning that he will definitely try and go where he pleases, more so than usual.
20 seconds on the Dragon. We're looking at Triforce to Pickaxe and Triforce to Cutlass between the AD carries. Watching where Balls focuses his damage on Xiao and trying to crowd control here as Cloud9 looks to set up for another dragon they could get.
Oh, double pink wards by LMQ, but a waste of 100 gold there. The great dragon battle of 21 minutes about to happen right here. We already had that 2-minute dragon fight earlier. And one interesting thing about this is LMQ's rush down a turret lane isn't as easy this time because they've already killed so many. So it's really all about the dragon right here and whether they can catch people out of position. Balls caught with Ignite!
An instant second of miscommunication is exactly all it needs for LMQ to take down one of your champions.
Deathfire Grasp and the Ignite onto Balls completely crushes them that fight. If Cloud9 would have been standing behind him, given him a Thresh Shield potentially, that may have been enough to keep him alive and then turn the fight around. But because they were so disorganized and so fearful of anyone but Balls being caught off, they overexposed him as a member of their team. And now the Baron Rush. This is LMQ trying to close the game.
Very coordinated fights as well. Moore using his Ignite on that one. Xiao saving it, continuing his kill pressure and potential. Level 12 in this game. He is tied up with High, but at 30 CS ahead, getting that needlessly large rod recently. Nice shots from Sneaky. Still has to be careful on that range. Xiao, somebody that is one of the only, along with Shifter, that has a double-digit kill score.
Yeah, in 2 games.
Yeah.
From the mid lane. He is definitely one of those guys that can go off.
And some of these have been soloed by himself, too.
Yeah. He did a number on High early, but since then, he has had some struggle maneuvering around the map and keeping himself safe. There's a lot of long-range artillery shots that come in. Woo!
Well, that's
God for the Lantern.
I think that could be the only thing that LMQ has as kind of a caveat against them, is that sometimes they don't go with the well-laid plans. They'll go in and they'll do very well, and then they'll kind of say, okay, we can divert from that a little bit. And that's where it goes wrong.
A lot of their biggest criticisms against themselves is exactly that. They have those set strategies for every team, but we have to remember, LMQ is still a young team. They did play together throughout the entire Challenger series, but the LCS is a whole nother animal, playing in front of the crowd, more pressure in every game, knowing that they, while they are tied for first, they are 1 game back from being in 5th, which is a monumental difference. And knowing they're playing against teams that have much more North American experience, a lot of times it is a little scary when you think of something on the spot and say, this could work better, to just abandon the strategy you've spent a week crafting. Something that LMQ has done a little bit in the past. This game, though, it seems like they're trying to stick to it. They have a very good lane domination composition. They have used it to build into some nice turret control. And if not for a few bad team fights, they would have rolled over Cloud9 in this one.
Trying to get back into organization for that. Cloud9 as well, doing a little bit better with each game that we see. Their adaptability is somewhat coming around. We see High this game having a little trouble, pushed back onto Twisted Fate. But it seems like they are keeping the idea of late game in mind, so they're not diverting from that. Still have that in their sleeve. 2K gold, that's what we're looking at right now for Cloud9 to make up. Still a fight could be in their favor. So looking to see the Zanyas finished up on High, how could possibly make some plays for himself.
Yep. Aegis of the Legion as well. The mobility boots on High are a very curious choice for Twisted Fate. They're just looking to rotate a little bit extra in this game. Maybe try and stall this game, knowing they're down so many turrets. They got to be able to move real quick. Pops GF out because they're worried about a collapse, but it's just going to be down now.
Lucky them.
Where's he going? He's going for something.
He's going to be going straight.
Going nowhere.
Nowhere.
I got all excited. I was like, where's he going? I heard it.
Xiao. Yeah, looks like they could be able to get this. They don't have too much danger to be working with. Smite goes down. Meteos is going to grab that. Wait, no name coming from the other side.
Fight for LMQ.
He's got to be quite careful. A very nice tide away from the backside, and Cloud9 rides the wave. If from over the wall, Sneaky can hit great shots, but it's not able to be followed up by any other DPS. Now Cloud9 starts to reset the fight, and they look at LMQ now in the Baron dance, which probably won't happen.
Yeah, the positioning of that fight looked bad for LMQ because they funneled themselves into Twisted Fate, AoE cards coming through them. But once again, they blow through Balls' health bar, which is really impressive. Most teams don't put their full focus onto Mundo, which allows him to run away from a lot of fights at 10 and 20% health. But LMQ is fully focusing him, using the Deathfire Grasp of Xiao Xiao for the tank, not necessarily for a squishy, and it is working really well in these fights.
Sneaky looking real big right now. Almost another shot on Living Artillery. Blade of the Rune King, Triforce, Kog'Maw build. Been seeing that quite a lot lately. Actually coming out of Europe as well. Looks like he should be able to grab this with a bit of turret damage, but they need to pick this up, be able to open the map. Now they can pressure the side turrets, possibly get a roundabout gank going down. 8 to 9, Cloud9 pulls through on the kills. They're still down in golden turrets.
Yeah, it is it remains to be a fascinating game right now because both teams are really attacking the other team's main strategies of winning. Cloud9's big plan was to have Balls get monstrous on Mundo and then face tank all of what LMQ is saying. LMQ is saying that's not going to work because they're easily killing Balls in a lot of these fights. Not enough extra protection on top to keep the Mundo alive, and that's really eliminating the Cloud9 front line and letting LMQ still go where they want. But at the same time, gold is close and they're still a little bit vulnerable.
They need a safety to get themselves back now, knowing that is down. LMQ may start to pressure a little bit more.
Yeah, Baron control is really dangerous for Cloud9 right now. They do not have sufficient vision in the Baron area. They're using those living artilleries to scout as best they can.
Man, if you got the hook on Xiao Xiao, it could be what they wanted, but everybody's a little split here. Teleport coming in. Doesn't look like they'll be able to activate anything on this, but they get Balls where they want him in the fight, missing the cleaver. Good disengage from LMQ. They just kind of watch Cloud9 bring it in.
The tidal wave disengage is a little surprising. They're still trying to catch them off guard. It's all about finding the right position for a fight. Sneaky.
Vasily gets head up, 80 carry on the front side, high flash is over, tries to get Vasily immediately, throws down the Zanyas, and Cloud9 have put themselves in a sticky situation now, but they've done enough damage to change the mind of LMQ. Now going to be Ackerman trying to whimsy away from the fight, and Cloud9's going to focus on the push.
Jungler for mid. What ends up happening right here? It looks like LMQ got pushed off the fight. So yeah, they're going to end up going here because they know they pushed off LMQ, and they want to just keep the gold close and give Sneaky enough time to power up even more so. Really interesting fight right there. The Baron's going to be a choice after this as well. Just getting back to that, because Cloud9 still doesn't have vision.
High goes crazy, right? Once he pulls that gold
I need to watch
card.
where Xiao Xiao's ultimate came out right here, because it looks like... Where is he going with it?
Throws bound a ball.
Yeah. He threw it on Balls again, but that time it didn't finish him off. So that was not the full team focus, which shows you the potential threat of Dr. Mundo right
And he's also stacking more magic resistance, the Spectral's Cowl, into that Banshee's Veil quite soon. I think everybody's about to have themselves a Banshee's Veil. They're on sale, apparently.
Yeah, it's 190 magic resist on Balls. But you also have to remember, the Locket of the Island Solaria is going to be giving an extra 20 to him. So in team fights, he should be sitting around 210.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, and no Void Staff yet onto either ability power caster of LMQ. So this is a moment in the game where he should be quite strong.
And it looks like Xiao Xiao actually is getting that Athene's just a little later. I'm going to build that as his third item. So an Infinity Edge onto Vasily now, and the last Whisper brought in from Sneaky. Interesting build.
They can just start on the Baron while Nona is playing with the red buff. They kill it much faster, and Cloud9, they have had such lackluster vision control with other vision tools to help them. They would have to pile in here to stop this.
Meteo's very close. That's going to be going to No Name, and now as they assess what's going on, elimination wards, and they're out.
Nice, decisive calls by LMQ. That has really been...
Really ahead of the game.
It's their calling card when they're good. It's how quickly they can go for objectives as a unit.
The one thing that amazes me is even after the fight in the bottom lane, they stuttered a bit when they lost that, but they didn't stop with their original strategy and plan. They just found the next turret they needed. They took down an inhibitor turret, which in both games, Cloud9 and LMQ have played. LMQ has taken the first inhibitor, so they're on par to do that as well.
Yeah. I have to keep going back to what a game this is, though, because LMQ has shown so much control in this one, yet they have had those few bouts of over-aggression that have allowed Cloud9 to pick up these 10 kills and maintain a close gold game. With the Kog'Maw reaching late game and the Mundo, I feel like I'm saying it too many times this game, but it's still relevant, even with LMQ's dominance. It is one team fight away from LMQ from winning because of the built-up map pressure advantages. But there could be a point in this game if it reaches there, if LMQ was unable to break the inhibitor wall here or get a clean team fight, then Cloud9 would come back, making this push so much more important.
It's happening the way it usually does for Cloud9 too if they were to bring it back. Sneaky's the one doing most of the damage that coming from the bot lane. So Cloud9's feeling very good about the situation in that terms. But right now in front of their base, they're a little hesitant here. Ball's taking quite a bit. They can't really get the full amount out, can they? No Ignite has gone down yet. 2 ultimates used out as he is forced to use his to get a bit of HP back. Doesn't seem like they really want the fight because nobody's getting anything out of it.
Yep, not a good start to the push. The lockdown is gone for them right now. And they just have the threat of Xiao's ultimate, which is still very high.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not forget that. If he catches anyone but balls, it would be an instant kill.
Well, everybody's staying on the backside. Ackerman now as well. That Lichbane was his second item. He's been destroying structures in the top lane, and now to the bottom with the team. LMQ again grabs the first inhibitor against LMQ, or against Cloud9.
And that's the best inhibitor in the game to take, especially when the Baron comes up again, because it is the hardest one for Cloud9 to defend while the Baron is happening due to the distance difference between Baron and that inhibitor.
Very strong play, and eyes on the bottom lane for LMQ here to start the game after Ball's got a gank in the top lane. No Name spent some time in mid and in the bottom. Now LMQ and the rest of the team back to mid on the backside. It's going to be the teleport in with the Zanyas onto Twisted Fate. Do they have enough focus though once they come out of this? No, it's going to be Meteos going down to an Ignite. That was Moore's, and it looks like Xiao as well. Actually, Xiao's Ignite was down. Moore also used his, so they're out of summoners. They're somewhat running from this fight, but they can still kite backwards. Ackerman trying to put out some free glitter lances, and they'll be safe on this. Baron buff help him stay in regen, and LMQ for a 1-for-1.
Jeez, considering the initiation there from Cloud9, fighting against the Baron buff is just a display of how close this game actually is. The damage from Xiao as well, not even using his DFG and just melting Meteos as he ran away and ended up dying to that Ignite. Let's take a look at this again. It was the classic flank attack, 5-man E-ball, making a massive shield onto Meteos, and he still died with all the damage coming out from the rest of the team. And then you can just see the disengage from LMQ. The move speed granted by both Nami and Lulu were just enough to get away, with a few dodged cleavers or missed cleavers, depending on how you want to look at it, coming in from balls. Game continues to be close.
Old school Cloud9 it seems. Things are working, they just cannot get it to go all the way forward. Balls is getting to that point where he can run into any team fight.
Yeah,
but the rest of the team isn't on par with that.
It's funny, they're old school picks, but a very different play style for Cloud9. They are not normally the team trapped in their base trying to win and stall the late game. They're the team that wins the game in the mid game and doesn't care about late game most of the time. But even so, they're in a position where the game's probably about 50-50.
Well, these teams are 50-50 at 1 win apiece so far in the summer split. They're looking to break that apart right now. Looks like LMQ is really ready to do that. Heading towards the top side. Doesn't look like they want mid just yet. Ackerman's going to be giving some hell up here. Falls now onto a Thorn Mail. He is a complete boss tank this game. Uh-oh.
Another initiation comes in.
Weeby! Uh-oh. Kai's taking a bath right now. Sneaky gets hit up. Do they have enough peel for the rest of the team? Cloud9 is looking every different direction right now, but Sneaky, he's got his eyes on the kill. More kills coming in for the rest of the team as Sneaky was just shredding them down. Moore's going to be going down on your right side. Ackerman's going to be going down on the left side. And like you said, Jet, this game is amazingly close.
Yeah, because there's also super minions beating on Cloud9's base while this is happening. That's the fight they wanted, though. So close. They need to run back and defend that thing.
Uh-oh.
Come on, Sneaky.
Few more shots. He doesn't see him.
Come on, buddy.
Spawn. No. Oh, my gosh. He saves it. It's going to heal. Don't worry about it. Woo. Easy.
Deep breaths across the board. The reason Cloud9 was able to win that last fight was mainly shutting down Xiao. They get the gold cards done on him and never let him into a position where he can succeed. Balls also had great flank position from the back, meaning LMQ was worried about the Giant Mundo and could never focus on Tasiki, diversifying the threat properly there and having LMQ being scattered. This could be the thing that turns around the game, with the inhibitor being back up, the Baron being on the way, and Cloud9 having some time to get vision control back. Plus, Sneaky, he's hit his breaking point as well.
So I watched that again on my other screen.
Yep.
And
third time's a charm.
Third time's a charm. Xiao threw a ball down instantly to break High's Banshee's Veil so the bubble would work. Like, they timed that better than it could actually be timed, if that's a thing.
And even so, it did not stop the gold card, which is the most important thing amongst all of that.
So crazy. Quick fingers from both sides. Almost got the Zanyas out in time. 16-11, 36 minutes into this one. Longest one between these two teams is 47 minutes, so we got some time before they break their own record. We're going to have it going down the mid lane for Cloud9. A nice Void Ooze kind of puts LMQ in the wrong spot. That was a great play from Sneaky to see that. Good job.
This is mid turret.
Yeah.
Easy.
Looks like that late game team is kind of becoming late game.
It's hitting late game right now. The inhibitor goes down right there. And still no Void Staff on a Xiao. Ball's picked up more magic resist amongst this. This could be the fight right here.
Oh, on the one side, great box. Nobody can get through that right now to get the rest of the team. You see, and No Name has to go around the outside, and Cataclysm Ackerman almost gets hooked up. Balls is going deep into the fight on this one, and Xiao's going to be going down. Did they just end the game? Almost 2 fights in a row? Moore's got Meteos all over him. Those are going to be the wild cards that High needs to take him down. Meteos stays up this time. They're on to the Nexus turret. It's going to be 40 seconds on 3 members, and Cloud9's looking to win.
This is it. Cloud9 makes the stall and takes down LMQ 37 minutes in.
The first time Cloud9 gets their footing, they take the win.
Wow. Not the way you expect Cloud9 to take down LMQ. Woo. The way these teams normally play, you would think a very early clash of teams fighting over every early objective. Yet this time, Cloud9 was able to win, at one point being down 6 turrets to 1. But they had the late game strategies, they got Mundo big enough, Kog'Maw did enough damage, and High withstood the barrage of power from Xiao. Cloud9 walks away victorious.
What an amazing game for Cloud9 to keep their heads in, understand that it was going to be the late game that they needed to work on. That game kind of, like we said, they've been having trouble adapting. Those were some last season picks for them. They didn't have to do too much adapting. They just had to wait for their late game play. Very smart moves there. LMQ coming out so strong. Maybe a little too strong in the beginning, thought they had enough room to play with, and that's when C9 took over.
Yeah, if we just have to look back at what happened to LMQ and how they were unable to close that game, I mean, being up 6 turrets to 1 is normally enough, but it was as aggressive as they play, the moments where they went a little too aggressive, which is what always crushes them. The turret dive that ended up to be a 5v5 at the start of the game, and then really some slightly shaky play in one of the first big Dragon engagements were the things that just gave Cloud9 enough time to come in. Those last few team fights, yes, they still could have found a way to come out on top, but the damage had somewhat been done up until that point.
A lot of focus in those fights, thinking that they could take down balls before he got there. Because, like you said, they just wanted to win. The Athenes wasn't there from Xiao. He was going straight damage. They wanted to be able to kill everything. Balls had like a surge of gold that faked them out, that one fight you're talking about, and everything went wrong.
It was a really interesting progression because the Deathfire Grasp was working for Xiao for so long, taking out that front line again and again. But then because the Deathfire Grasp into Death Cap, once he established a certain level of magic resistance, and there was still no Void Staff on the other side to cut through, not to mention some smarter fight planning by Cloud9 to attack from multiple angles and not just present the one target, it ended up turning the tables.
So LMQ and C9 now 9-6 apiece with that win. Cloud9 starts to move themselves back up. It's going to be pretty crowded up there probably at the end of today.
It's pretty crowded as it is right now, but I mean, Super Week is going to be when teams differentiate themselves. The problems they've had up until this point in the season, whether or not they can solve them this week, will be a big factor in how they move towards the playoffs.
Halfway through. Here we go, starting the other half. Head over to Twitter and share what you thought were the standout moments by tweeting us at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Right now, we're going to send it over to Dash and Zyrene at the Analyst desk for more on Cloud9's win.
All right, thanks, Riv. We're joined by High, who's just come out of an exciting third game. Now, you guys, that's the third slugfest you've had with LMQ. The first thing I'd like to ask you is, what is it about that matchup that always makes it so contentious?
Well,
I got destroyed that game, like, more than anything in the world. Like, I really hate TF into Syndra if they have, like, a jungler that can, like, tower dive you, like a Jarvan or, like, a Lee Sin. I can't live. I don't know. Maybe I suck, but whatever. They like doing aggressive things. They like trying to control the early game, and all 3 games against them, they've basically had the early game against us, and that makes the game very hard for us to control just because they have control of mid and the jungle just because I got pooped on. So that makes the games hard when they have control of the game.
So coming into that, do you guys just pick champions that scale a little better? Like, what's it like coming into champions like versus LMQ?
Right. So when we had that team comp, we knew that we would scale well, and our early game was a little bit lackluster because we have TF and Mundo. While they're okay, they're not the strongest. So we had to survive and get to that end game where they can't kill Mundo. So we fell behind more than we should have, but we got to the end game like we wanted to. And what did they do to the Mundo? He had like, what, 4,000, 5,000 health? I don't know.
Yeah.
With like 300-something MR with no Void Staff. Who's going to kill him?
Absolutely. Well, so that being said, the point about the Mundo, was that a call that was made after that initial level 1 engagement where the flash was blown on Lulu? Hey, we're going to look top for an initial gank, get that Mundo rolling?
Well, I have 3 more games this weekend. Hopefully they didn't see that, but yeah, it's a thing that's like doable just because he's like the most obnoxious level 1 champion. He's kind of like an Ezreal, but he slows you as well. So with everyone doing a split, that's pretty good to do, and I guess since people saw it, it's not really hidden anymore. But yeah. It's kind of cheesy, but it worked.
Yeah, and you guys actually have a really good team fight presence that game. And LMQ is known for their team fight. And we're going to get a replay here, and I want you to walk me through this. It's the second dragon of the game where you guys end up walking away on top.
All right, so this went really well for us because Balls and Sneaky were hitting a lot of poke before the fight, and so was I. We get the kill on Jarvan, and I believe later on I teleport in and Suicide. But we get a good team fight just because no one can kill Mundo, and we get a lot of poke off. We kill Ackerman, and then no one can still kill Balls. And he ultimates and he heals for full. And I'm pretty sure I Suicide, which I shouldn't be doing, but we get Dragon off this, and we only won that fight because we got to poke him before the fight. Had we not been in Dragon before it spawned, and we didn't poke him, they would have taken Dragon, probably snowballed that game from there. So the fact that we were set up for there and got the poke off, that got us to Dragon.
Yeah, one of the things I want to point out there is the fact that you guys hadn't quite hit the same item thresholds that they had. There was a DFG on Syndra already, and there was a completed Triforce on the Corki as opposed to Sneaky only having the Phage and the Sheen. So it just speaks to the positioning and the team fighting prowess of your team. Now, moving on further into the game, around 19 minutes, there was an interesting decision made as LMQ kind of pushed down the bottom lane, and we watched Mundo take and trade 1 turret for both an inner turret and an inhib turret. What was the thought process that went into that call?
So we were trying to bluff them and see if they'd actually go for the inhibitor or not, because we were pushing top and middle at the same time. But they kind of took our bluff and pushed the inhibitor, and we kind of got punished for that. We didn't make it in time. We lost that turret, but that was just a bad call, honestly, from me. So yeah.
Well, there was a great call later on in the game. I'm going to get another replay up on your screen. It's the ace when that bottom inhibitor was taken and we have super minions pushing into the base. What happens here, Hai? Walk me through this.
Okay, so I believe I saw Corki and Lulu top, so I'm calling, hey, let's jump on this. And I have Banshee's Veil, so I don't instantly die in this team fight, which is amazing. So we flank them from 3 different sides. Their priority target is Wei Zhao, and we kill him at the start of the fight. So no one can kill Kog'Maw at this point in time. He's the strongest member on our team by far with Mundo, and the fact that no one can kill him, he just gets free reign over everyone just because Syndra was in a bad position and doesn't have Hourglass. She built full damage, and she gets punished for that. Whereas I went 2 defensive items like right away, so...
All right, so coming out of a fight like that, right, where I guess you were behind maybe about 2K gold, but winning a giant team fight like that, knowing that you're a late game scaling team, how does the mindset change? As the leader of the team, what is it that you say to take control of the game? Hey, we're going to win this. We're going to take advantage of it.
Well, when we won that team fight dominantly, we obviously knew, hey, we're really strong right now, and we got that free dragon afterwards. At that point in time, I knew Balls was like a god. I knew Sneaky can't die. He didn't even burn Flash that fight, and Syndra did. So the next time the team fight happens, I'm going to port on Syndra, and whether I die for her or not, she's going to die, and no one's going to kill Kog'Maw, and we should win the next team fight. So off of that, we knew the next fight would be the endgaming, or the last fight of the game.
All right, and final question here for you, Hai. Great game today, and later on you guys have CLG today. How are you guys preparing for that matchup?
So they play the next game, I believe, so we'll be able to watch what they do. And hopefully I don't feed as hard as I do this game, because that'd make the game much better. But Yeah, that's my game plan, not to feed, so my team doesn't have to carry me as hard.
No, that's not a bad game plan. Again, thank you so much for the insight. Good luck in your game later today. Now, don't go anywhere because we've still got more games coming your way. After the break, it's back into the action with Complexity versus CLG. Keep that browser where it's at.
I'm flanking Syndra.
Right here.
Yeah, I can get these two. I can get these two.
Done. He's gold carded. Over here. Run the way. Coming around. Run the way. Coming around. You over here? Yeah, I can go a long way. Can we die? Careful.
Syndra's no flash.
Coming long way. He's gold carded. Yeah, I'm gonna go kill Syndra.
Okay. That's fine. He has no stun. Can you get it?
Yeah. Dude, I'm taking.
Syndra's gonna try to kill someone. Careful.
Get her?
Yeah, I got her. Yo.
I can go. I'm gone. She's done. Hooker. Can we kill her? Kill her. She flashed.
I got him.
I'm slowing Corki.
Yo, I'm on Corki.
Corki. Nami driving. Balls get
Stop.
I slowed him.
I'm gonna flank this way.
This split, I think all the teams can really play the game well, and it doesn't really matter about outplaying them. Oh, I know I can beat this guy, so it doesn't matter. We don't have to try so hard. But you can drop games to these lower tier teams who are also picking up coaches and analysts and stuff like that. And I think everyone right now is adapting to the meta the same pace. So everyone's even kill right now.
Welcome back to Week 7 of the 2014 Summer Split. We're pulling into our next stop on this Super Week Express. Complexity versus Counter Logic Gaming. And while Complexity are arguably the underdogs in this match, they've shown that they're at their best when they're outmatched.
Yeah, it's this really strange demeanor they have. 3 of Complexity's 4 victories have come against Cloud9 and Dignitas, 2 teams that are well in the top 5. And honestly, Complexity is having fun. Some teams will be taking being low in the standings very hard, probably play conservatively because they'd want to avoid falling lower in the standings or looking bad. We've even seen teams kind of instituting social media blackouts to avoid people saying how bad the team is, but not these guys. Complexity have embraced their underdog status in a lot of ways, and being in last kind of frees them up to try their crazier tactics. Like last week, they did that Tristana-Yasuo combo because they had success in it while messing around in solo queue on their alternate accounts. So they brought it right into the LCS because they didn't care.
Probably likes to have fun. It just kind of spreads to the entire team. That's their mentality. They've got their work cut out for them as they face off against Counterlogic Gaming, though, who rebounded from a tough loss to Team Solo Mid with one of their best games against Dignitas thereafter.
Since we're at the halfway point of the split, too, it's good to look back. In the first half of the split, it felt like CLG were kind of manufacturing wins with some really nice just team map movements during the mid game and just taking teams' bases while they're at Baron, taking multi-inhibitors. But then this patch, they've kind of adapted quite well, and in their win over Dignitas, they looked as good as they have looked all year. Not only winning the rotation game, but also dominating the laning phase, and that is a very important win that helped them move back into that tie for first place.
Well, let's get right into our second game. Let's check out the starting lineups. Spawning on the blue side. It's going to be Complexity this time. In the top lane is Westrice. Jungling is Kez. Probably in the mid lane, Robert Exley at AD carry, and Bubba Deb on support.
And on the red side, it is Counter Logic Gaming. Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid, Double Lift on AD carry, and Aphromoo on support.
And in today's featured matchup coming out of this game, we'll be descending on the top lane for Westrife versus Seraph.
Yeah, and this is an interesting matchup mainly because these guys are kind of outcasts of the top lane, and they probably receive more criticism than any other player on their respective teams. And in League of Legends, it's very difficult to hide struggling players, especially in the top lane, which means these guys will be a heavy focus. We've seen teams look to punish these guys a lot early and try and get early advantages on this. Also, this could also be a matchup of two dueling Shyvanas. Both these players have found a lot of success on that champion, and it's been they've been happy to go back to Shyvana again and again, and they'll both freely ult into a lot of team fights. It gives it a nice little extra tool when they're willing to just fly in whenever. That's a lot of Shyvana ults, Riv.
Yeah.
Woo!
Got to protect your gold. Got to protect your gold, man. And like you said, top laners are on that island. I mean, you're taught to fight with a wet noodle, wearing a bunch of armor, and who can win that fight? It lasts forever. So if you can't come out on top or that noodle breaks, you're done.
Yeah, and they have somewhat diverging playstyles, even if they've both been struggling a little bit this split. Westrice is the guy that has no limit to his aggression. He will just fly into any situation because he thinks he can do it. Whereas Seraph is a much more risk-averse top laner who is more likely to sit back at his turret instead of trying to make a huge play.
It's true.
It's what works for the team, right?
Yeah, Westrice going crazy, and Seraph kind of making those teleport calls when they need them. Teleporting to the other side to create a split push, being that off-the-ball player that allows CLG to now make their rotations as a team, which has made them such a formidable opponent here in the summer split. Coming out pretty strong with those rotations. We'll see how the champion select goes with what homework these teams have done. Hopefully CLG's game later on doesn't, get them caught here playing against Complexity if they're looking for that game later.
As far as Super Weeks go, there is always that dynamic that teams occasionally have to play 2 games on the same day, which is very different than your standard LCS.
Cloud9 later.
Yeah, Counterlogic Gaming plays Cloud9 later. So if you're trying to think, who are they going to put most of their pregame preparation into? The team that's tied for last, or Cloud9, who they have as primary scrim partners and heavily, heavily respect? CLG's most likely going to be looking past a little bit to the Cloud9 game. We saw a very similar thing yesterday over in Europe with Alliance playing both Copenhagen Wolves and Fnatic in the same day. You could tell they completely overlooked the Copenhagen Wolves, got smashed, and then had a very competitive game against Fnatic. So Counterlogic Gaming has to be very careful to not overlook Complexity, as Complexity's had a pretty good track record against good teams.
Yeah, I mean, CLG plays Cloud9 later, right? Who has a 2-0 record against Cloud9? Complexity. So, can't really look past these guys at all for being able to beat Cloud9 in both of their matchups. Now, CLG versus Complexity to go on, and Prolly gets his casted into flow all the way through.
Link is the only mid laner really in the LCS who does not care about playing against Cassid.
That's true.
He's been very outspoken that they're willing to let it through, which opens up CLG to do more targeted bans like the Ziggs onto Prolly or the Tristana onto Robert Exley.
Looks like Aphromoo is going to take out Braum. Started playing that last week as well. Worked out very well for him. Aphromoo loves being able to initiate and do whatever he can, and that helps just a little bit more. Kog'Maw to come out for double lift. allow him to farm, get to that late game, something he loves to do, put a Doublelift in his environment.
But more so with Kog'Maw, if you were to contrast it with the Tristana pick that Doublelift did not have success on last week.
Right.
The Kog'Maw gets powerful much earlier in the game. Even when he just has a Triforce or a Triforce and a Blade of the Ruined King, he does become powerful as long as you have a decent form of protection.
Right. Get your range right away.
Which they have with Braum.
Yeah.
And honestly, Kog'Maw has been the #1 AD carry in Korea on the 4.10 patch, and this is just Counter Logic Gaming reacting to that.
Such a different pace of things for the AD carries, a spot where you want to stay alive, and to see the most pretty much immobile AD carry come out here to play safe around him is what you need to do.
It's a game of hyper carries a little bit right
now.
With the standard lanes being back, with not necessarily the strongest assassins in the game, and the power of late game AD carry builds. With the nerf to Randuin's Omen, there are some very big things contributing to this AD carry.
Good old Randy.
Late game.
So Kaz picking up the Elise, very formidable on that champion. Will be making some plays for his team, does a lot of talking for Complexity and where they will be going, what they will be doing. Coming in on the team so late, he still has a very big voice, and Lee Sin gets through. Coming in for Dexter this game.
Yep.
He's been forced down to Vi and Elise himself lately.
And they get some pretty sweet combinations too. Lee Sin kick Yasuo and Braum Yasuo.
Oh yeah,
very
Glacial
good
Fisher.
Link had his Yasuo debut in his last game.
Yeah.
It's now 2 games in a row he's played it.
406, not too
He
shabby.
was real good at it. And I think this is definitely something COG is going to add to their repertoire, as they're looking to also shore up some weaknesses they've shown earlier in the split.
And that Yasuo was no joke, went up against Shifter. Like we said, 406, so it has been tested. Link is one of those players that can kind of bring these champions out and say, yeah, let's put it on the LCS stage. It's not going to be a problem. Had to do certain things and compositions with Cloud9 when he went to All-Stars, so he knows all about being versatile.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Complexity's side, Robert actually locks in Lucian. Haven't actually seen too much play of that lately. I believe he went half and half over in Europe and plays throughout the game, so see that and Renekton locked in.
And logic would tell us that it's generally going to be a Shyvana in the top lane because it synergizes well with the Yasuo combos, and it's what Seraph has the most wins on in LCS. This is also Counter Logic game.
Got that Gragas.
Yeah. Gragas has honestly been an emerging pick.
Yeah.
Especially in the Korean League of Legends scene. It hasn't won many games, but even in solo queue, they're all saying he has so many tools that a top laner is supposed to have. And it's only a matter of time until he really breaks his way into the competitive scene.
We saw that.
Taking their time on this one. And it's a Shyvana.
It's a Shiv. I was going to say we saw Rise coming out of EU, but
yeah,
was already in the mid lane.
This makes sense with the Yasuo. Well, Gragas would have as well. But all right, the CLG composition just looks incredibly strong. The Complexity composition, while the Kassadin is great if they get to late game with it, the late game potential of COG is higher. And it's looking like Complexity wants to try and snowball this game early. Renekton, Lucian, Elise, very strong early laners.
Well, obviously Complexity getting the chance to first pick Kassadin. They're no stranger to that, and they're going to go ahead and do that again for Prolly. He's had an off and an on game with it. The on game was a 404, and if Complexity can get any start of Surge in the beginning, good luck in winning that in winning that game against them.
Yeah, they have been a team that when they have big leads, they're able to win them. Yeah. Right? They had that really crazy game against Curse as their last match, so a little bit of off-week recovery during all that one. And against CLG, it's just a whole nother ball game. They've lost 2 times in under 30 minutes to CLG.
All right, as the teams load on to the Rift, let's take a look at the voting from LOLesports.com. 86% of you are voting that CLG will take another win.
Okay, at least it's not 90%, in which case we'd have to call it for Complexity. That curse of 90% we've seen in a lot of places. If you don't like these numbers, show some love by tweeting hashtag COLwin or hashtag what the fans are chanting win to at LOLesports.
Counter Logic Gaming statistically has pretty much dominated these games. First inhibs, like you said, early wins. So it's really been tactical for them for the start. It's like a textbook, go in, get your ganks. Dexter is playing very strong in those games. So it's just something that kind of came out of the jungle for him, was easy on the lanes. We'll see if the lanes can get any tougher. Probably is going to be on a very hard, well, not before 6, but hard to kill champion who can also excel at that 6. And like we said about that bottom lane, if Robert X Lee gets going, good luck.
Yeah, getting going against Doublelift Aphromoo is not exactly an easy task.
There's the challenge.
Yeah, as far as CLG's success and failures, so much of it starts and ends with Doublelift and Aphromoo. So always their performance is paramount.
Up against one of the best bot lanes in North America, if not the. Can Robert and Bubba put up some strength? We're going to see if they even match up here. We've already had a standard lane matchup in Game 1 of LMQ C9 here in Super Week 7. Let's see what Complexity CLG gives us. Game 2, we're on the Rift as they make their way out of the base. Spell Thieves and the Relic as well.
Yeah, lane swapping is definitely a possibility. Aphromoo has spoken fairly in depth about Braum's power overall. He says level 1 Braum is spectacular, but especially in LCS laning, he's a little bit like Alistair in the sense that his laning phase isn't the strongest and his teamfight transitioning is godlike. So if a team were to initiate a lane swap, it would be CLG just to try and get Braum and Kog'Maw to those godlike stats without having to deal with 2 people in the lane. With that being said, Aphromoo and Doublelift can pretty much take anyone 2v2 as far as their mindset goes. So they may as well do a standard lane.
Very close. One little binding actually by Bubba there and no follow-up. Pretty much tells CLG that they had control of that jungle already. They're moving through very safe. The early wards are down and they know where their matchup is. Doublelift and Aphromoo are going to get that for themselves. Maybe. I thought he was back in there.
I wonder how this little jungle dance is going to go. CLG had left a ward in their own red side of their jungle. Question is, do they stick around for the steal? Or do they play it more safely? Complexity's managed to get deep wards on both of COD's buffs, which kind of forces them into stealing this right off the bat. Would also open them up to a Complexity collapse if they were to go for it. But it looks like a pretty standard-ish jungle starts. Both junglers are looking to just be able to get red and blue.
Good start from Dexter. Aphromoo, they make it down. This reminds me of the old level 2 ganks where you wait for your jungler and you just take out the lane as you start farming. But no deals, no cheese to start. Lanes go to start standard again in this game. You can see the vision just outside. They'll know where he's coming from though. The ping happened from Kez earlier, so waiting a little bit on going back in this side. They said, we know there's a ward there from CLG. Now I'm safe to go in. And he gets the red buff for himself as well.
Yeah, what we expected, junglers just sweeping these double buffs quickly. This puts Seraph at risk for potential dives, knowing Renekton is much stronger early. He's got to make sure to not take that early harass.
Oh, leaves the reds. Little lizard guys. He's going to be going down to the mid lane, possibly an attack on Yasuo after the Wraiths. He's going to be holding Westrice pretty good in the top lane so far. Obviously zoning out Seraph just a little bit in that form of defense, and he's going to be happy. Got Cloth and Armor, or Cloth and Pots, I should say, for Prolly here. Going quite low with the Ignite. Another shot, the shield. Trying to help him out a little bit.
That's a
Kez. Flash! Oh, Kez from the backside. Link's trying to go deep on this one. He's got to try. Oh, he had to. Valiantly goes down for first blood, though.
That is a very uncharacteristic Link move in lane. He has been playing this entire split incredibly passively in the mid lane and oftentimes getting pushed around a little bit because CLG has been so confident in their bottom lane winning. We were actually going to talk about this game, how the CLG solo lanes like Link and Seraph do need to step up. That was honestly Link trying to make a big play and punish Caster in the early game. It got him into a lot of trouble though, especially burning the flash to try and trade a 1-for-1 and not even getting it. Makes the potential return gank from Kez an even greater possibility.
So what is the move? Is CLG now somewhat forced to make something happen? Dexter looks good here on the bottom. He gets in, the cripple doesn't hit. He gets the shield down to stop it. Very nicely done, only the red buff to slow.
They must have miscalculated whether or not the black shield is up right there because there's no way Dexter flashed in like that. They knew the stun could just be black shielded away. Good move there by Bubba, shielding at the last moment. And a bit of a mistake there by CLG.
He says get away. They don't even want him to get the experience on this. Really hurting Seraph. He's forced into the jungle. This is a few CS on that. And great pressure for Complexity, making sure nobody's getting the upper hand. You see Link is down only 10 CS in the mid lane, but he's still trying to keep it frozen away from Prolly here.
Yeah, we're only 4 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, but you got to be thinking, the mindset of Complexity right now is, we're going to do it again. They're thinking, this team jumps in, tries to go crazy aggressive with Link early. The gank down bottom, flashing in for nothing. Complexity already up 1,000 gold. They think they can just win these lanes and start taking it. Look, Westrice is up heavily on Shyvana. Mid lane is up a kill. Bottom lane is holding steady against Doublelift and Afro move. You got to think the confidence and momentum is swinging heavily in Complexity's favor right now.
Right, and we'll take with a grain of salt what kind of advantage Robert Lee can win a game with. That was just them kind of messing up a flash, so they won't see that pressure. Is that enough for them to push and win the lane against Doublelift?
Yeah, not necessarily, because it's actually Bubba who's down the flash, not Doublelift or Afro. It was Dexter's flash that went down there.
Yeah.
So in the isolation case, COG's lane is stronger at it.
Still turn, all right. We'll see what they have for each other down the bottom. Dexter now trying to make something happen in the top lane. An easy slice and dice.
They're hoping Westrice goes in.
Could save Westrice here. He has 0 vision, and he's also playing it very safe for not trying to attack. Just using his farm, getting his health back up. Or using his Q, sorry. Gotta watch out. The moment he slices and dices, that's when they want to go in, but he uses it to get out. Little blue suede shoes sidestep there. Dexter does not follow up.
Even if the resonating strike landed, Westrice was not going to die there.
Right.
He had his flash up. Dexter's only level 4.
No more crowd control.
Seraph couldn't follow with crowd control. They're going to try and shove this lane up and give Seraph a window to back. But that's about all they're going to be getting because the Dragon is getting taken by Kez. Great counter move.
Feels good to be a Renekton up in CS and just staring 2 people in the eye in a lane and still pushing them off. Westrice feeling real good right now.
Yeah. Bit of a waste of time by Dexter, quite honestly.
Absolutely.
He didn't help at all while he was up there. Now Complexity is getting an edge off of it. 2,000 gold early in the game, Rip.
And up in CS, Robert leaves the lane, able to come back. Probably will be even once he gets there. That 2,000 gold is turning into quite a bit of a build, I should say, on the Catalyst of the Protector. I was trying to fit something in building up and leveling. Didn't work. I'm not as good as Freak. 7 minutes into this one, 2,000 gold in favor of Complexity, like you were saying. And it looks like they are going to start pressuring their leads. A quick drag in there, and we'll see what they have once they get back in the lanes.
Yeah, and I wonder if COD's mindset changes here. Saying, all right, we're down a little bit early game. It's time to wait. They know Afro and Doublelift are going to turn into monsters late game. Yasuo, once he gets a couple big items with all the knock-up synergy they have, has some tremendous team fighting potential. Yeah. Likewise, Seraph will outpower Westrice late in the game. But depending on how badly this lane continues to go, that time frame gets later and later.
We'll see if CLG keeps trying to make these moves. Moving in to clear out wards.
A lot.
Well, they fell into somewhat of their old habit against Complexity as they go into mid lane. We'll talk about that in a second. Could be on to Prolly here. A very safe Kassadin, now level 7. They're going to try and gank this or at least put the pressure on to start shutting him down a little bit. They let him know they're there. But back to the point, CLG always went hard on Complexity in the beginning, not really giving them credit. And again, they have.
Yeah, and we have to also remember, this is Complexity's only game of the day, whereas CLG is playing Cloud9 later.
Right.
And it does absolutely happen during Super Weeks, where one team will discredit one opponent and over-prepare for the other. And it does look like at least early game, CLG didn't come in with much of a plan, outside of just picking a strong team composition. Their early game movements have not seemed incredibly well coordinated. They're getting pushed around here.
Very good play. Complexity seems to have control over the forward half of CLG's jungle right now. Let's see, they don't have anything on blue, so that's not in the idea. Getting anything more for themselves. Looks like Kaz is up and down between mid and top here. Looks like they feel like the bottom lane is doing just fine so far, and they're going to focus on Prolly and Westrice.
Yeah, Prolly is doing pretty good for himself. Up a level, dodging around the wind wall. Link can't trade with him in melee range, especially with some of his limited ward control. Look at all the wards that Complexity has in the red side of COG's jungle right now.
Yeah, little security system for themselves. Also up and down the river, they are pushed up so far, but they do have to be careful. That could be a Seraph teleport right behind them if they wanted to get a fight going. Too much pressure from Westrice in the top lane, though. Everything is just kind of playing in favor. And a nice calling to come out here, forcing the Summoner heal. The Soul Shackle as well forces the flash onto Doublelift. And another flash onto Afro Moo. Complexity getting those advantages.
Yeah, there goes the neighborhood. Every single Summoner spell burned bottom lane. And Kez approaching.
Uh-oh. Itsy Bitsy Spiders up the spout on the backside. Oh, the long range! The hands of the Dark Binding come out and grab Afro Moo just at the end.
Nice shot by Bubba. And the early BF sword of Robert X. Lee, when compared with the Vamp Scepter of Doublelift, is swinging that lane as well. You You know, I've heard some theories about this Complexity team.
Theory me.
Yeah. It's a little tongue-in-cheek, but Complexity only plays well against stronger and stronger opponents. So if somehow Complexity makes it to Worlds, they're going to win for sure.
Oh, man. I get it now.
Yeah. It's showing true in this CLG game right now. The 3,500 gold lead, 10.5 minutes in.
They are holding strong. That is one of the points that they can always keep, is when they have the lead, is somewhat keep it going. He's probably smiling on this one. He knows he can rift out. He knows Bubba Dub's right behind him. Link is just trying to go very hard. Wind wall's down. Looks like they're going to be able to get a little bit of control over mid here. We got a minute and a half on Dragon, so we got a few people backing across the map. This is going to be pretty good and a really good tell of how this game's going to go.
Yeah, I wonder if CLG's even going to try and contest it, though, thinking about the relative power level right now.
3,000 gold they're not working
I mean,
with.
yeah, Static Shiv is completed onto Link. That's the Yasuo item they needed. But elsewhere, you know, Double Lift, he doesn't quite have that BF sword yet. He's really trying. I'm actually not sure what he's going for. He might go for Blade of the Ruined King, but he's sitting on 1,400 gold. You compare just the AD level, Robert X. Lee's sitting at about 170 attack damage, whereas Double Lift's at 116, but building up towards that orc. It's going to be tricky here.
Robert definitely a spike in damage over what Doublelift will be putting out unless he can hit living artilleries with every shot. A little hard when you got Robert actually doing a relentless pursuit, dashing around. Looks like the Hydra already finished up onto Westrice here, 11.5 minutes into the game. It's going to be putting out some hurt.
Oh, that was clever, actually, by Westrice. Knowing that Seraph was going to camp that brush, he placed his Trinket Ward to be killed by Seraph and put his Green Ward down when Seraph had no attacks left to finish it and get some nice warding in the Tri-Brush.
Keep himself safe. He's been playing a lot better for just kind of a solo lane. Usually he was getting help from Kaz, but when he is left alone, he holds his own now. You saw the Shyvana game earlier. It got a little crazy, but that's because he was so damn big that he could just jump into everything.
Yeah, Westrice has went full offense as well. Ravenous Hydra completed on his Renekton, meaning his late game scaling isn't going to be too great. Right now, he's an incredibly potent force. If Dexter went up there, it might even be a 1v2 with Westrice coming out on top.
This is the one thing that really interests me, is that if teams buy these things, do they use them? Dragon is now. Can he push out Seraph enough? Their teleports are down in the top lane, so they might not be involved in that. Right now, it's just mid.
Jeez.
And Robert X. Lee is working that BF pickaxe by for sure with the amount of damage he can put on Doublelift.
One Dark Binding away from death right there. How does CLG realistically contest this Dragon? Well, by landing a lot of harass onto Robert, apparently.
That's what we're talking about.
Probably
Living artillery, the kick into the ultimate, the last breath, and that's all Probably could take as he looked behind him to see his assassins. Dexter and Link coming out with a big kill there. They start to turn things around, and not having Probably, looks like Complexity may still want to try and formulate something out of this.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it. Not sure why Probably was down there all by his lonesome, but it did provide a nice switch around there for Link and Dexter. This is actually what Complexity did with Yasuo last week. He started in the mid lane and then just moved bottom, where he becomes almost impossible to duel and a much bigger threat in that bottom lane. Split pushing, easier access to farm, more threat in a 1v1, and then you hold mid lane with your AD carry and support. That's what CLG is trying to pull off right now as they transition to a late game build.
There's a shot they needed on the turret. Robert gets out, looking back quickly at that engage. Looks like that Dexter actually snuck around a ward perfectly that Kez placed, so probably thought he was split pushing safely.
Oh, man.
Really good moves by CLG. The rotation's now coming out in their favor for a kill for Dexter there, but can the team follow up on this? Haven't seen too much from Seraph in his teleports, which is down right now, but the Dragon being alive could really mean a lot for CLG to get back in this one.
Yeah, the teleport from Seraph is on a different timer than Westrice, so there is a chance CLG would be able to control this Dragon with a 5v4, but both teams actually seem fairly hesitant about this Dragon. Complexity a little low on their resources here. They probably want, they definitely want Robert X. Lee to shop and buy his Infinity Edge because he has the gold to do so right now.
There it is.
Then I could see them forcing, but they don't want to do it early. Oh, wait and see.
They are getting the back here. No vision on Seraph. He's gone back to the base.
Flash burned.
Looks like he's waiting. He gets himself a ward and a potion to come out of the base. Loses top, so could be very likely that he teleports down to the bottom lane after he saves his second tier turret. A lot of pings going out in the vision control for Complexity. They know that Link and team want this.
The back timings of Complexity was a little obvious right here. COG is going to want to burst this down as quickly as possible. It would do great things for their overall gold flow, and it looks like they're going to be able to get it.
Dark Binding, just throw it over the wall. Doesn't try. They have vision, but they know the timer. That'll work for him next time. Great grab onto Alframu. He should be able to mitigate most of that damage with the Unbreakable, and they're good to go.
That was a huge move by CLG. They're not strong enough to face Complexity in any facet in an actual team fight. And that's actually CLG's main strength as a team. Their ability to squeeze out as many advantages when they don't really have any business doing so. And that was an example of that to keep it at a 4,000 gold deficit.
Quick moves, you have to act on them immediately, and that's something they do very well as a team. No stragglers to be had there, and if any, Alframu is just saving everybody else from some damage. The teleport does come in now after they get some good control. Resonating strike followed Bubba Dub. Whoa, Seraph going in! A great dodge of Bubba Dub. He puts out the black shield to take nothing out of that in the way of getting pushed around. It looks like they pushed CLG back as well.
Both top laners teleported to get down there. So it looked a little strange, but honestly, if it's to end that top lane laning phase and get Westrice out of there, it's not the worst thing in the world.
I like it. I want to see more fight.
You want to see more Shyvana ults. We had the whole montage at the start. I was just ready for it.
Could have had him at level 1. Lizard finished up to the Golem of Kaz. Dexter looking to put out more damage once again, as always, on the Vi builds, on the Lee Sin builds. We'll see if he can keep doing that. Maybe a Sightstone to come out for him as well, but maybe not.
Next. They need a lot of vision control to maintain this late game stall they now have to pull off. I do want to talk about the Infinity Edge on Robert X. Lee as well. A lot of the successful Lucians we've seen have been doing the Blade of the Ruin King into Ghostblade build, which often gives you this kind of mid-game power spike and maintains a strong edge throughout the laning phase. But because Robert had pulled ahead of Doublelift, I think his ability to get that BF Sword and Pickaxe gave him an equally strong edge. And this means late game, they'll have more of a chance against Cogmon with that build.
Oh!
Nice bait!
Didn't think he was going to see two there, but there's a lot of damage on Dexter. He gets the Force Pulse out to take him down, and Seraph is forced to run clean with 100 HP.
Jeez, that was a real tricky fight right there because Seraph did not have enough to Dragon's Descent. He was just short in charging it up. And that's what they would have needed to finish off Prawley. He's becoming a pretty tanky man right there. And getting another kill on a Kassadin hurts.
Complexity really taking control, something that kind of, you know, makes you tilt your head when you think of a team at the bottom of the standings being such an underdog that when they have a lead, it looks like they know how to hold them all the time. It's just getting there that seems to be their crutch so far. Given in this game quite early, great plays coming in from Kez. The rest of the team probably making some very nice fake outs in the mid lane with the flash. We'll see if CLG can recuperate from that. Still down 5,000 gold. That gold lead has only been getting bigger. It's not in their favor.
Absolutely. Infinity Edge done, as we said. Just big offensive items completed across the board by Complexity, looking to find team fights here. Only 3 kills through 18 minutes, which means CLG is at least holding off the death, and if you look at the CS, it is relatively close.
Yeah.
We had just seen a very powerful LMQ team come out guns blazing in the early game, lose late game to Cloud9. The way the team compositions are set up here,
CS looked relative too.
A very similar thing could happen this game if Complexity fails to close.
That Cogmom, very, very scary. As long as Doublelift can do what he does best and just farm these lanes, they should be well off. It looks like they're prioritizing him that as well. He's now crested everybody at 170. They're just behind him at 150 on the team of CLG. A lot of focus to him as it should be. He doesn't even know what he's getting. He's actually far behind, considered a Blade of the Rune King to Infinity Edge. But we'll see if he goes for the Triforce. That's what most Kog'Maws are doing.
Yeah.
Probably just creating a little bit of pressure here. This is really what he's good at. I feel like Probably's a good in-your-mind player. Kind of understands what's going on around him completely for the team to make moves.
And no one can get in his mind because he just seems crazy a lot of the time.
Absolutely.
Nice last-second wind wall by avoiding what would be certain death.
Complexity. Loving this side of the jungle, getting their sweeps out to keep themselves safe. And there's no rotation from Counterlogic Gaming here. 3 members in the bottom lane to just Alframu right now. We actually see on the back, Link's able to make himself present, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Maybe it will. Afromu's got a big shield.
Yeah, desperately holding this off. Static Shiv Wave clear of Blink as well as maybe some tornadoes, but their jungle has been forfeit.
Yeah. This makes it even hard for Dexter, somebody that is the playmaker of Counter Logic Gaming, to help get in there and formulate these plans with the team. When he's down that far, does not work. We saw him on his Vi. He loves to be in the middle, even as he's building damage. They have the Sight Stone out, though, like we were talking about on Lee and on Afromu. Hopefully, with losing the vision and turrets, they can start gaining back some ward control in their jungle. A lot of pings going down on Baron. They want vision on that for the side of Complexity. 30 seconds on the Dragon, though. It's going to be the next objective.
Yeah, and Complexity can't let that one get taken by CLG here. If we think back to the last Dragon, you know, only 1,000 extra, 2,000 extra gold lead have been accumulated by Complexity. Based on game time, the percentage is remaining pretty close. Black Shield down, they want to get the kick!
Oh, they kicked it right into him for Link. Nice combination there. This pick team, as they've created somewhat now, is allowed to get their picks.
CLG knowing what they have to do to stall. The Dragon is the most important part of their strategy right now. And Dragon doesn't start when it spawns. It starts before it spawns to be in position to do so. No ward control by Complexity, and Bubba got caught trying to get some. Complexity went too late to try and get vision. Look at the pink ward CLG had put down. They were way ahead of the game on that, and it proved beneficial.
They were pinging out the red to see, do we get that? Maybe it's up if Dragon's going down, but they can't even get anything. They actually probably took it earlier when they were in CLG's jungle, so shouldn't be worried. But there it is. They had the timer from taking it last time.
Well, that's one of the things that happens when they devote so much map control to one side of the map. They get black spots on the other side.
Yep.
A nice little counter move. Doesn't make up for the Dragon. Because really that Dragon that happened by Complexity undid all the pressure Complexity had. This, however, would more than make up for it.
This could be something. They have the Infinity Edge, almost a Phantom Dancer after that coming out from Robert X. Lee. They did take down Dexter.
A short ward by Afro. Didn't get inside the pit.
Could be their best chance here to do this. Nobody really has the damage to take out a Smite. It's going to be a fight. Westrice is doing what he can with Dominus on. Seraph pretty much misses the Dragon's descent as he comes through, and probably is able to hold off the team. But CLG has held off the Baron.
What just happened? Robert going down too.
Robert's going to get hit up. One more concussive blow. The Flame Breath. Seraph burns him up. Do they have anything to stop Westrice? They don't. He teleports back. He is going to be safe. And it looks like Double Lift on the outside with the Bio Arcane on. They're going to be getting this now. The teleport coming in for Westrice. Baron's going to be down to 3,900 HP. CLG starts to turn. Dexter's back in the fight. The smites are ready. And they're on to Bubba. He's going to go down. Dexter gets that kill for himself. Westrice is the focus. Dominus is down from the last one. Baron is still getting hit up right now. Very, very low. It's been regenning only a little bit. Westrice in the focus of the fight. Double Lift's going to be going down. No! He's going to stay alive. Baron goes over to Counter Logic Gaming as Afromu goes down.
That completely turns the game around.
I cannot believe what just happened.
Yeah, it was a little bit derpy right there. This was a very poor decision by Complexity to peel out of the Dragon Pit, or the Baron Pit, so non-coordinated. They had the ability for more people to jump over, but chose not to. If they were going to stay on the Baron, they needed to. They knew what the vision situation was, and they knew that Lee Sin was dead before that fight even happened. But they half went out, half stayed in, and then just haphazardly were recalling around the Baron Pit. When all said is done, the Baron goes to CLG, the kills go to CLG, and the goal is nearing even.
And that's how you throw away a lead. If you have it, they have a little bit of room to make another error, but right now with Baron coming at them, that error is almost nullified for that room to be made. So they cannot make any more mistakes. Probably and Kaz need to start getting some hits. They got to get a good Dark Finding. All easier said than done. Complexity now on their heels, facing a partially Baroned up CLG.
Yeah, what a heartbreaker right there for Complexity, because they had so many things going their way. But really, their overall objective control is just paling in comparison to CLG. All the lanes were going well. CLG was making a lot of poor decisions in lane, but they're still making the good overall game decisions, and it's pulling them even in this game. Honestly, they're ahead now because of their late game composition.
very much so able to control. And this could cause Complexity to start second-guessing what they want to do. We see Complexity walk into the beat of CLG's drum here, guarding mid lane. We're going to have the split push now from Seraph in the bottom. That's going to have to be coordinated for Westrice to get in. He's already down there, but you can see he's not winning those trades anymore either. That's big for Doublelift.
Yeah.
All the living artilleries, he can start spitting out, doing more damage to a target as they hit. It's big damage.
Yeah, we were seeing Sneaky's Kog'Maw last game, putting out some big damage. People often underestimate the living artillery of Kog'Maw, but it is real, or it's Bioarcane.
Bioarcane's W, living artillery,
Living artillery.
R, yep.
I had it, don't second guess myself. Link doing big damage right now too with the Shiv on Prolly.
Yeah, I can't go back in on that one. That was huge. Even just going for the Infinity Edge next has the damage from the pickaxe and the BF. Link is now someone that can't be messed with in the top lane. So close. If he had queued a minion that way, wouldn't have even known.
Checking for the Wraith. Yeah, he is the split pushing threat. COG going.
They have two now.
3-1 right now.
Yep. He get back so fast. Probably just coming out of nowhere. He also has the blue buff. He can get himself rifting all day long if he wants to. But it's going to be tough against Link. He knows how to make those moves now in the late game with his Yasuo dashes. Not giving up on the top lane, and neither is Seraph on the bottom lane. But Complexity, they're holding the 1-2 or 1-3-1 quite well as well.
Yeah, it is really dire now.
Now they had to back.
Though.
Guess not.
Yeah, they are losing the 1v1s in both of these side lanes. Shyvana greater than Renekton right now, Yasuo greater than Kassadin, and the three in the middle with the Braum Kog'Maw power of protecting that massive damage dealer.
So it looks like it will be the Blade of the Rune King Triforce for Doublelift on his Kog'Maw game. He's actually been quite versatile with his last few games. Tristana now to 2 Kog'Maw. Link again finding Prolly in the top lane. Force a rift away. Using what he can to keep himself alive. Going in onto Kaz, he has to be very careful here. He's got some slippery opponents. He's trying to fight a double pickup. What a composition and camaraderie coming in from Link and Dexter.
And suddenly everything is working for CLG. They had those missteps early on in the game, and now they're really letting things work. They should look to close this game fairly quickly. But man, the story of this game is so strange. CLG cannot feel happy with the way they've reached this point.
It's almost that, or some of these fights are reminding me now of the Lantern take into the tidal wave, where you see Prolly, oh no, all the fights are going that way, and that Complexity is fighting. They think they have the upper hand, and then it just turns around completely. Will it happen here? We got Sarah from the right side. Glacial Fisher now coming in, almost hitting everything he needs to. Doublelift, that blue buff is worn off, but he's still shredding out the damage. And again, CLG lulling Complexity into a false sense of security.
Just in time for the Dragon as well. Let's just take a look at this Link. I'm going to call it a 1.5v2 because Dexter was really late to the party. Dexter didn't do the ward jump over the wall. That's why he was a little late right there. Ended up having a flash. But he still makes it in time to save Link's skin at the end of that one.
Oh, I love all the intense moments players set themselves up for and then realize, whoops, that's not going to work out how I wanted.
They put the ward a little too far away. Can't hop to that one.
Minute and 30 left on the Baron. Could definitely be Complexity's ticket back into this game, but it could also be that ticket to lose as well. Right now, Complexity is trying to make up 3,000 gold that they had a lead for.
They had a 6,000.
Yeah, doubled that
at one
for
point.
quite some time. Instantly flipped back into the favor of Chronologic Gaming. Their surge of gold coming from the outer set of turrets and being able to 1-3-1 after their Baron, really taking over, I guess you would say, the second portion of laning phase that they've created.
Yeah. Link, the split pushing threat.
Yep.
No one wants to take him on right now.
And he kind of did good. He curbed his actions in the early game. He gave himself a bit of a hard lane. He dove in, he died, and then
just that one death.
Kind of recuperated. 3-1-3 now, has participated in all but 2 of the kill incidences on his team. He is quite big, also with the red elixir under his belt, looking to make an ending impact in these next fights. Doublelift now double buffed. That's not going to suck for him. Looking at a last whisper to build up. Summoners are up on both sides. They are missing the flash and quite a bit from Dexter. And Robert actually, that would be a dangerous fight if they were to go in now. So Complexity has to be careful for their AD carry. Prolly's looking to go hard here. Very nice in the Iceborne Gauntlet. forces the flash. Westrice can kind of create a bit of a wall here, but he's also running, taking free damage. Misses the first slice, gets the dice because he hit him.
Seraph is behind the team. He's trying to find a flank.
There he goes. 1-2. Bite him. There. Twin bite onto Morgana. Bubba goes down. And it looks like CLG is kind of gaining their ground right now. Complexity, they don't look like they have too much control over their jungle.
Yeah, Link bit off a bit more than he could chew right there. And CLG, because of their superior strength right now, was still able to pick up a 1-for-1. Catching Bubba running through the jungle, and now they get to push after the fact. Look at that gold mountain.
Ooh. Very, very close. Probably he's trying to push the mid lane, so he's not going to be here for this defense. Counterlogic Gaming could easily turn around. 7 seconds on Bubba if they have the wards. No, they can't pressure into Baron. It would be too much time. You see that gold up and then back down in the favor of Counterlogic Gaming, which is up in their favor right now. 4,000 gold there, 9-6. They've evened out the turrets, but nobody's broken the base yet. It's all on the outside.
Yeah, I think it's going to be about the next Baron. CLG will try and get some vision control around there. But they are not in position to do so yet because they spent so much time pushing the turrets. So they need a bit of time. And this is a potential danger zone right here where Kez could theoretically find a catch or Bubba and Complexity could jump really quickly on one target before CLG can find a team fight formation.
Man, this would be a great game for Complexity to get, like we were saying, halfway through the split. Only beating Cloud9 is going to do okay things. Beating the other top-tier teams is what they need to do.
Yeah. And they were on pace to do so.
Yeah. It's getting there slowly but surely for them. A Blade of the Rune King as well here from Robert X. Lee. An interesting build for his Lucian.
Yes. This is one of these heartbreaking games for Complexity where they're going to feel like they're in position to win, but then when they kind of look back at the game, they'll realize how out of hand it became later. It's just tough. When you look at the record book, it'll show CLG defeats Complexity in however many minutes, assuming it continues this way. I know it's only 3,000 gold lead, but just considering they were in such a huge advantage and they were gaining this reputation of being the giant killers in the LCS. Never underestimate Complexity, or they will punish you. And it seems like CLG might be getting away with something.
Doublelift getting away with 295, but Robert X. Lee has 304 and CS. Link lower pressure on Westrice mid as he dashes around, making him look pretty. We'll see what CLG can formulate around the Baron here. This should be theirs. If they were able to fight this, they'd pretty much just take down Complexity in the fight overall. Wouldn't really have to pressure Baron too much, but they choose the mid lane, knowing that Kez is above them here. Should be able to get some good pressure, a minion wave right behind them, and dragging up in a minute.
It's really clever, too, that they don't have any mana users in the solo lane, so they can feed every blue buff to Doublelift, creating their siege potential and making it much, much more efficient.
Looking at the gold all around, CLG actually has quite a bit to be spent. Still coming out on top of these small engagements. And even with that gold to be spent now, they're going to already set up on Baron.
Yeah.
See what Complexity can answer with.
I haven't seen him. Oh! They were trying the Lee Sin kick. He didn't get it off quite in time.
Block. Stand behind me and unbreakable. Very, very crucial from that Braum kit.
Pit wards in the pit, so they can't clear those wards right now. They're really just hoping Complexity over-engages so they can get an initiation.
CLG is waiting to just pinpoint the first person to jump into this fight. So hesitant to do Baron, and Complexity can realize it. Probably in and out. Actually uses his flash for that one to try and make a move.
To feel this. 4,000 health. We're being very cautious. The longer this happens, the lower they become.
They are just tickling Baron right now. They're not even really doing it. 1,800 HP down on Baron. They turn away. They're going to try to smite it, and it actually goes over to Link. An early smite coming in from Kez brings it down to enough for just a Q. And looks like they are going to start pummeling through the Complexity team. Robert's going to be chased out here. They're going to go down mid lane. This should spell inhibitor.
Wow. So Kez commits to the Baron. Dexter commits to the fight. And CLG gets the Baron and the fight. Things could not have went better for CLG right there. 25-second death timers on 2 people on Complexity. CLG's going to get a lot for this.
pulling off perfectly for that. CLG's moving in through the base. 14 seconds on this. Looks like they want to get a Nexus turret, actually. With the amount of range they have coming up for Double Lift, they should be able to just spit out the damage to keep it flowing. The culling is blocked out by the wind wall. That does not provide anything for the minion waves either. What? Some plays coming in from CLG here as they get into the base. 35 minutes in. They're going to be focusing on some kills. A great double last breath coming in from Link on his second play on Yasuo. A rough game to start. Counter Logic Gaming able to turn it around mid-game in the objective fights, play the game they want in rotations, and right now they're going to be back and forth before they take down the Nexus, but they do. 14-6 in 35 minutes. Counter Logic Gaming takes down Complexity.
Yeah, a rather wacky game.
Yeah, it's a good one for it. Good word.
It seems like CLG would have been in control because they're saying, all right, late game composition, just wait for Complexity to make a mistake and we will capitalize. And in that sense, it worked.
Yep.
But as far as being a late game composition, you never want to fall that far behind. It is an incredibly uncomfortable situation to be in. But when all is done, when all is said and done, CLG finds the weakness within Complexity, caught them at the Baron Pit, completely turned the game around, and after that point, executed cleanly, and still won pretty quick, 35 minutes.
Definitely a game that CLG had to be worried about. Complexity kind of the underdogs that are taking out a lot of the Titans right now, and for this win to happen for CLG means big things. They move on to play Cloud9 later today, so this will help that momentum. We kind of talked about, could this be a trap game? And it almost came to that.
I feel like it was definitely a trap game, the way CLG opened.
Yeah.
Being down 2,000 gold incredibly early, the way Link was super aggressive early game, the way they were just flashing in for a lot of, for that early game gank in the bottom lane, what Dexter did. And then the fact that they were down 6,000 gold at one point during the game, all things pointed to trap at that point, and like Complexity was going to surprise them. It's not the way it worked in the end, though.
Baron's really the friend of Counter Logic Gaming coming in on this one, and then kind of pushing themselves into a 1-3-1 when they didn't really have anything, but noticed we're way stronger than all of their lanes now. Let's formulate this. They kind of pulled back from what they were originally doing, and it worked out perfectly. Again, Seraph played a type of game where he could play off the ball, didn't need too much help from the team, and everything came together in the end.
Yeah, but you can see the way CLG is wrapping up their gear right now. They're not exactly pleased with their performance.
Right. They're one of those games.
They're
absolutely
contented. They're like, all right, we made it through this one. Let's make sure we regroup before our next game of the day, which is a huge match they have up between Cloud9. Not many big smiles there. Obviously, even more sadness on the Complexity side because they feel like they had that game in the bag.
The first pick, Kassadin, again, has worked out well for them. But as you mentioned in the beginning, Link's one of those guys who doesn't mind if he's going up against Kassadin. We saw that in the early play. He said, no, I died here. And it seemed like he was still okay with that. Played the lane the way he usually plays it and came out big in the end.
Yeah, quite honestly, the Yasuo against Kassadin lane is something that can be traded back and forth. It's more about the way the team fights would play out. CLG, if they let Kassadin through, always bring a sufficient amount of lockdown. And the fact they had the Lee Sin right into the Yasuo to get that on the Kassadin, they're going to kill him, which is why they let it through.
Well, all right, let's send it over now to Dash and Zyrene, who are joined by a member of the victorious Counter Logic Gaming.
Thanks, gentlemen. We want to welcome Link to the desk from a victorious CLG. You guys fought back from a bit of a deficit there, and I just kind of want to start from the very beginning, champion select. You've said it before, you're okay with playing against Kassadin, and you guys let it through. But the Tristana ban came in place of that. So can you kind of give me some of your thoughts on why that was?
So Double Lift and Afro, they don't really have that much experience for the Tristana matchup, so they just wanted to ban it. It's kind of annoying to play versus, and it's one of those heroes that if it gets to late game, it's one of the best, champions in the game that scale, and it's really hard to play versus because she has, long range, she has an escape, and she has great peel. For the Kassadin ban, we expected them to first pick Kassadin. We just didn't expect them to ban out like literally every single mid laner. So it was a pretty good drafting phase with them.
Yeah, you had a really great game on Yasuo there, and every time CLG has come up against Complexity, you guys are 0-3 against them, but you guys don't really pull away until the 20-minute mark, and sometimes have a really big gold deficit. You gave up first blood in the mid lane, but you recover from that. What does the shot calling become like when that happens and you guys are behind?
When we're behind, we're always looking to make plays and trying to figure out our lanes. Unfortunately, our lanes in that game were kind of bad because we should have 2v1 because Renekton beats Shyvana and then their bottom lane pressures our bottom lane with jungle pressure. And then I shouldn't have lost mid, but the jungle gank happened and that's kind of my fault. I just didn't respect the 3-minute 30 mid gank. And I should have known because I knew where he started. So I just kind of got greedy and wanted to go for a kill. And because of that, the kind of mid-game kind of snowballed, but what happened was they gave up drags when they shouldn't have. They should have contested all of them, and we got 2 drags when they were ahead and they had control. But I think Westrise used TP a bit early, and then we had Seraph with TP, so that allowed us to secure some dragons. And because of that, we were able to keep in the game, and we kind of knew that we outscaled because of their builds, and they were all like itemizing for armor. But in reality, we have a lot of hybrid damage. So.
Absolutely. I mean, definitely when you have a late game scaling composition like the one that you have. What is the mindset in the 3-1 or the 1-3-1 kind of split push that you guys did after you had secured the Baron and you finally got to that power spike that you were looking for?
We knew that we can win our silence with Baron buff because of just the amount of stats that it provides. Shyvana could pressure Renekton really easily, and I can beat the Kassadin. And because of that, we needed to get every single outer tower. And it was just kind of a slow and steady game, and we wanted to make sure that we don't get pressured by TP. Because say we happen to group 5 mid with Baron buff, then what would happen is Kassadin and Renekton would just go split top and bottom, and then we won't be able to do anything about the pressure because they have double TP, right? So we have to play this 1-3-1 game until we can slowly pressure them into their base, and then once we're finally strong enough and we get the waves just good enough, then we can group 5 and just end the game.
Yeah, and you guys had a really great turning point at the Baron. We're going to get a replay up on your screen really quick here. I want you to walk me through this because you end up with a perfect steal at the end.
Yeah, it was kind of funny because everyone was like, we don't want to get into 50-50, but we got Baron low enough, and then Dexter just kind of left us, and then I just happened to be aware of what was happening. And at this point, all we're doing is we're just pretty much trying to pressure everyone. And then Kassadin comes in, and we all see him, and we get a free pick off. And basically, that was the catch. And then we just keep chasing, and we try to get kills. And then Robert dies here, I think. Yep. And then we just go for Baron, and then it's just over and over again. Yeah.
It's a really long fight. He ends up TPing back in to re-engage you guys.
Yeah, exactly. And, Elise is here, and we're all just like, Double, why are you on the wrong side? Double needs to come over here because he's useless without W. And we're getting pressured, and he's like, all right, we're coming over, and we're just trying to kill people left and right. And it's just a really chaotic fight because we're all trying to peel off, and we're trying to go on. Kassadin reses, and then I think he comes back eventually too. And then Westrise is in front of our faces, and we're trying to kill him. And then we managed to get the Baron buff, and then that's it.
I mean, that was just an absolutely insane fight, but that is the fight that allowed you to pull off that 1-3-1 that you were talking about and kind of take control of the game, get the map back into your favor. The next thing I want to talk about is moving through the game. We saw a little bit of a 2v2 top lane at about 27 minutes that you took. What is it that allows you to roam the way you do? On a champion that with his mobility, what's the confidence factor that goes into that kind of a split push on Yasuo?
You just have to know what your power spike is, and I was looking at Kassadin's items, and he only had one really big item that was Rod of Ages. He had stats on the Glacial Shroud and the Seeker's Arm Guard and the cooldown reduction boots, but for the most part, we were a lot stronger, and I knew because I think I had IE at that time, so I had pretty much 90% crit chance, and that's really just. It's a crazy amount of damage.
Yeah, and we're going to get a replay on your screen really quick. Walk me through this. It's the top lane fight where you and Dexter end up with a kill at the end.
Okay. So I see Probably go on me, and I see Elise. And Elise is too far to do anything right now, and Probably's already at half HP. And we see Elise, and we're going for a catch. And I know that he's going to rappel onto me, so I just third Q. And then I ulti him. And Dexter comes in with a perfect kick, and then he knocks them both up. And then I follow up with my own knockup, and then we just kill them both.
Dexter placed a ward over the wall, and he's like, nope, I'm just going to flash it.
Yeah.
Instead of ward
absolutely. But that's what you're talking about, knowing the limitations of your champion, having the confidence to split push in that scenario, and knowing that you'll win that fight.
Yep.
From there, we went and saw another Baron fight, right? And you actually had an amazing play where Dexter decided to leave the Baron, called for the fight, and Kez came over the wall. So was that an individual a decision by you, or was that called for, that you would go on to Kez, wait for his smite, and then you ended up securing the Baron for your team?
Well, what happened was I told my team that, all right, this is going to be a 50-50, you know, so we have to like do something about it. And then at the last second, I told everyone to burn it, but then everyone decided to just leave and fight everyone else because Double and Afro were trying to peel off and, you know, kill the frontliners who were coming in. But then they didn't see Elise, who jumped over the wall. And then at that moment, I realized that Baron was at 1.5k HP, and I was like, well, this is going to get smited. And then, you know, he jumped in, and then he smited at like 1k, I think. So it went down to 500 HP, and then I just queued and auto it, and then I got it.
Yeah, and you guys have multiple games coming up, one more later today. How do you guys prepare for Super Week as opposed to a regular week?
You really have to be on top of your game because you just have to have really strong picks overall because every team will know what you're going to want to play this week. But for the most part, we always prepare for each match differently. And versus Cloud9, we're going to be definitely, since we watched the first game, and I'm pretty sure they watched our game too, like we're both going to have info on each other. So we're just going to try to do our best and just outplay them that way.
All right. Well, I guess I'll ask a little bit more of a specific question onto the end of that, specifically against Cloud9 today, right? That's another team that we saw play very well already. Do you take into account the game that happened today, or do you just stick with the game plan that you guys had going into the day?
No, we always look at their game today because that's probably their most favorable picks. I'm pretty sure that every other team does that too.
All right. Well, I want to thank you. We have to take a quick break while we tidy up the rift for our next match, Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses. Don't touch that mouse.
Let's go, Dex Dog.
Baron is still getting hit up right now. Very, very low. It's been regenning only a little bit. Westrice in the focus of the fight. Doublet's going to be going down. No, he's going to stay alive.
Using what he can to keep himself alive. Going in onto Kaz, he has to be very careful here. He's got some slippery opponents. He's trying to fight a double pickup. 1800 HP down on Baron. They turn away. They're going to try to smite it, and it actually goes over to Ling. An early smite coming in from Kez brings it down to enough for just a Q. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading right into our next battle, Team Dignitas versus the Geniuses, who also happen to be evil. When you look at the team, you look at the strength of a team like EG, who are sitting in last place, you get an idea just how tough a place that North American LCS have become.
Yeah, and Evil Geniuses have done a lot of retooling this split. They're getting stronger, and everyone on the team is feeling better, even if the results have not been immediate. It's also important to point out they're currently 0-2 against Dignitas, but this is the first time they'll face the #1 team with their new jungler Helios.
That's right. And while Dignitas have learned the hard way what happens when you underestimate teams like Evil Geniuses.
Right, and Dignitas has some strange trends in their record. They have success early on in the week, going 7-1 in games at the start or middle of their schedule, but they're actually 2-4 in games that come at the end of the week. So this will be a game where they have the good record, and it's something they will have prepared very well. But Dig's plans, as we know, are always fluid, and the team's quick to go off script based on the other team once they get in the game.
Right. And each week, fans get to watch Dignitas battle it out on the Rift. So we caught up with the team to see what goes on before and after the games that have made them one of the teams to beat this split.
I'll get up around like 8 or 9. I'll play a game or two of solo queue, just get, my head in the game, get my fingers warm, and then, just wait for our shuttle to come.
We play CLG today, and they're a tough team. They're in the top 3 right now. On the ride there, we don't really talk about the strategy there because we already talked about it the night before. We have it written down. We know what's going to happen.
Well, you write a notepad, right?
Yeah.
You wrote down everything from yesterday?
Yeah.
That's all I need to know.
No, we know. It's in the book.
Oh, okay. It's in the book.
What happens if there is nothing written in the book?
That's what I'm going to do for World Finals. Nothing. Once we get to the studio, we just sit at our computers, watch the game, play a couple solo queues. I try to keep myself at a calm level. The most important thing is to mimic our practice to the LCS. So just try to remember, how am I feeling when I play a scrim? Okay, this is the feeling that I want to emulate when I'm playing an LCS.
This is how Kiwi Kid prepares for our LCS matches.
Yeah, Vasily.
I want this match to go how our match against LMQ went. It was a dominating performance by us, and I want that same thing to happen, but with even less mistakes.
I think today you're going to get what you wanted. CLG is a team that will 2v2 bot. So we're going to get like what we practiced the whole week on. Problem is keep track of the jungler and tell your team where you're going. And Zion, remember, just worry about the gank and remember to use your TP as effectively as you can, okay? All right, good luck, guys. I'm out.
Let me know if you need me again. I'm looking to go top. Tell me if you still need me around.
He's gonna go word right now.
I ignited Twitch.
Yeah. I'm on after him.
Here they come. This is really dangerous. Link is on the way down.
Let's meet my bot.
Here comes Link. A new challenger enters the battle. He's actually not even needed as Zion's Spartan and Cutie Pie are forced back. Counterlogic Gaming in 29.5 minutes. Take down Dignitas.
We gave away one dragon. The dive bot was whatever. Like the dive bot lost you the game.
Yeah, the dive bot lost the game.
Did you guys feel like you were that far behind? That seemed like such a desperation play from my angle.
We had a pretty poor pick and ban phase, had a really bad tower dive bottom, and it was just kind of like the basics of something that we shouldn't have made mistakes on. Seeing the fans definitely cheers me up. Everyone's kind of nice. They want to help you feel a little bit better.
Yeah. Good job, Kiwi. Good job, man.
Losing sucks, but honestly, meeting fans, they don't care if you're a loser. Because I've been through a lot of years of being a loser, so I'm all about the self.
The fact that they come out even after a defeat like that, so good to their fans. Favorite team, Dignitas, forever. Worlds this year, no doubt.
And even though losing morale is down, you just got to pick yourself up. As long as we are learning from these losses, that's what really matters.
Next time we play against anyone in general, just don't deviate from our original plan, because our original plan, we spent a week crafting. It's pretty good.
go back, we watch the games, and I know key areas to focus on and key problems that we need to fix. We're in the three-way tie for first place right now, and I know people are expecting us to lose. Like that's what all the analysts think. Like they're just waiting for us to fall under, and I won't accept that.
Most interesting thing from the story is last year we wouldn't have gotten the same story out of Dignitas. It was more turmoil, more back and forth, the wins and losses. But now they're saying same thing that the LMQ says is don't deviate from the plans. If the top teams don't do that, they stay on the top.
Yeah, and Scar definitely seems to have made a very smooth transition from mid laner to coach. Even the pregame prep talks.
Absolutely. So let's check out the starting lineups as we get into this one. On the blue side, it's going to be Dignitas. In the top lane is Zion, Spartan, Crumbs is in the jungle, Shifter in that mid lane with I'm a Cutie Pie at 80 carry, and Kiwi Bowl on support.
Yeah, and then against them is the Evil Geniuses on the red side. Inox in the top lane, Helios in the jungle, Pobelter in mid, Altec on 80 carry, and Crepo on support.
You know, they're talking a little bit about Helios lately. He's been quite unique in his picks, brought out a little bit of the new that we also saw from LMQ, and that style of play has kind of catapulted CLG a bit. There's a new revitalized feeling to that team a bit.
Yeah, this EG team, as far as feeling revitalized, is great, but they're very clearly, at least perception-wise, well improved and above the bottom three teams.
Yep.
Yet, the question will be, all right, but who can they beat? Can they beat Dignitas, TSM, LMQ, CLG, Cloud9? Maybe. They still feel weaker than those teams. So in order for these changes to add up into success, like Altec being an 80 carry, he's had some great games. Helios has had some amazing early game pressure. But it has to transition into victories, otherwise it's not necessarily worth anything.
And EG is a team that is somewhat good from playing from behind. They can do what they can to keep themselves in the game. If Altec starts getting those fight kills, like we said, then it takes off. It kind of needs that Helios in the beginning, and they've been getting it. That really helps for them.
Yeah, Helios is known for as soon as they get one gang, he's just like, all right, easy game, we win.
Here we go.
Not always the case.
I like that. Talking to Crepo at one point, Helios speaks in absolutes, just very set in his ways, and that's the way it's going to happen. But things have been working out, and obviously some things don't. We'll see if it works out this time with the Cassidy and Kale band coming out easily from the side of Evil Geniuses. A Twisted Fate and an Eve here is a little bit more mid-focus is hit.
Yeah, definitely the game where we're going to be seeing Kale banned away. We had a real abnormality in our first game with Kale not being picked or banned. This is more like it. For the 4.10 patch at least. Next week in the LCS will be on the 4.11 patch with the nerfed Kale. Have to reevaluate whether or not she remains banned. Nunu.
He does get banned out. A little too much of a composition style that Dignitas doesn't want to deal with, getting dove all over the place and having their jungle controlled. Something Helios loves to do. He'll even die for that first blood. He has to. Going headstrong into the turret. Ziggs gets taken out. Shifter is actually hit pretty decently with those few picks in the mid lane, but he still has quite a bit to have fun with. I've seen him on the Orianna lately. His Syndra as well. Not too shabby.
Yeah, his Ziggs numbers are just so insanely impressive. He actually hasn't died on Ziggs.
No.
So it's a pretty good ban.
9 deaths altogether.
Yeah.
The least across North America and Europe. Like Zyrene said earlier, Helios already has accrued more deaths there at 12. And the Inox gets a Gragas. Gragas for himself.
Top lane Gragas. The continual top lane pick of teams on the losing side. It just seems to be this trend that has happened. It's only been a couple of Gragas victories in competitive play, but he is all over the place in solo queue and in the minds of top laners because of how well he lanes and the things he can do in the mid game, being a really great tanky utility damage dealer that just do everything from the top lane. And of course the Kog'Maw will be a standard staple this week.
With all those mid picks, or rather I should say bans, the Lee Sin gets through. So Comes will be making an impact out of the jungle on this. But will it be to that top lane? Will it be to the Kog'Maw, which we've seen carry a few games in a row now and be able to take that late game into his own favor as the carry king? Very quick picks from EG and kind of slowed down, but the Syndra gets locked in again for Shifter that last play, 9-1 and 3.
He is a great Syndra, something with a very long engagement range. EG is just going full late game here.
Boom.
With the Rise and the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, not even a thought in the lock-in again.
It's a pretty tricky lane for Pobelter to navigate, though. Might have to go Catalyst first against Syndra. at risk of getting bursted down. Or they could pull a fast one on us, put Gragas mid lane, Rise top lane, and have the tankier guy there to sustain the Cinder Burst. Could actually happen. Inox does play a lot of champions.
This is also interesting because that might be Zion Spartans. Just thinking about it.
Zion Spartan might have to, yeah, he might be playing that Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Right? Especially since they haven't locked in the Elise yet. They could do the old trickery. They decide against.
Not tricking. They do get the Jax though, something that Zion Spartan can be his own army with on the other side of the map. He loves to do that, and like Scar was saying, I kind of give credit to that as well, knowing when to use your TPs. I think Zion has a good control over that, knowing when to be somewhere, when to not.
By far the most feared Jax.
Yeah.
In the jungle Gragas, by the way. Or what the heck are they doing? Yeah, it's a jungle Gragas actually, with Renekton top lane.
Leave it up to Helios.
Absolutely. So I mean, jungle Gragas is something we saw a little bit of a while ago.
Right.
But we have not seen it since really the big Gragas changes. This will put a little curveball in the game.
Each one of his lanes kind of brings that long range stun up. I mean, you can slice and then W with the Renekton, but everybody, if you slow him with that barrel, you got good potential coming in for the ganks. The ults don't necessarily not synergize with the Gragas ultimate because you're just locking people up, so pretty sweet composition coming in for EG.
Renekton, it's like they baited out the Jax pick at the last second. Right. They're like, all right, we can play Jax against Gragas potentially.
Bam.
Whoop. Renekton, really good in lane against Jax.
The mind games. It starts from champion select. Let's take a quick peek at the fan vote over at lolesports.com. Currently, Dig is sitting and leading Evil Geniuses with 79% of the vote.
Yeah, but however this jungle Gragas goes, keep sending those picks to @LOLesports and use the hashtag DIGWin or EGWin to show us who you are supporting throughout the game.
So a very interesting game. We will be keeping an eye on that jungle Gragas and who he really tries to fuel. It doesn't seem like he's going to be doing for himself. That's a I'm getting every lane snowballed kind of jungler.
I really want to see the way Helios plays it because he is an in-your-face jungler.
Yeah.
Gragas is pretty good in the early game, should be able to sustain up in the jungle. The build path is still going to be a question mark, probably going to go with the Spectral Wraith just for clearing power, but that's not the way people have been playing him in the top lane. Top lane, they go Rod of Ages into Iceborne Gauntlets. Is he going to do the AP jungle item into an Iceborne Gauntlets? I really don't know how he's going to be playing that.
Well, one thing is for sure that if EG does, Dignitas doesn't want the fight, I was right with EG. I don't even know what I'm saying now. I was watching the screen load. If EG doesn't want this fight, then they can Tidal Wave and they can Gragas ult.
Yeah.
They can easily disengage anything.
A lot of mini knockups to help protect Altec's Kog'Maw.
Moving into the game, Spell Thief's Edge on Crapo to the Relic of Kiwi Kid. Also, we'll keep an eye on that Kog'Maw getting sustain lane. Something we've been seeing a little bit of back and forth. Last game had a Braum. We'll see Shifter on the Syndra in mid. Pole Belter wanted to be trying the Rise out, talking to his friends over in Korea and seeing what the deal is and going for it again. 1, 2, and 10 on that last time, so not huge, but they were able to beat Curse.
I'm definitely going to be paying close attention to that Helios jungle.
Yeah. Ooh. Especially to see how Crumbs kind of reacts to this, because now...
That's going to be a flash.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kiwi Kid so brazen with the way he plays Braum early game, knowing that whoever he catches with that, he thinks he can take down. I think that's 721 health with his rune and mastery set up already.
Just like Clayke said, listening to those comms and Observer of Dignitas. It's just the most fun to listen to, and I'm sure Kiwi Kid was saying some crazy stuff. I'm just going. I'm going in. We're doing this. He loves to play like that. Looks like they got the wards that they wanted, Jet. They're going to freely set up here on the bottom side. Very interesting play from Helios. Not figuring out what he wants to do yet. He knows people are in his jungle.
Yeah. Will we get the standard lanes as well? I mean, this Pobelter versus Shifter matchup. We've seen them go late game in the past with this Rise. When they played against Curse, they had the Rise and the Kale. And Pobelter had a very painful laning phase, which he transitioned out of well. But the Cinder is going to be equally as painful.
This is going to be huge. That kind of stinks for Helios to not be getting a blue buff. If you can't make it over there in time, you're going to have the back from Zion Spartan. He will lose the lane if he doesn't get up to Inox after this bye, but we'll see. A little tricky start here.
Oh, man. Kiwi Kid took a little bit of XP there from Crumbs, so Crumbs will not be hitting level 2 off of this. Greedy little Braum right there. Or a mistake because Crumbs smited rather early.
See how it affects. Helios didn't actually seem too bad.
Yeah.
Single Gragas, single Rad. Gets it with half HP. He's chugging a few potions on that one. And we already see Crumbs coming out with the pink and the green to start this game out with the help of his team there as they start. They figured they could get a nice early lead. Crumbs heads down to his red buff. Helios is going to get a free blue for himself.
This would be a potential danger for him, exactly, because there's a lot of lane pressure from Shifter right now, and since they're not invading the jungle side that has a support to help them, only because Inox was pushed up so heavily, he has to come down and help him, which will give Zion Spartan some breathing room and create just a 2-for-2 buff exchange.
So in all of that play, the buffs,
not much
like you said, just exchanged out. Now we start the game. Inox versus Zion Spartan in the top lane. Inox doing a great job of actually getting into melee range to build up his Fury, and now he wants to push that ASAP. Getting it locked down for himself. We'll see if he can get any kills with the help of Helios coming up to the top side of that. Like we said, every lane coming out here with a good amount of crowd control to give Helios access to even better ganks.
Yeah, and the ganks from Helios should be pretty effective. There's a lot of CC tools on Gragas. We've seen him as a support, as a top laner. Maybe a mid laner before the rework. I've seen some people do a post rework. It works okay, but definitely now as a jungler. Just got spotted by that ward. That could be killer here.
A very big push up by I'm a Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid, but you're right. Crumbs is reading this like a book with the vision on that ward. The knowledge is putting him in a perfect spot, and I don't know, he backs off of this one. Spidey sense of Helios says not enough.
Yeah, something's fishy.
Or a little too much, a little too quiet. Great play by him. It actually moves towards the mid lane. A possibility on Shifter going hard onto Pobelter, but not so much. Not enough mana there to really put aggression on.
That boots start by Pobelter in the mid lane is proving to be quite effective early on in the game.
Dodging
using the
balls.
speed advantage on Shifter to not only dodge the spells of Shifter, but to get in range to use his Rise abilities and push him back a little bit. Has been very well played, but now will he have the speed to dodge the Crumbs gank?
He's had his focus on the CS. Perfect timing. You look for the CS, you go for the gank on your enemy. They get enough damage to push Pobelter out of lane. No summoners, but this is going to force Helios into the mid.
Dodging the flash, critical. You can see how squishy Rise is. Or dodging the stun. Dodging the flash.
Well, he dodged flashing as well.
Yeah.
Almost had to.
Early on is so critical.
Shifter, eyes on that siege minion. Not going to miss it. Not going to miss. Aw. Crumbs towards the top lane. 5 minutes on this. It's a nice Q out for a little more attack speed to make his way into the jungle. 6.8, 6.7. Shifter backs for the first time, and it's a Negatron cloak coming out from Pobelter in the mid lane as he knows he's going to be taking a little hurt as this lane moves.
Yeah, we were wondering how he's going to plan on surviving this lane as Rise. A lot of Rises like to get tier as quickly as possible to start piling up damage. This just means it's going to be so much later for Pobelter. That is a huge investment, building that Negatron cloak this early on in the game. It just means it's what he has to do, really, against Shifter Syndra. He's just not going to be doing much damage for quite some time.
That burst for Shifter is only 1 level away. He's going to get that as soon as he gets back to lane and a few waves in. Nice bubble. Great damage trade here as Kiwi Kid quickly throws up the Unbreakable. I guess that'd be the stand behind me. Either or.
Yeah.
Safety.
He's got them both. They're both defensive abilities. I'm really impressed with the way Pobelter's CSing early against Shifter, though. He hasn't been getting hit by any of his harass, and he is up early on Shifter despite the gank from Crumbs. And here's Helios. There's that lockdown on Crumbs.
Oh,
Crumbs going to beat him to the spot,
Very
though.
close. He's got... No, he does not. He has a sweeper on him, so he's going to try to hide. He's hiding. It worked.
Not hiding very well.
You need to get that safeguard up soon. Uh-oh. That was fantastic. It's like, I have a ward. Don't follow me. I'm just going to jump over.
What a play by Pobelter, though, to auto-attack the dragon.
Yeah.
Knowing Crumbs was going to have to wait a while on that safeguard because he safeguarded to a ward earlier. Oh, Inox.
Going hard on Zion Spartan. The flash is out. He flashes back on. Consistent damage and DPS coming from Dominus. He gets the W hit. Follows up with a call to me.
That's that surprise from Champ Select. right there with the Renekton into the Jax, baiting Zion Spartan into that Jax, being able to punish him early as well with the pickaxe and the 15 CS advantage. Inox coming up pretty big, and this was just a straight up fight. Zion all in Inox as Inox was level 6. So yeah, Inox is just going to turn around and kill him. That is generally what Renekton does.
Full Fury W, gets a regular Q on, that's all he needed. Very nicely done for the extra damage.
Yeah. Big time overconfidence there from Zion Spartan. Kind of playing as if he had a jungler with him when he very clearly did not, because EG just saw Crumbs at the Dragon Pit.
And Zion Spartan, he thought he was coming into a different matchup altogether until he was faced up against Renekton, so he's been trying to, he's been trying to grab a little bit of a lead. Dignitas, map control still in their favor as they move for the Dragon.
Yeah, look at the wards around the Dragon Pit. They put an emphasis on the early Dragon. Helios, unable to do that. He's gone with the Spirit Stone very early.
You may be able to get this yourself over the wall.
They should be able to get the blue buff, actually. Dignitas did not do a blue buff invade of their own after the Dragon. They're going to move for it now because they're sensing the Pobelter is up to some funny business.
Wait a minute, Rise just ran out of lane up. So we're going to go ahead and steal this away. Shifter getting this nicely. Crumbs, level 4. So Helios is level 6. Now he just hit level 5, but not really wanting to be in too many big engages. He will be going down quick. 35 to 27 in that respect to the jungle CS. We'll see what kind of impact as we still watch Helios coming out of the jungle with Gragas. Dignitas moving back to their own side. So far, no real huge lead in the game. And they got to be careful here.
They know Zion's flash is down. And they also didn't get spotted coming up here. So Inox draws Tower Aggro a little bit early. He looks like he's in a lot of trouble.
I was going to say they helped him, but they locked him down. It doesn't matter if you get hit with explosive cast. Pobelter stops you immediately. You won't go flying the full distance. That was pretty cool.
Hopped him into the wall as well.
Yep.
Which is one of the big things. A 3-man roam up top just to try and keep Zion Spartan in a hole. Whether or not that's worth it is actually going to be dependent on how well Inox keeps him down, because they did give up a lot of mid lane pressure there. Shifter gets about half the turret, maybe more, as Helios tries to rotate down.
So Zion Spartan gets hit up twice. EG thinking they don't want to deal with the split push game later. Soften him up a little bit, give Inox the upper hand in that lane. See if they can keep working it. So far, it's only an assist to Helios' Gragas, but they get a move on it. So far, snowballing Pobelter into his kill. Still waiting for a kill to come off on Dignitas' side, but they're staying deathless also.
Yeah. Pretty clean game from EG so far.
Yep.
I still want to see how this jungle Gragas transitions into the later stages of the game, however. Brings a lot of utility to the team. It's one of the big reasons top lane Gragas is huge. He has good base damages. They build tank, they build Iceborne Gauntlet, and he's this heavy damage, hard to kill tank that you can't get away from. It takes much longer to get to that point in the jungle, and the question will be, can he actually get that power in the jungle, or is he going to go straight AP and try to be a nerfed version of an AP damage jungler? Right. Not really sure what direction he will go.
So far hasn't got anything for himself with that assist. He's sitting on 1,100 gold, so the first buy will definitely be one.
He's going to want to finish his jungle item. He's probably going to try and jungle until that point. Something we haven't talked about is this all-tech Kog'Maw. He is one of the most devastating hyper carries we've seen when he gets into the late game, especially with that great Jinx game he had against Curse with the Pentakill. And Kog'Maw is the new hotness here in the bottom lane. All-tech seems like the perfect player to be trying to get to late game on it.
It is. Kog'Maw really, he's so much more accelerated if you know how to position, and that's one of All-Tech's main just advantages in his play. Main strengths, thank you, is his ability to position. Living Artillery helps, as well as being in range. It's easy to get yourself killed when your W turns off. You walk a little closer.
Especially with the Lee Sin in the game. Not too much maneuverability on Kog'Maw if Crumbs gets the right attack. Crumbs very, very...
We saw what happened to Candy Panda from Cotton X.
Yes,
that was crazy stuff.
One of our LCS big plays from last week. Kog'Maw's not a very safe dude against a Lee Sin.
Yeah. Scary stuff, and Crumbs is looking to make that happen. You can see him communicating with the team. There's Pobelter in mid. Pobelter feels like it's a little too quiet. He's going to go ahead and sweep out around him. 97 to 93 in that mid lane. He did finally get his tier, but he's piecing everything together right now. It's a little smorgasbord in his inventory. Finally, the junglers meet. It's a Lee Sin versus a big guy. That's Gragas trying to do what he can. Oh, the ping pong game is amazing. It is going to be followed up, but what a 1-2 punch coming in from Pobelter there and the rest of the team.
That was still a really cool combo, but the effectiveness of them the junglers are dead.
Helios.
You know, Pobelter decided to walk in and finish him off just as easily. But then let's just take another look at this. You can see Helios is a pretty beefy dude. Not falling down instantly, kick back into a stun.
And then he gets moved room prison.
Yeah,
That's
did have to burn the flash, and the auto attack is what finished him. The teleport was not needed. Really interesting development, actually. Helios going for the Spirit of the Ancient Golem. He's going full tank utility Gragas at this point. He could still do Iceborne Gauntlets afterwards, but yeah, he's going for strictly utility and relying completely on his base damages, which are still quite generous.
Yeah, be a hard man to lock down with all that crowd control reduction. There's a little bit of tenacity. It knocks the super freeze. Oh, a little too close. Toying with fire. Don't touch it, it's hot.
Trying to keep Zion away from those minions. Look at the CS differential here. Zion's still just sitting on that vamp.
Wow, he's got him doubled. Pretty much doubled.
Edge.
For the Winter's Bite onto Altac, he's left by himself right now and still staying quite even in CS, which means he was up before Crepo left lane. That's going quite well for them. Crepo himself has been on a variety of supports lately and has also still been able to work wonders with Altac. That combination is something that EG also needed with the addition of Helios.
Really reinvigorated Crepo, it feels like, being such a young, talented AD carry here.
Sometimes you just need that spark. Revitalizing in the young age. Looks like the Scrying Orb again picked up by Altac, keeping the safety on, also allowing better living artilleries to hit, and then the continuation of vision from that. So they're really synergizing a bit of things here as they build up.
Prepping for the dragon right now. EG not really in position. Inox is running down. Zion Spartan could teleport down, but the vision control is non-existent. Crumbs!
A little bit of a miss kick there. That's the disengage we were talking about before. If they want to turn it around, they can decide to stop the fight and turn it around.
A 4-0-0 rise at this stage of the game is terrifying if you're Dignitas. He's gonna probably get this dragon as well.
Pobelter played it against Curse in week 6 on day 1. He's not afraid to play the Rise. And he played it safe enough against a Syndra to come out on top. Great blocking by Helios with the body.
He is a big fat tank right there. Taking all the hits and saving the dragon. Zion getting some nice split push on right here.
What?
Can't hear over the sound of Zion hitting the
I can't hear you. 15 minutes into this, Zion gets himself some gold in the top lane. He's going to have a little bit of free farm. Never mind. That's a crocodile.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a Tiamat. He just says, get out. Front doorstep is mine. They're actually going to go for this fight. Dominus is up. And that was a lot of big damage as the Cutlass was used for a slow, but no engage for the fight.
Yeah. But,
baiting up the Pobelter.
These Pobelter Rise scariness.
Yeah.
Is going to be tricky.
That Rod of Aegis finished too, so he's
he's right on course. He managed to bypass that early game with the Negatron Cloak and then get right back on track. Yes, his tier will be a little bit slower. He's only at 206 of his 750 on the tier of the Goddess stacks. But his time will come because he is clearly very strong right now in the game. The scaling in this game will be a very interesting thing to track because it is a bit of a misnomer that Jax outscales everything. If you have crowd control to shut him down in team fights, in 1v1 scenarios, yes, he is very, very good. Almost nothing will outscale him.
Gets the stacks up, you're pretty much done.
But in team fights, he is manageable. If they can stun him or crowd control him with the Gragas, Renekton, and Rise, and even the Nami while he jumps into a fight, once his Counter-Strike is down, Kog'Maw can shred through him. And Rise, on the other hand, is like a machine gun of magic damage. He's kind of like an AD carry of mages, if that makes sense. Constantly rotating spells through, much like an AD carry would rotate auto attacks through a fight. And with the way Pobelter has started, they have 2 hyper carries to go with the Renekton, who is a mid-game laning power.
Pobelter has exceptional skill at times. Sometimes he will go off and show you that he is one of the best mid laners. Last season, I believe he was one of the players with the most unique champions played. I thought he was almost challenging himself to do it. Missing out on Kiwi Kid there.
I believe Kiwi Kid blocked that ultimate with his Unbreakable. I'd have to see it again to make sure, but I think that's what happened. And it completely saved his life right there, blowing the ultimate of Helios.
Very strong. I don't know if people have seen what Unbreakable can do, but it blocks a good amount of things.
Yep.
Seen Nami Wave go into it as well. Pretty cool stuff. 2K gold on favor of EG. Zion Spartan's looking to make up a little bit of that himself. 40 CS down in the top lane. Those 2 kills definitely put a hurting on him. And Inox made sure that it continued. Sunfire Cape for him into the TMAT so he can keep the lane pushed as well. See what EG's next plan is here. Kind of been slowing down with the Dragon down.
Yeah, they're hoping to find some kills.
They got the wards down.
By moving around. They got a couple pink wards there in the river to hopefully make their lateral movement harder to spot. Shifter and Crumbs are a little bit scared of Pobelter now. The last few times they've tried to pull off some kick maneuvers, Pobelter just killed Lee Sin. There's a frozen lane for Altec, so honestly EG is kind of thinking that they're in pretty good shape right now.
That's
Jax is contained for now because Renekton has enough armor to take him down at the moment. That could become a 1v1 problem later. It's probably what Dignitas is banking on.
Oh, very close. Kind of reconsiders that on the turnaround. And definitely, as you were saying, all those advantages, something EG has to keep in mind, too, that it doesn't get them in trouble. Because if they do bring Altec out to the party now, when he's not as powerful as everybody else feels, things can go pretty bad if they get on the AD carry quick. So with the power somewhat at the same level, they still got to worry about Altec being a little baby Kog'Maw right now.
Yeah. I mean, right now, if you're Dignitas, you got to be getting on top of Pobelter.
Yes,
you have to be finishing him off because
before
otherwise,
Kog'Maw gets big.
Otherwise, Ryze's sustained damage will be too much, and then later they will have 2 big-time priority targets where you don't kill that guy, he's killing your whole team.
We'll see if Dig makes that move. Not having enough time to activate the counter-strike as the slice and dice goes out, but now Inox trying to create the pressure in the top lane. After the blue, we've got 1 minute and 30 on Dragon, so we may see a bit of a pressure towards the mid or maybe towards I'm a Cutie Pie alone down here. So that EG can get the control for that. Very slow after Pobelter got those kills. Nobody really wants to meet with him face to face. Definitely a lot of respect from Dignitas towards EG in this game, and EG is also one of the teams that have taken down Cloud9 this season. So Dignitas has to be ready. Up to the top side, Inox getting hit up, level 13 to 12, and Zion Spartan is really taking him to town.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruin King active used there.
Yep.
And no sustained tools on Inox right now. A little surprised he didn't go with a Ravenous Hydra or a Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, he stopped out short.
To help sustain himself back up if he's doing trades with Sound Spartan. But nonetheless, that's the way he's rolling, and it's actually hurting his overall CS. Zion was down 50 to 60, and now he's only down about 25.
That mid lane, actually still quite even. We see Shifter with a death. That brings him up to 10. If he averages 4.5 deaths, if he could, across the rest of his games, he would have to get that many to equal out his last split's deaths. He's only died 9 times. So like Zyrene said, having all that control, being able to stay in the mid lane is huge. But if he can't control the game like we just saw a Syndra do, it's going to be harder. Dignitas is really kind of grabbing right now for
This
for
is
something
a
they can get.
potentially big fight right there. Another block.
Blocked out.
Gragas ultimate by Unbreakable from Kiwi Kid.
Looks like Dragon may be in the near future here for Evil Geniuses with a few alts being down. They still have the tidal wave to disengage if they don't like what they see, and it's going to be from the underside here. Dignitas wants to pinch them up towards Syndra. We see Shifter making his way out of that position, though. They're not in position to fight.
Leo's pretty low. Pobelter flash
face to face, almost hits it, gets kicked back, but it does finalize the kill. He was able to throw down the Ignite to get that. Finally, the shutdown coming in from Shifter. He starts to put some gold under his belt. Inox is trying to move towards the fight, but he's so slow from the Winter's Bite. Doesn't finish the concussive blows coming over from Crumbs. No lockup there. Still have Helios for the smite down.
And Zion is split pushing this top lane the entire time. So this could be real bad for EG if they get the smite.
He just got on the turret. That is going to Helios. No smite was used by Crumbs. They take him down, and it looks like the fight is going to actually be chasing Kiwi Kid out. This turret gets dropped. Zion Spartan had the siege wave to assist him up here. They're going to be trading a little bit, but the pressure Zion can create may help more than this.
And in this fight, it was impressive that Pobelter was able to do so much damage to I'm a Cutie Pie, but at the end of the day, he flashed in without the support of his team. Kiwi Kid waited around to teleport. It got canceled, actually, by Zion. I feel like he would have teleported in. They could have created some nice action. Tidal Wave blocked by Kiwi Kid. He has dodged some incredibly important spells with that Braum shield.
Kiwi Kid definitely loving the Braum lately. He's played it twice in week 5, 2 times in a row. Played it in week 6. And then I believe he was forced onto Nami for his other game. So really suiting his play style of, remember when he used to play Annie, he'd flash ult every time he had it. When you're Braum, you just throw up a shield and walk right into everybody.
Yeah.
Must feel good.
Blocking those projectiles.
So we have the Infinity Edge built up on Cutie Pie, not having a huge game for himself, but enough to get a finalized item that hopefully puts himself out damaging Altec at this point. With that Triforce built onto Kog'Maw, starts to give him that speed and safety that he's so denied as a squishy little puppy dog.
206 CS. He's keeping up with the pace of the game. All the farmers of EG are doing quite well. The Helios build is just going full tank. He's not even worrying about the slight damage increase from Iceborne Gauntlet. Spirit Visage will be his next build. Really relying on Kog'Maw and Rise for their damage. It's one of those old 2-threat builds, but 2 hyper-carry threats. We've been seeing a bit of a throwback to the really old style compositions and play styles. Very recently, especially when Kog'Maw comes back. It's more about knowing he will do so much damage that you build the rest of your team with tank and utility just to enable him to do good things.
Yep. Lots of different ways. Sometimes you'll see the shields, shield protect composition, speeds up. This time it's all that lockdown to keep him safe. A lot more Nami lately as well. Sustain has been very favored in those lanes, in the duo lane. 2,000 gold for EG. Doesn't mean much right now. It's a lot on Pobelter, but he's also facing Shifter, who's now got another kill for himself at 3-1. So the mid laners putting out some damage. It's just, I'm a Cutie Pie can start matching Altec here as he starts hitting all those living artilleries and bioarcanes. EG good at playing with a lead, but can they hold it? They're a team that has been able to close games out once they get even a small one.
That was generally the storyline for them last split. But if we actually remember one of Helios' first games against LMQ, EG was up a couple kills early in the game.
That's true.
And they held that 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead for 40 minutes, lost a team fight, and then lost the game.
Yeah.
Getting picked off like that doesn't help.
Like shoot,
we'll definitely get that replay up for you guys once the action calms down, because Dignitas has potential threat around the Baron Pit here.
We already see Pobelter trying to stop the split push here onto Zion Spartan, which means the rest of the team kind of has to group together. You see him scurrying for mid. Altec out of mana can only provide just auto attacks here. That almost kind of depletes what Kog'Maw's purpose is.
So far back, almost nothing from the Gragas ultimate.
Helios single-manning this turret.
He's trying to defend it, but I mean,
oh man,
it took a whole chunk of damage.
He's kind of showing pure aggression here, trying to fake the team out, but they're not buying it. They know it's a bluff. Dignitas able to stay well within range to take this turret down in just a few. We have Crepo back though. That disengage from Tidal Wave is now there as Explosive Cask was used the first time. See that kill? Real.
Yeah.
Oh, he sets it up. Saw him coming from the ward.
Jeez.
Takes him out.
Yeah, didn't get the exhaust off in time either. He exhausted right near the end.
Yeah.
So he died and lost his exhaust.
Unfortunate. At least he didn't flash.
Yeah.
Those people that think, it's going to heal me. Flash. Yeah. Oh, I died.
The orbs followed me from the Cinder ult. No.
Still a little bit of gold, but Dignitas easily closing that gap. Wow. Kiwi Kid using the stand behind me and getting that Winter's Bite in the way. Great use of the Braum techniques, really seeing every alley or avenue that he can use to get an engage in or get some more pressure on. A minute on to Dragon. Pobelter still quite big as he starts to piece together a few more things in his build. That Frozen Heart coming out quite soon.
Definitely becoming a standstill here.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be heavily about how Zion Spartan can get going in a split push game versus how well EG can find organized team fights, because that's what they need when they only have 2 primary damage dealers, is a lot of smoothness and coordination in their team fights. They can't just have all their damage dealers doing whatever. They have to be very focused with what they do, which will mean Shifter, with his target selection, becomes very critical as well. This could be the takedown of Zion, but Jax can run a long way, pretty fast.
Oh, ultimate coming in from Bo
And Baron has been begun right now.
Yeah, the run. I'm a Cutie Pie Kiwi Kid trying to go hard on this. Kiwi Kid's taking a bit more damage. Now we got Crumbs in.
And
there's the teleport. Wait, he could get the W on. He flashed into the brush and he got it. There is going to be no teleport coming in on this fight. They have Baron down to about 4,200. Ultimate's on the outside. A crit hit coming in. Very nicely onto Crumbs for about 250 damage from Altec with that Bio Arcane on. Whew. That was a tight one, but they were able to stop the Baron attempt.
Yeah, a nearly brilliant play by Dignitas. If not for Inox interrupting that teleport, Dignitas would have had enough damage to burst down the Baron before EG got there, but because they stopped it, Dignitas is so low having to back, it cost them a turret.
A lot of attack speed coming out of that Kog'Maw. Scales so well with the W, and it also helps to take down those turrets, even if you don't have a super amount of damage built up yet. Altec still doing big things, keeps himself deathless on the map, gaining experience, gaining CS, trying to be the carry for his team. Haven't actually seen him come to fruition in his usual play just yet, but we also haven't seen him on too much Kog'Maw either. 7-4 as we now get a bit more of a gold lead. 3 of 4 dragons to Evil Geniuses, but is it enough to control the game? Halfway through the split here, we kind of talk about having that lead, being able to control it, but with only half the split left, you have to correct those mistakes. Have to be something you fix.
4,000 gold. Well, 3,000 actually. Got to get my counting right. A lot of Negatron cloaks being built up by EG, and double Spirit Visage as well. Meaning,
Syndra.
Yeah, Syndra can't necessarily kill someone right now. Altec probably, but if he gets Mikhail's partway through, they still might have enough shielding to keep him alive.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, he is a really tanky dude. You don't want to be messing with him.
Draws him in.
Maybe they do.
Another one. Oh, gets the flash kick. Shifter rocks out the ultimate. The Void Staff is finished there. It doesn't even matter that he has a Spirit Visage. Helios just dropped immediately.
Wow. Much like me, Helios thought he was a little bit unkillable right there.
Yeah,
Proven wrong by
baited right in.
Single target damage of Syndra and the fact that EG wasn't backing him up. So Dignitas had all the freedom to just burst down the full tank, low threat character because EG had no damage to support him.
So EG seamlessly now making moves that are putting Dig back in the game. Shifter's grabbed 2 kills recently off of just EG trying to move around. That last dragon, and now Crumbs meeting Helios in the jungle goes to Shifter, the guy that can carry the game. Really has done so previously for Dignitas. Farming himself up 282 to 273. Dignitas may feel like they have the chance to make some moves now. Their lanes are quite well pushed.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of difference in the way these teams build. EG is building tremendously defensive right now. Look at all the defensive items across the board. Quicksilver Sash, 3rd item on Kog'Maw, an extra Negatron cloak sitting on the support. You know, a full tank jungler, not even a thought of a damage item. When you cross the board to Dignitas, 3 offensive items for Cutie Pie, 2 offensive items for the top laner. Lizard Elder on Crumbs' Lee Sin. It's very much damage versus defense right now.
Seems like it could work in a way, but you still have Shifter, you still have Zion Spartan on damage dealers for the end. Crumbs may fall off, but he provides all the kicks that have been killing EG, so it's not mattering if he's the damage dealer. Dignitas seems to have it figured out, and like you said, EG with their builds, seems like they think they have it figured out. We have Jax in the bottom lane. I don't know if that's the focus yet. That's still held by Inox. And Baron still on the minds of these players. Still a stalemate, though. Back and forth this entire game. The CS very close across the board.
Yeah.
Giving it all in Superweek.
We've had a few nail-biters here already. COG game was, as far as COG's fans are concerned, not really a win. It counts, but they're not happy with it. The Cloud9 game was crazy in the late game. And this one is incredibly close. It's all about Zion Spartan split pushing right now. How well Inox can keep him in check. So far, it's been okay.
Yeah, Dignitas doing a lot better at some of their weakness, and that was ever from playing from behind. Usually they'd get the win, run with it, take it. From behind, they've been able to coordinate a little bit better. Come out with a bit more for shifter and control objectives with Crumbs.
Yeah, EG definitely not forcing things here. As of yet. Pobelter has got to be feeling incredibly powerful, though, with that Frozen Heart. And the extra defense from a Negatron Cloak. Jeez.
It's one thing I got to give credit for Dig for. Maybe they're not fighting. They're definitely not feeding Pobelter either, because that would probably be the case once they get into these matchups. Zion Spartan stealing away red. He's going, or his own red, I should say. He's going to be fighting down in the bottom lane against Inox, who's taking bottom turret. EG is slowly using this pressure in the mid lane to hope something happens. The push in the top lane from I'm a Cutie Pie, he's just getting himself farmed and fat. He's going to be real big soon. I don't know, EG kind of seems to, is almost not giving this to Dignitas, but allowing them to figure out what to do next.
Yeah, and it's something that Dignitas hasn't done very well this split. In most of Dignitas' victories, they are snowballed ahead and they win by 10 or 20,000 gold. Games that are extremely close or games where they're playing from behind, they have typically not done well.
Right.
So in order for Dignitas to try and grab sole possession of first place like they want to do during the Super Week, they have to be able to win games like this, or at least maneuver around opponents who have a slight edge.
Yeah, they would be able to do it too with Cloud9 beating LMQ, making LMQ 9-6 instead of that 10-5. Gives Dignitas the chance to be the sole possession leader. Let's see if they can rock that out. Zion Spartan just with a white right now, but they are looking for that win.
Yeah.
4-3 in the turrets, a very lax ward game, I would say, from what we usually see from Dignitas as well. Crumbs is usually all over that.
Yeah, well, division control hasn't been huge for them this game just because they're so afraid of EG.
Right.
And just to clarify, win here for Dignitas will tie them with COG for first.
Oh, CLG, right,
victory
yes.
over complexity. But it's still a 4-game
We're 3 games in already.
Yeah, and there will be a lot of differentiating going on, but it feels like with a loss here, being in sole possession of first would not be very likely by the end of the week.
Man, games are going so quick. Gold lead hasn't really been moved. Both teams increasing at the same rate because nobody wants to make a move.
This is really reminiscent of EG's defeat at the hands of LMQ, where they got a bit of a lead early with a really tanky jungler and then weren't able to maneuver too much because they could not get their threats in position to succeed. This could be a little bit
both
dangerous.
teams are playing to not lose at the moment.
A little bit.
Not really.
Well, they
for the
both
victory.
have their own ace in the hole late game. They
Right.
Like
Yeah.
Zion Spark is the late game Jax with split push. Pobelter and Altec for EG. But the solo laner's doing Dragon while a Baron's going down. This is just sloppy by EG. They can't stop this.
Let's get a little love for action here. We're going to get the Baron pit fight going on 35 minutes in. Helios on the outside trying to do what he can. But the Gragas on the backside of the Baron pit, everybody always talks about, does not help. It's going to be the smite down from Crumbs. Dignitas start to get a little gain on the game.
And EG doesn't even get the Dragon right there. So just a disaster. You saw a ward just die out at the Dragon pit. So EG was doing that Dragon on top of a sneakily placed Dignitas ward, I'm pretty certain. Now they go and try and close this Dragon, but it could just be more trouble if Dignitas mirrors.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Coming down, Crumbs gets the ward out. Banshee's veil is
worth
there.
it.
He can take the first attack, and they seem quite scared. Inox able to dodge out a Sonic Wave. Taking over. Dignitas grabs Dragon as well. Even more gold for them. And just see how this engage came on from the right side.
Yeah, I mean, Crepo tried to get a tidal wave. It hits one guy with I'm a Cutie Pie.
1v1 shifter, ouch.
The big thing is Zion had his full attack speed stacks when he hopped over the wall and took out Helios to make the smite steal not a possibility. That was the biggest move in that fight. Harnessing the strength of Jax.
Great job by Dignitas, putting their foot down when the time was necessary. See what they can do for the rest of the match. Shouldn't take too long from now if they can get to those inhibitors, but it's going to be tough trying to push against this team. You have Altec clearing out waves, Helios clearing as well. Not that the casts are doing the same amount of damage, but EG can definitely hold at their base. They're no stranger to that.
Yeah, and they're going to have to now because they gave up Baron and did not get a kill back on Dignitas. So it's 5 Dignitas team members with the Baron buff. EG's actually hoping to catch someone just running to lane a little bit sloppily, but they've ran in here without necessarily clearing out all the wards. They missed a pink. on their way in here, so they're not going to be catching any rogue Dignitas people around here.
Well, they use their time accordingly. The map is objective free. Nobody can push the top lane too much, so they start getting the low-hanging fruit. Outer tier turrets go down, place some more offensive wards, hopefully. And they're trying to get good clears on. They're looking for a pick. They're not pushing themselves into a dangerous situation, which is good. We heard kind of Skara talking about that to his team in the video, like, you know, don't put yourself into a situation. Do you think you're really that far behind?
Well,
EG seems like they're right in the middle right now.
Rom coming from the top if
Yeah.
Crumbs wants to continue this fight.
And that's that coordination, knowing a little too deep at this point. But Kiwi Kid looks like, I was going to say, that would be a really nice Glacial Fisher to
How
hit
long do they want to
perpendicular.
continue this chase? If Dig was in a little bit more coordinated of a position, they could get this, but you can tell EG's still running.
I thought he was going to do something crazy. I'd leave it up to Kiwi Kid to flash over the wall and Glacier Fisher. Yeah, that's not even a word. Glacial Fisher, everybody, before they can even get there. Slow
You can tell he was
movement.
thinking about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Dignitas is having a little bit of fun right now. I'm sure Kiwi Kid's comms are of the laughables. 2,000 gold now. Dignitas is taking the lead as they're split pushing each lane. 2 in the bottom, 2 and 3 in the mid. EG putting all their power on a cutie pie. Oopsie daisy.
Nice flash catch there by Pobelter. Should stop this push and basically negate the Baron that Dignitas has. They really didn't have to burn much outside of a couple flashes for that kill. So their team fight power is just as high as it would be. It means Dignitas cannot continue this push.
Slow going on this one. Looks like we're going to get the long haul in here. EG knows that they can keep themselves up with the strength of Pobelter and the disengage that we've been talking about of Crepo and Helios. Dignitas really hasn't committed to too much of these fights. Another turret went down, 6-4. It was really, overall, a lot of stalemates after one person dies from each side. Just everything kind of just stops.
Yeah, very farm-heavy game. I think the 80 carries want to be hitting that 6-item threshold.
Yeah.
Altex items are very expensive. Trinity Force.
Yep.
Even if he goes Mercurial Scimitar. Not even sure if he would finish his build with the defensive item, even because Scimitar is already a little bit defensive, or even more lifesteal in case someone were to build a very late game Thornmail when we get there.
Yeah.
Because this game is going long. It's already above the average game length for both of these guys during the split. And we do not even have an inhibitor turret down yet.
No. Quite far from that. Previous 2 times we've seen these teams played, the inhibitors have already been down, both by Dignitas' hands, but they haven't been able to make it in the base. Something we know EG from doing all the way back as CLG EU's mentality, kind of floating over here in the force of defense here for the rest of the members of, at least Crepo, I should say. Snoopy on the backside, giving the team information. Dignitas, however, using Skara as the coach, he's talking to the team every time before they go into games to kind of reset what they're thinking about. And as they discuss it, you can kind of see as they got in the car, they were even saying, you know, what are we doing last night? We're like, we wrote it down. We'll get there when we get in the game. Don't overthink it. Don't do too much of this. Do what we planned. Deviating from the normal thing has seemed to hurt a lot of the top teams lately.
Yeah, well, I don't know how you plan for Jungle Gragas. Definitely caught Dignitas a little bit off guard early on, but they've adapted quite well throughout the game. This Helios build has not transitioned into any type of meaningful damage or threat.
Yeah,
early game was all right, but now, see an attempted flank attack. Here comes Jax.
Oh, hello, Zion Spartan. Helios gets hit up. The disengage is actually dodged out quite well on that. But it doesn't look like Dignitas has the engage that they want. Hit up onto Crumbs. That's a lot of damage going on to quite a tanky jungler. Inox is now the focus. Can they get back to Altec? He's not even throwing out any auto attacks. It's only living artillery at this point. And everybody's kind of just trading long-range, low-damage abilities here.
Everybody calm down. We got a bunch of tanks in the house. Bubble, though, with Kiwi Kid.
Oh, my gosh. Still back and forth. Baron buff has has worn up. It's just about up, so it's not even like Dig is fighting with that. What a fight.
Based on that fight, I think we're going to be here for a little while.
Just a tad. Might want to pay for parking again.
There is a heavily tanked up EG team, which makes it very difficult for Dignitas to fight back. But likewise, it makes it difficult for EG to actually kill. Kiwi Kid is so good at warding off damage with that Braum.
Yeah.
Unless Pobelter can catch someone like I'm a Cutie Pie again, those fights aren't necessarily going to happen. Altec needs time to shred up more and more damage because Inox, Helios, and Crepo aren't going to be doing any.
Well, it gets difficult. The last time we've seen Pobelter get those kills have been pretty much flash rune prisons. And doing that at this point, pretty much instant death from either side of the map. Both objectives are live. Thanks for that, Gragas. And we got 4K in the gold lead of Dignitas. Really not even an item threshold or a surge in power coming from that. It could mean this fight.
The Baron catches are very real. Dignitas just saw that gold graph. It swung so heavily in the favor of Dig once they did that last Baron. They're trying to use it as much of an ally as possible. And they know that EG's damage potential is quite low, which means that even if Dignitas does a Baron and it's a little bit of a bad call, they may still have the freedom to disengage. But because they are the damage team, their Baron pressure is much higher than that of EG, which is why they actually were able to go down and sneak that Dragon while EG was posturing around the Baron, whereas when the opposite happened with the last Baron, Dignitas just straight up took it.
Dignitas doing a great job dancing around the fight. Helios, he won't take too much off of that. But Dignitas now using what used to be the bane of every game they would play is now becoming quite a big friend of theirs in this Baron attempt. They know EG may not have the coordination to get there. And with Zion Spartan getting such good flanks in to start these fights, Dignitas has really been able to take an upper hand.
Yeah, this Baron goes down fast. It's a high pressure scenario right now. Gragas Barrel does give vision though, so it's a nice scouting tool.
It's a little bit slower though. Pobelter was pushing out Zion. They have full vision on him the whole time, and Dig knows that Zion is a key factor in causing chaos in these fights. Well, back here.
Yeah, with the giant minion wave down bottom, I'm a little bit surprised Crepo chose that moment to go back. They could have definitely had some 5v4 Baron pressure. Zion Spartan is going down there without a teleport because he used his teleport to try and engage. It's a golden opportunity to force a 5v4 at Baron, or at least get some vision control back, which was somewhat squandered there by EG. Now they go.
Moving very, very quickly. This is going to spark some interest from Dignitas here. EG is trying to get onto the Baron. They do have a Kog'Maw on it with the Blade of the Rune King, but everybody else, like we said, is providing armor. Not a lot of damage. This puppy's going to go down slow. Still at 7,000 health. They've only done half HP to Baron. The tidal wave goes out with the cask as well. That is all their disengage. The engage now from Kiwi Kid. The Baron has already been stopped. Dig got what they wanted.
EG can't do enough damage to Dignitas right now. Lee Sin and Kiwi Kid are too much peel. They barely scratched EG in that entire peel off. And now they're low on resources, and Jax is back.
And EG has just funneled themselves in the mid. Dig has pretty much controlled them now into that lane, and Dig now has the side of Baron in their favor. What a little do-si-do here. Dignitas playing very well.
Yeah.
Just kind of walking EG around the map.
At this point, EG either goes into a fight with low resources or gives up the Baron. That Baron goes down incredibly fast.
Looking for the full engage. Nobody's even going to go for Baron on this when they try to stay on the fight, but they do peel off. Helios gets in, hit only a little bit of mana, and he flashes body slams to try and do what he can. EG going hard. Inox is going to fall down. Altec taking the culling to the backside. Just a few shots of the tickling, and he gets out of that one alive.
No mana on Altec, no health on Crepo. So many people flashing red, but Dignitas continues this because they can damage the Baron quickly, and EG is scared to re-engage.
Shifter with blue buff, just easily zoning everybody out with simple ball moves here. Oh, Shifter gets hit up! Pobelter flashes in again for these fights previously as well. Coming in, low mana everywhere, but they still have the chase. What a back and forth game right now.
Can he close? Pobelter's pretty fast.
Can't get any shots on that Ardent Blaze. It's not going to give him any movement speed. Pobelter should have it. A last shot, Living Artillery possibly hit. He can't get through the trees. Nobody cut down the trees.
Wow. You wanted to sneak through that. The map has not been modified yet, Cutie Pie.
Nope.
Yeah.
See that one last time.
Jeez. This open onto Shifter blew the Zhonya's early right here, and then it's all about how tanky Pobelter actually is. See?
Yeah.
Dignitas needs to focus him down and push him out of the fight. And this is what happens when a team builds so heavily defensive. You get these incredibly long fights where it's all about the threats right now. Where is Shifter Cutie Pie hitting, and where is Pobelter Altec hitting? If that culling was a little bit more in one direction, the fight's over, because they would have killed the Kog'Maw. But then with the re-engage, knowing the Zhonya's is down, as soon as Pobelter can close in a distance of Shifter, it's lights out for Shifter, and then Dignitas has to peel off the Baron. It was the bubble from Crepo that really did it for them right there.
Crepo.
What a ridiculously close fight. And we talked about it earlier, Riv, how these late game team compositions are very close to each other in power, which will make this late game so fascinating.
Fascinating and awesome. This is a great game right now. We're still at the Baron. Everybody spawns and they come back for the party. Happy 4th of July.
They might burst this down
46 minutes on it. It's going down very low.
Doesn't have very good vision.
3,600 health on Baron. Nobody's in range. Baron goes down in favor of Evil Geniuses now. Oh, baby, we got a game.
Yeah.
Baron on each side of 46 minutes. EG now holds it for the next 4. We'll see what they can do. A minute and a half on the Dragon. May not even be in their near future as they are looking for inhibitors.
Things we have to note here. Max items have been obtained by Pobelter. He can't get any stronger right now, outside of wearing this Baron buff and a blue elixir, which he doesn't actually have. That would be like a little bit of gold. Altec could still upgrade his QSS. And Shifter is at max items as well. We're kind of maxing out power right here. It's all about who wins these fights, just based on their champions at this point.
A little more on the turret. Doesn't look like they're going to give up until that goes down. So Dignitas has to consider here. Kiwi Kid, as usual, on the front line. Missing a bit of Winter's bite there, and it looks like that's going to give the enough shots here.
Yeah, some tankiness if EG wants to dive, but there's still so much damage from AmaCutie Pie. I don't think they're tanked up enough. They don't have any Thorn Mails right now.
No Thorn Mails, Glacial Fissure, Scatter the Weak. Be so big if Shifter can hit that on the front line. Great set of defense coming in here from Dignitas now that they've gotten everybody on that wall of D.
Yeah, so right now AmaCutie Pie has some low gold cost items. Static Shiv is relatively cheap. Whereas Kog'Maw's items are much more expensive if he is to complete them. The Trinity Force plus if he gets a Mercurial Scimitar. His 6-item build is more valuable than the one that AmaCutie Pie could put together. And Kog'Maw already scales stronger than Lucian. Something Dig has to keep in mind. Zion's trying to get split push going, but he has to make sure to not stray too far from the nest here, knowing EG has Baron and a lot of tanks to dive. Inox is just sitting on the turret.
Wow. Whoa, they're going to take down Kiwi Kid first. He's been the huge peel for the team. Raid Boss goes down, but they also lose Inox. That's the other side of the tank here. They did get the inhibitor. How far are they going to pressure? Pobelter's used his ultimate, and now they're just standing tall.
I mean, just the inhibitor turret even, and we saw the massive damage potential from the full ability power Shifter, Deathfire Grasp with all that other stuff. Destroyed Inox. He's trying to itemize a little bit of armor. Tough luck. Teleport in from Zion.
Slowly pushing
He's top lane.
Oh my gosh, he is top lane. Squiggy's
gotta get
going
back.
after. EG's making the calls. We need to hit the base. And Zion's going to be taken down. Inhibitor turret as well. Freely traded for the team. You can see him trying to put the pressure on. These guys have no chance to back, and that's going to take 8 seconds anyways. Again, Crumbs onto Helios. Zion Spartan gets everything he wants. He gets the leap strike, and then he pops it up with a counter strike. If he doesn't get Void Oozed, he's out of this one. Words are fun. EG loses a bit of their
Zion
base.
Spartan right there makes the most miraculous move. This is all about EG letting their minion waves get out of control while trying to overpress their Baron.
Not watching the map.
They have to respect the teleport of Jax, especially with, like, that was a minion wave that was almost big enough to take the turret on its own.
Right.
The fact that Jax was there just expedited the process. So a really good timing on the Zion Spartan teleport, and now that the split push is even more of a threat, it makes it difficult for these two threats of EG to position themselves properly, because even one of them can't kill Zion. They actually need to send both if they want to take him down, which just limits their maneuverability so much more.
I was just going to say that.
We're going to be here a while.
Dignitas gets a bit more open on the map, and EG, the late game, seems to kind of pressure them a little too much. Making a few mistakes that could have really been a solidifier for Dignitas. Now feeling strong enough to move out of their base. Obviously, they just lost an inhibitor turret, but they're feeling great compared to what EG just lost.
And if EG gets trapped into their base a little bit, which might happen with the inhibitor down, at some point Dignitas needs to be able to win a team fight against all of these really CC-focused tanks. Zion Spartan has actually been sitting on Ninja Tabi almost this entire game, but he just recently went back to base and built the Mercury Treads. We talked about late game Jax having the weakness of getting locked down in team fights. He needs that tenacity to try and prevent the Rune Prisons, the slows from Helios' Gragas, the stuns from Inox, all those things in order to team fight. And he's actually sacrificing a little bit to Kog'Maw damage, which could still shred him, but overall, he needs the tenacity.
It just synergizes so well because, like you said, he's going to be in the fight a little bit more now that they're at the base. It's going to be the rest of the team back and forth between this mid lane split push here. And this is where we see Zion really take hold. We'll be in the mid lane for a while, and then he'll just jump onto the fight out of the fog of war. Good hit onto Crepo. The calling comes out as well as they try to double up on that end.
They're
calling.
slow.
Nice ultimate, disengages once. Crepo couldn't use the tidal wave, but they will have it back, and Zion Spartan still being a threat.
Yeah, EG is kind of trapped into defending 2 spots here. Not what they want to do with the way their team is tooled. This is a very smart split push by Dignitas, as long as they execute it properly.
Almost getting the stun on, trying to get the last few auto attacks in. Very good, little bit of poke that they have. Just kind of a deterrent of chase. Doesn't really do too much damage, but it always gives EG something to think about. 7-2-1 Shifter trying to lead the team. Really on his back, has participated in 8 of the 10 kills on the map, with everybody else grabbing one for themselves. Zion doing what he can. 427 to 433. I don't even think the CS matters right now. It's what they're about to do when they get to the base.
This is a very, very critical time for EG. They are worried about the super minions, and they're getting pressed on the other 2 inhibitors. But they got a bubble on Cutie Pie.
Looking for somewhat of a perfect engage. He throws down the Fisher. Gets a few Banshee's Veils off of that, but who can they throw back? Like we said, being such tanks, they throw somebody back into the fight, and we usually just see him walk out.
Yeah, and look at that.
Oh, God.
The super minions are destroying that thing. He's got to kill fast. He has no mana. He's trying to refresh himself, and meanwhile...
Whoa! 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 Zion Spartan just hops over the wall. Counter-Strike almost in range, but Pobelter has to flash directly into the fight again. He gets taken down by Shifter. That's a shutdown in gold for him, but I don't even think he's going to have time to spend it.
Not enough damage across the board for EG to ward off super minions and the Dignitas team. 53 minutes in, Dignitas cracks the turtle.
That's going to be the Nexus turrets going down as well. 90,000 gold is what Dig had to hit before they could break into the base. 13 to 12 in 54 minutes. It's what it took Dig to take down Evil Geniuses.
Big smiles all around on Dignitas right there. In large part because they came from behind in that game.
One of their troubles this year.
They have not been good when down in games. But a good start to Superweek right there.
No, do not congratulate us, Kiwi Kid says with the head shake.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
That's 2 teams now that are kind of disappointed with their wins today.
Yeah. It ends up happening. They're not going to be happy because it's a 53.5-minute game.
Right.
But they honestly should be. They're shaking their heads. Dignitas, this is why. Dignitas is a team that when things go well, they win very quickly. They don't like to be complimented.
He's so charismatic.
Yeah. They clearly don't want to be complimented. But when things go well, they win very quickly. Where they've fallen and where they need to grow as a team is what happens when things do not go well.
Yeah.
And if it still means a victory, then they're trending in the right direction.
I don't know why he himself, Kiwi Kid, is covering his face. He has some crazy Braum plays, some alt stops. Those unbreakables, very nice. Coming in with the Glacial Fishers as well. We'll just go through all the abilities because it was a great game. He played, like we said, he played his Annie style. He didn't flash over the wall that one time. But
a little
we
bit
all
more contained.
wanted to. So Shifter, still a god. Only died twice that game, but came out huge again on Syndra. It just seems like if they know things are going to go wrong, let's help Shifter out. Get Shifter's lane going. Zion's going to get big. He'll still do his thing late game, as he did again.
Yeah.
I think he's only faltered one time, if we remember that mid push he had where he didn't really do any damage to the inhibitor turret as his team was getting taken down. Other than that, he hasn't made that mistake again.
And at the end of the day, Super Minions MVP, it kept Kog'Maw so occupied, burning all of his mana just to try and keep that Nexus turret alive. But in turn, probably needed to let it go down because they needed him on the other front.
That lack of control for the minion wave on EG was... I don't think I've ever seen that itself really be the reason the game turned for a team.
Yeah.
They were so involved in everything else in the game, they forgot one of the fundamentals.
It's the danger of playing against Zion Spartan's Jax. He always has the windows to attack.
Yeah.
And honestly, we're 50 minutes into the game by the time they let that minion wave get a little too far from one side. That happens once in the 50-minute game, and they end up losing their inhibitor.
Yeah.
So especially with the type of composition EG built, when you run a 2-threat comp and it gets that late into the game, you're really hamstrung as far as your overall utility. Yes, the Kog'Maw with those items, if they get the 5v5 team fights, are great. And we saw that during the Baron engagements. But Dignitas maneuvered very well there at the end.
Yeah, we'll have to see if EG can really stop things like that from happening. It is a super week. These games could easily be 50 minutes each time, and that's going to make everything harder. So got to get things sorted out now. A super week, especially halfway through the season, is the time you need to buckle down and get everything going. And then you, meaning all teams.
Yeah, every single team, especially when we consider the fact that the last 2 previous weeks of the LCS were the only LCS weeks ever where every team went 1-1.
Yeah.
So the level of parity that had been reached had never been higher. And Super Week is the time to break from that.
That's right. All right, to break down that battle, let's throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Riv. We're happy to have Zion Spartan from Victorious Dignitas joining us here at the desk. Pretty hard-fought win there, but I want to jump right into the beginning of the game where we saw a Gragas jungle come out. Tell me where you think that came from.
I honestly have no idea. I saw the Gragas pick, and I'm like, all right, that's probably a Gragas top. And then all of a sudden, it's a Renekton last pick. I'm like, oh, my, what just happened? Is that Gragas jungle? And we definitely didn't expect that one. But it kind of surprised us. But honestly, it felt like it didn't have that much impact in the game.
Yeah, you banned out Evelynn, and you also banned out Nunu, and then took Lee Sin first pick. What were you expecting from Helios?
We were probably just expecting the Elise pick because he's a great Elise. He likes to play that champion a lot. He puts a lot of pressure on the map. So we were surprised when he decided to go Gragas over Elise, which I think he's done really well on.
Yeah. All right, so seeing that Gragas jungle come in and then seeing the Renekton, did that change your guys' game plan at all going into the game?
We knew that if we had matched lanes that I would get really far behind, and I did. I got solo killed. That was really bad of me, and then I got dove again, so I was really far behind. We knew I'd get a little far behind, but not that far behind. That kind of threw a wrench in our plans, but we were able to pick it back up with my team got a lot of picks, and we just had really good vision control, and were able to turn it around at all those Barons, and surprisingly, we somehow didn't throw at any of them, so that's another good point for us.
Yeah, and a lot of that pressure came from Shifter in the mid lane. Like, he was going up against Pobelter, who had a fantastic Rise game from start to finish, but then Shifter kind of just clicked on and started getting picks on Crepo and all across the map. And having the strength of your mid laner, what does that do for your team, just to open up the map and do what you do best?
I think Shifter does really well on champions where he can get picks on people because he's really good at abusing the vision and things like that. So I think when he gets picks like that, that just opens up a lot of the map for us. And yeah, he definitely did a lot of work that game, along with everyone else on our team. Crumbs, Cutie, and Kiwi just really stepping up that game for me. And we just won that game as a team solidly because I was behind, but we were still able to come back, and they had a strong late game, but we just played around that really well.
Yeah, absolutely. At one point even, we watched Crepo recall, sell his gold generation item just to pick up a Negatron cloak in order to negate some of that Syndra damage. So when you see something like that, does that allow you to then build a little bit differently and kind of play your own game as he's taking the weight off your shoulders?
Yeah, that kind of, in team fights, in terms of them building a lot of magic resist, that definitely helps the AD carry out the most because they have all those Negatrons, so Cutie Pie can just rip through them. It helps me a little bit because I'm Jax, but as you saw that game, I was mostly split pushing and flanking, so I wasn't really trying to do that much damage on the champions. It's all about my pressure on the map, so I think it definitely helped out our AD carry a lot. For me, it didn't matter so much.
Yeah, and we're going to bring up a Baron on your screen, but Dignitas is actually going to take this one. So walk me through. It's about 34 minutes into the game. How do you guys walk out with this one?
Okay, so this is the Baron where they went for Dragon, so I teleported over, we immediately went for it. The calls go on Helios, don't make sure he can't steal the Baron. We got it, we got the Baron, we didn't throw, and then we just back out because we got the Baron, we got everything we wanted, and that's another point for Dignitas.
Very clean.
Yeah, we're slowly going to take away the theme that Dignitas throws at Barons. We're going to start winning games at Baron, and that's what you saw right there.
I like it. Well, that is a good way to start. Now, that is the point in the game where you start pulling everything back together. The gold lead comes back into something that you can handle, and we start scaling into late game. Now, I want to touch on team fights in the late game as we saw EG building tons of tanky items, right? Banshee's Veils across the board, lots of health. How do team fights evolve when you get to that point, right? You see all this tankiness, positioning, targeting, burst potential. Where does it start?
Okay, so the later it goes on a team fight, one missed position from even a tank can lose you a fight. So they started building tanky because they didn't want to get one shot from Syndra, and that did alleviate a little bit of pressure for us from them having less damage. But in that team fight, what was most important was just knowing the range of their carries. You know, Ryze, every single fight you saw him flashing in to root Syndra because Ryze's range is so low that if you stay back and play around the fact that he has to flash in on a carry, it's really easy to win a team fight from that. And you saw us just abusing the long range of Syndra, abusing the range of the culling to start these fights, and that's what really allowed us to just play around the fact that they had stronger late game champions.
And now
You guys are tied with CLG at the top for first. Are you guys watching the scoreboard very closely, and who are you looking out for?
Yeah, we were watching the scoreboards closely. I was a little sad that Complexity lost to CLG. I'm like, they're up 5K. They got this. They can't possibly. Oh, no.
The blue shell, come on.
Yeah, I was hoping they could pull that through. But yeah, we're definitely looking at the standings. It doesn't really matter that much because it's if we can win all our games, because eventually we're going to play CLG again. Haven't done so well against them in the LCS, but I think we'll have a better match next time. And yeah, I think it just really matters if we can just keep getting better and learning from our mistakes. So I hope we can just keep improving from that.
Final question. You got TSM tomorrow. What's the preparation look like going into that game, especially coming off of a win like this?
Well, Scar just gave us a stern talking, and he's like, if you guys lose, Reggie's going to be mod in my chat, so you guys better not make sure that happens. Better make sure that doesn't happen. So I'm really scared because when Scar is angry, nobody wants to be near him. He's a scary man, you know.
So we have another bet. Side. Is that an official bet that I just heard of right there?
I don't know. Modding him in the chat, it's not as big as a bowl cut.
No, not quite.
It's not the same extent, but you know what? It's nice to have a little friendly rivalry going between us and TSM. It makes the games a little more interesting.
Exactly. A little bit more motivation as if you didn't need it already. Well, thank you, Zion Spartan, for all of your insight. Coming up after the break, we'll be seeing what you have to say over on Twitter in a segment we call What You've Been Saying on Twitter. Then it's back onto the Rift for CLG versus Cloud9. Stay tuned.
Remember, friendship wins games. Power of love will prevail.
Position to fight.
Leo's pretty low. Pull with a flash face to face, almost hits it, gets kicked back, but it does finalize the kill. He was able to throw down the Ignite to get that. Helios gets in, hit only a little bit of mana, and he flashes body slams to try and do what he can. EG going hard. Inox is gonna fall down. Meanwhile, whoa! Zion Spartan just hops over the wall. Counter-Strike almost in range, but Pobelter has to flash directly into the fight again. He gets taken down by Shifter.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. It's Independence Day, so as you can see here, some of the pros are taking time off the Rift to celebrate with the fans over a little BBQ action. The fans love being able to grab some autographs, but the pros also get a huge boost from this OP community. Not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous that I'm not out there myself stuffing my face full of barbecue-y goodness. Maybe later. It's that time in the show where we get to open up the LCS mailbag. Earlier in the broadcast, we asked you, who is your front runner to represent the NALCS at Worlds and why? And here are a few of our favorite responses. At Looking for Allison, still got a Bay leave in TSM. With Locodoco coaching them, I think they have a great shot at snagging first place.
Yeah, I'm personally on the Locodoco motive hype train right now. Tweeting the horn, choi choi. No, get Locodoco in there. And he's actually been making the team have a little more cohesion. I actually want to talk to him later and see what he's doing with that coaching role.
All right. Our next one is at BruinsFan56 saying, I think that Team Dignitas looks pretty strong and can definitely compete with the best at Worlds.
Yeah, we just saw Dignitas there having a little bit of trouble against EG. And talking to Zion Spartan, I definitely have a lot of confidence in them and their mid laner Shifter, who on the world stage will most likely prove himself.
All right, and they pulled out that W. At Cyranos, it's going to be CLG. Alphamu's return has made their bot lane the best in NA, and their objective control this split has been incredible.
Yeah, it's really been off the hook in terms of just playing the map. No other team does as well as CLG, and they're going to go ahead and later today fight for that first place spot, sole possession of it for the day.
All right, and last up we have the official Miko. Cloud9 is perhaps the most dominant team against international competition. Once they find their groove, they'll be the best to rep NA.
Yeah, they made it to Worlds last year, went up against Fnatic, had a little bit of a setback, and now they're getting back into their groove. Saw them earlier today. If they win this next match coming up, then they'll be tied for first.
All right, well, we'll find out soon. You can still join the conversation by tweeting at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. Let's send things over to Freak and Kobe to set up our next match.
Thank you very much, Dash. And of course, happy birthday, America. I'm Yankee Doodle David Freak Turley. With me is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, a man so American, I call him Uncle Sam.
Do you?
No. Today I will, though. Today I will. We're on to our next game, of course, Counter Logic Gaming versus Cloud9. And for the boys in blue and white, they're coming off a close-fought win over LMQ today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Cloud9 used to really excel at the early game, but last game versus LMQ, they definitely had a hard time getting pushed around and had to rely on that late game to scale up. So despite Cloud9's record this season, they are a team that CLG respects most for their strategy and their in-game decision-making. And it's why they like to scrim Cloud9 so much. These teams are so close, in fact, that they've even traded players. When High wasn't able to play in the All-Star Paris event, Cloud9 turned to Link first. This respect is definitely real, but there is a danger for CLG that if you regard an opponent too highly, you will yield too much of the field to them and not play as aggressively as you usually do.
Well, aggressiveness or not, C9 and CLG have given us some of the most interesting games this split.
Yeah, remember last time these two teams met, CLG got out to that very strong early start, and High was faced with that 1v5 Penta opportunity at the Baron pit, where all of CLG were low. Even though High wasn't able to clean up the Penta, he did pick up a few kills there. Cloud9 were able to rally and take several objectives in rapid succession right after, and eventually take that win. This time around, though, that 410 patch will shake things up a bit. However, what will remain the same is that both of these teams have very intense objective focus, and we'll see if that is still there for them.
I think it's still going to be there for them. We'll, of course, see if it happens. Of course, CLG now subscribe to the theory that in League, it's important to keep your friends close and your enemies even closer. This practice has helped CLG spot a few vulnerabilities in Cloud9.
Cloud9 always has the best team decisions. When I see them, I just see them as a group of friends who are really close with each other, and they just have incredible synergy, and they've shown it throughout in the past.
C9 is one of our primary scrim partners, so we know them very well, and I think they know us very well. The consensus is that we have like a mental block on them, which is not true at all. I just play to win, and I don't fear any player or any team. We're 0-2 right now versus C9, so, and both of those games we threw with our massive lead that we had.
We got lucky maybe like once or twice against them, and they chose to do a bad push or rotation, and we outpushed them or outrotated them in that instance. So if we can keep that up, we'll likely be able to do very well.
I think the weakness right now is that the meta for them isn't favored, and that's because High's champion pool has been slowly dwindling, and Soraka has been taken away, LeBlanc has been taken away. All that's really left is the unnerfed champions, which are like the APs from back in Season 2, which is like Orianna and like TF. So players who did really well in Season 2 are going to get stronger again. But Hai is a Season 3 player, and now that his champion pool is gone, it's going to be tough for them.
Hai definitely was struggling on that TF early in the game.
Yeah, what was weird to me about that, though, is like both Link and Hai started their pro careers in Season 3. Like, he's like, oh, yeah, all the Season 2 players are good. Well, you were on a B-tier team.
Hai also made the transition from jungler to mid lane around that time, too. So.
True. But, of course, that worked out for him in this case. So let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side is Counter Logic Gaming. In the top lane is Seraph. In the jungle is Dexter. Link in the mid lane, Doublelift and AD Carry, and Aframu on support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls. In the jungle, Meteos. Mid-high, AD Carry Sneaky, and support Lemon Nation.
So it's going to be a fun one. Honestly, Cloud9 to me, even though they did get pushed around by LMQ, and LMQ looked really good, to me it looked like they've looked the strongest they have all split. To me, because of the fact that every C9 game I saw where they were losing, they just kind of sat there in the laning phase and like didn't do much, or like Meteos would come in and they get triple killed against Complexity, things like that. Whereas as I felt like earlier today against LMQ, they were actually making plays and looking aggressive, and that was the best as a team I've seen them in a long time.
Well, they were able to capitalize on LMQ's overreaching and mistake that they made when LMQ went for a dive, so it was a good reaction from Cloud9. That being said, both of these teams had bad early games earlier today. Both of these teams picked Kog'Maw and had a really bad early game, and then were able to come back late because of the scaling.
Yeah, definitely a different style of champions coming out there. Teams kind of adapting to a later game focus here. We'll see if this is still the strategy here as picks and bans come through. Orianna, Yasuo both removed away from Link here. Of course, as Yasuo was great just a couple hours ago. Ziggs and Jax away from Cloud9. Ball's actually... I forget if he's actually gotten to play Jax yet this split.
He has. He had that mishap where Westrise, he teleported right in front of Westrise.
Oh, yeah.
So yes, he has played Jax.
Okay, well, Cassin removed away. Now you've got Kale and Lulu, the two that are normally hotly contested. Also, I guess Lee Sin in that pool as well. Cloud9 could leave up the three of them and give one away and pick the next two, but those are the ones that normally pull bans in.
Kale is definitely jumping at me right now, just because it's so highly prized in that top lane. Earlier we did see, though, Cloud9 wanting a real tank from the top, going with that Mundo. And again, Lulu, the very annoying laner to lane against, being banned out instead. Maybe they have confidence that Seraph does not have enough time on Kale, and they don't think that he will have the timing.
Well, here's the funny
that champion effective.
Weird is that goes both ways as well, because we talked about this earlier today, actually. Cloud9 banned Kale last week on blue side, a champion. You see many teams having the first pick. In this case, CLG first pick's Twisted Fate for Link. You heard him talking about Hai's limited champion pool. Orianna also banned away here. Mid Kha'Zix again? Like, who knows?
Yeah, something with kill pressure, probably. Orianna is still up, and that's always a really safe one to go back to. But really, whenever you have... Oh, no, she's not. She's banned out. Haha! Whenever you do have TF, though, you want to be able to put pressure on him so that he's not able to freely teleport across the map and create pressure on the side lanes.
I wonder if Hai still knows Fizz.
Yeah, he definitely used Fizz recently, so it's still an option.
He beat a... All right, well, Lee Sin comes through. The Kog'Maw, though, as well. We'll start with these picks right here. Meteos actually now has one more champion he has wins with. It was Lee Sin up until this week, but his, I believe it was Elise, worked much better earlier today. So going back to Lee Sin, though, of course, that's one of the heavily sought-after junglers. Kog'Maw here for Sneaky.
Most teams have not been letting Meteos get his hands on Lee Sin ever since it's been brought to light that he has had such a long streak on that champion. That's where they've gotten most of their wins still. Kog'Maw again, though. These teams have we have Kog'Maw every single game so far this Super Week in North America.
It took him a patch. Or it took him a week, rather.
Yeah.
Last week we saw him like twice. Up to every game now. Renekton and Braum come through. All right, CLG making the choices.
Interesting. Going with the lane bully Renekton here so that they won't have multiple weak lanes. Because if you have 2 weak solo lanes there early, it's really easy to get pushed around, and you don't want to give up that kind of jungle control to Cloud9. As we said, they were always in their best form when they get Meteos on an early aggressive jungler and he gets to invade the enemy jungler. He's already got Lee Sin, so you don't want to have a weak top lane there, especially if you do end up in a 1v1 situation with Balls.
Oh, speaking of 1v1 situations, a solo laner gets picked up now for Cloud9. That's going to be Kale here. Is it going to be mid or top? We'll have to see. On top of that, the Morgana to keep Kog'Maw safe. So Good luck killing Sneaky with the Sisters there to just support him.
Yeah, a lot of shields there for Sneaky, so he should feel pretty safe. And a lot of Kog'Maw have been going Trinity Force Bork, which is a pretty substantially defensive build for AD carries as far as AD carries are concerned for this new patch. So even though he's not very mobile, he's got a lot of defenses to rely on so far with this Cloud9 team.
We'll see how well that guy stays alive. I mean, it sucks to never get to use your passive, but I figure going undying with an AD carry is also a good... It's 2 fantasy points for that one if you don't die at all, so...
And that Kayle pick still. Solo lane, yes. Now, early picking Kayle, a lot of teams don't like to do it if that Orianna had been up because she's so good against Kayle. But Kayle is actually strong against Twisted Fate, can shove him in. If you can continually shove Twisted Fate in from the beginning of the game with the support of Elise in jungle to know that you're free to shove, that could be a very good strategy for controlling that Twisted Fate and reducing Link's effectiveness.
I'm thinking back to the last time these guys played as well, now that Twitch and the Elise come through, because the last time these guys played, it was Sneaky's Twitch that carried the game, and Link could never reach that hyper carry on Twisted Fate. And now even if he does reach the Kog'Maw, and by the way, it's Syndra that comes through, so Syndra versus Tia for the mid lane, and it is top Kayle here for balls. You've got a lot of guys doing a lot of damage, and many ways to protect them.
Now, talking about matchups, Kayle versus Renekton is definitely in favor of Kayle, especially if she gets an early lead, because she can easily kite him. However, we don't know if we are going to see 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2 standard matchups here. It's still yet to be determined. Kog'Maw versus Twitch is interesting because SKT and Samsung actually both used to counterpick Twitch and take a Kog'Maw. Just because if Twitch opens up straight on Kog'Maw, Kog'Maw can stand there. As long as you hit your Q, he can actually trade heads up with Twitch, even if Twitch has just opened from ambush with all that attack speed.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable.
One of the few champions who could do that.
It's pretty hard. There is a way to do it. It's definitely a difficult fight either way. But yeah, Kog'Maw's sit there and deal damage ability is pretty strong. So now, if you guys don't like spoilers, watch out, because we're going to reveal who wins according to your votes on LLEsports.com right now. It's going to CLG, 57%, so fan vote.
And of course, if you were surprised by that reveal and you want to update your prediction, just tweet CLG win or C9 win to @LOLesports.
And right now, CLG is still ahead of them in the standings. Both teams picking up wins so far today. And we get a battle of arguably the 2 best bottom lanes here in North America. We talked about the fact they haven't played since 4.10. We've seen significantly more 2-on-2 lanes since the patch hit because of the dragon buffs. And this is, I think, the biggest test for both those crews. I know CLG loves the 2-on-2. They put so much faith in Doublelift and Aphromoo. But I think Sneaky and Lemon are their best opposition here.
Yeah, and these are 2 of the CLG bottom lane's favorite characters. Doublelift has been playing a lot of Twitch. Ever since 4.10 hit, solo queue, he's been mostly Twitch. Just because Twitch works so well with the double blade build.
Yeah.
And Aphromoo has been very outspoken about how much he loves Braum.
Yeah, he ranks Braum as the #1 support, actually. He put a blog out yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Where he's like, Braum's #1, then he's like, Nami and Thresh are tied for #2. Then everyone else situational. Elimination figures, Morgana's the situation.
Well, look at that. Link's out to an early start here. Burns his ghost to get that ward down.
Oh, that is all kinds of interesting. I don't think Meteor saw that. But boot start we saw from high earlier. The ghost boots I did not see.
So he's got a long time before minions even spawn. So the cooldown of Ghost being so low, we'll be back up fairly quickly here. And there is a sweeper for Cloud9 as well. So they could go really, really quickly with this invade. This level 1 from CLG, definitely practiced here.
Binding
the
hit.
Ghost to get a ward down, and then the sweeper start here from Dexter. They do get control around this blue, but Cloud9 have answered with pretty much mirrored vision.
Yeah, they are well aware of the CLG invade. Even if they didn't see them, Lemon got 5 gold for his Q landing. Cloud9 winning the fan vote now over on Twitter. We're going to see who's smarter. Twitter Sphere or the LLEsports.com group?
You know, there are probably a lot of overlap there between voters.
That's true.
Same people.
There's more vocal on one side now. Or they
No,
changed their vote after Champ Select.
The other thing about Dexter is he did start with a regular ward here on his Elise and hasn't placed it during the invade. He's just holding on to it. Everybody just using their trinkets during that early invade. Really, really tricky moves from CLG for the start of this game.
Well, looks like the dual lanes are going to meet up here right at the golem buff. Elimination helping out with Meteos, but there's the rest of the team, though. Q comes out, hits Meteos in the face. He's got to back out as I slowed Lee Sin. These guys wanted to stop the early jungle pressure.
So they delayed the blue buff start here for Meteos, and he took a lot of damage.
Well, Double took some too. Lemon's got a whole bunch of money.
Smite fight!
Q lands, Smite fight goes to Meteos, flashes out. Now can he get away though? Nice Q, but gets stunned up. This is gonna be surely first blood, and it goes to Doublelift of all people.
So Meteos gets the jungle award for getting the Smite fight win, but he burns his flash and dies for it. First blood there for Doublelift. That was paid for by 3 CS for Sneaky. That's all that they got out of that, having the Kog'Maw go to lane early.
Well, they're going to get a little bit more, though. Looks like if they don't push too fast, a couple more minions will get denied. Elimination really wanted to push these guys back. Another bind hits, but this could be the potential stun here. One hit from it. Expunge damage comes through. Got to be careful.
Yeah, first blood, not that high of a price to pay, especially since Meteos did get the experience of the first buff. It won't hurt him too much in that start. However, not having flash might be a big deal for him.
And ultimately, Dexter will get his 2 buffs anyway. He's back on his own side of the map, and he's going to be safe with this one. Gonna watch this mid lane fight instead for now. Link versus High. These guys weren't part of the early jungle antics. They've just been farming. High with a early minion lead, but...
Yeah, plus
Link
there are more minions pushing against High, so he's got even more to clean up. +1 being that cannon. Definitely going to look out for that one. See how well he can pressure Link on Syndra. Syndra is definitely the lane bully here.
Yeah.
Should be the one with more kill pressure.
Look how far back Link was playing half the time, though. He was like only last hitting with Q for like a large portion of that lane, giving a lot of respect to Meteos, who's now got the pink ward down, looking... Oh, wow. Can he really catch Dexter at red?
No, not at red. He's going to go for this Wraith Bush steal, though.
This is risky. He doesn't think Dexter's down below him right now. There's no way he'd know that. Dexter's not going to find her necessarily. He's going to repel over for the gank, though. This is not good for the dual lane of C9.
So they do have that. They do have that bush ward, but they're really far pushed up.
Oh man, they didn't see Dexter. There is no way they know this is happening.
Their ward just disappeared too.
Uh-oh, this is not going to be happy. How gets the black shield? Puts it on a Sneaky. Lemon going to put the bind on Dexter. Sneaky's still running away. Of course, the magic shield holds for long enough. The flash in. Dexter trying the summon heal keeps him alive though. C9 gets out. That was close.
Double summoners burn from Cog. He is very, very vulnerable now, though, for the rest of the game. And CLG love to focus this bottom lane. Absolutely. So we'll expect to see increased ward control down there. But up top, interesting trade. Seraph trying to go aggressive to try and curb Ball's enthusiasm.
Yeah, only trying to push him back right now. And honestly, the minions are holding very equal. So I got to say, for fighting against, you know, this practically must-pick champion. He's doing a pretty good job of holding up against it so far. Ball's arguably the best top lane in North America for a 1.5 years running. And his competition, of course, this year around, Seraph trying to hold up in that lane.
Gold card there would have caused High to take a lot of minion damage. But not so with the red. Good ward over the Wraith camp. Does see Meteos' early moves here. Seraph is out of potions, though. You know, while he has held up this far, he's going to have to burn his teleport fairly soon here if this gank doesn't work out.
Dexter goes in for it, though. Double buffs in. There's the Q landing. Auto attacks as well. Balls, can he dodge away? Oh, the flashback. Can it land? Yes, the Cocoon will hit as well. Balls has nowhere to go. He's trying to get out, but he cannot. Seraph finds a second kill for the team. Nice gank by Dexter.
Perfect timing, because Seraph was on his last red in this top lane. He was out of potions, down to half-life. Balls really wanted to keep punishing him, but great timing there from Dexter on another gank.
So look at that. Counter Logic Gaming up 500 gold right now. Mid lane, actually the dual lane as well. Sneaky, by the way, up 10 minions, actually 14 over Doublelift right now. Both of them having recalled once.
I have to say, I'm really impressed by this early game plan from CLG. They coordinated so many things to create this pressure on Meteos. And jungle pressure, keeping Meteos down, has translated into freedom for Dexter, allowing him to get both of his side lanes going, and a very good start for CLG. 2 successful ganks so far from Dexter. Meteos trying to get back ward control.
All right, now he's killed away one with the pink ward he had a little while ago. That will inform CLG that he's got one. And they might check it out. There's the first TF ult. He looks like he's going to go for the top lane there potentially. Looks for balls. Can he get out of range right now? Flash gold card going to land. Seraph still under the turret doing what he can. Walking away. That's going to be the kill picked up. Seraph survives the encounter as well. Third kill going to CLG.
Because Dexter was able to buy time for Link in the mid lane there, hitting level 6. Now even the mid lane gets to go gank, and Dexter just holds mid. So CLG loses no experience here. Good rotation from the jungle from Dexter. See if Meteos can do anything.
He predicts the juke. Stun lands. He can try to get the damage on the slow is there if his Q comes back up in 2 seconds. Seraph has to dodge his Meteos. Can he get it? Q.
Oh!
Good escape for Seraph.
Yeah, Meteos still struggling to try and clean up after the devastation that has been caused. CLG definitely making the first moves here right out of the gate. You might have laughed at that ghost from Link at the beginning to put down his ward. But ever since then, it's been CLG setting the pace of the game. We'll see if they can keep it up, because down bottom, even though Doublelift did get that first blood in the jungle invade, losing out on CS here to sneak in Lemonation. And that's with the gank from Dexter as well, burning the double Kog'Maw summoners. So strong play from Sneaky there.
Stronger play from High, though. 300 health down on a Link. Goes for the ulti, gets a lot of damage down. Ignite ticks, not going to be enough. Link gets away with about 20 health here. Dexter forced to hold the lane. Looks like he's just going to get some experience.
That was a double roam, too. The Balls and Meteos both spent time walking to mid lane here. They didn't get anything mid lane, so they're going to try. Oh, they don't even try and swing down to Dragon. They just give up on the failed attempt. So close. One more tick there. Would have been all it took.
It would have been all, but looks like it's not going to be enough then. So Cloud9, I got to say, though, despite 3 kills CLG, I do want to point the score out. They're only down 700 gold. 3 kills is worth like close to 1,400 here.
Now it's getting dangerous, though, because a Twitch plus TF combo is very, very dangerous. That is a very high pick potential for CLG. If Doublelift gets to start roaming around, anywhere he goes, whoever he opens up on has to back off, just because there's the potential for Link to come in with the Twisted Fate ultimate and back him up.
You got to be worried about that for sure. C9, definitely a team who's proud of themselves to be able to read their opponents, but see if they can get this one.
The other thing that Cloud9 pride themselves on is the focus on Dragon and the control of early Dragons. We haven't seen it go down yet. Now we're working on that towards that period where a big move by either team, taking someone out wherever on the map, could easily translate into one of those early Dragons.
Well, right now you've got a level lead. A level 6 Kog'Maw hit there. Doublelift about 3/4 of the way to 6. They've recalled again for Cutlass and Sightstone. So Afro could maybe get wards up. And there's a blue up to High as well. Maybe this is the power spike C9 wants for it.
Yeah. So down in that bottom lane, you're mentioning that level discrepancy. That's the flip side of the first blood for Doublelift. It was the early sneaky move down to bottom lane and getting that solo experience. So that's sort of the trade that happened in the level 1, manifesting itself in bottom lane.
Afro, though, controlling this right here. Elise can get into that lane pretty easily. Lemon, 30 gold for the puddle. Another ward down for Alphamu. He is very well aware of map control right now. Defensive pink ward for C9, not going to get spotted so far. CLG won't be able to slink Elise in here anytime soon. This turret's taking damage here. The recall back for Kog'Maw only gets him a phage, basically.
A lot of focus here, bottom lane, actually. Meteos hovering bottom. Dexter comes in through the lane. That pink ward, though, CLG have no idea that it's there, so
now
there we go.
Okay, that rushes back, and Dark Afro will not walk into the rush. That would reveal Dexter, so he's going to hide away. And let's see if the Elise can get in there. Lee Sin right now, Meteos is coming down the right-hand side jungle. He wants to get in and help his team out.
And he has not been seen by this ward from CLG, even though they got it up over the wall from River, not into that bush. So they do not know that Meteos is sitting there. However, direct hit for Lemonation even causes Dexter to use a sweeper because
how did they see me?
It was dead on.
Well, it's going to be 10 gold elimination and much less time wasted by Meteos. Almost there to Elder Lizard, whereas Golem's ready done for Dexter. Wards over the wall. Looks like C9 stays safe down there.
Yeah, and Cloud9 are also worried about the early dragon. You can see they peppered the dragon area with wards because they don't want CLG to sneak one of those. Dexter's already gone over that dragon wall once. They don't want it to happen again.
Looks like he won't get to just now. I actually like the move that Dexter made, though. As soon as he bought Golem, he basically went to go camp in a lane, knowing that if it fails, he's still stacking conservation. And he's not even missing that much gold. That's interesting timing, but I like it. I want to see if he does that more.
As long as he doesn't let it get over 80.
Can't even.
That is the worst feeling. Yeah.
Sit there at 80
Wasting
stacks.
time.
When I play jungle, I like neurotically check my opponent's like conservation gold, and I hope like it never falls worse than it was when it started.
Stun lands, but he's already used the rest of his combo here.
Flash stun, nice dodge. Now can you go back in though? Hai has a lot of Dark Spears on the ground. Elise gonna repel over the wall. And Hai is just very much controlling this lane. 25 minion lead right here.
So Syndra, as we said, lane bully, but also Link has already left the lane once for that gank top. So there definitely should be a lead here for Hai. Hai is doing a good job controlling this mid lane, though, as you just saw, bullying off Link. And oh, teleport comes in, 3 versus 2.
Good kick by Meteos, gets Elise actually over the wall towards the right.
Oh, Balls with the answer!
Finds a stun, Balls is there. Seraph, did he go in too far? Looks like maybe. Ignite goes down, Gold card goes towards Hai, intervention comes out. Looks like everyone's gonna block the skill shot. Seraph doesn't quite go down, though he is durable enough with that Spectre's cowl. Nothing picked up.
However, they've been able to gain control of this mid lane. Will they be able to push against this TF wave clear?
Uh-oh, stun on a High shield comes out, gold cards. Oh, the wild cards hit him. Gonna stay safe.
That cocoon landing allowed them to get enough harass to force Hai off of this turret, which translated into CLG saving the turret. Very good cocoon there from Dexter. Buys CLG some time. Only 500 gold separates the teams right now. This dragon would really tip the scales, though.
And looks like, oh, we don't see C9 coming down quickly enough. Elimination getting some vision. Double wants to sneak up on somebody. As though he's Cloud9's AD carry. There we go. Elimination puts the ulti down. Black Shield as well. Double has to flash away. There's the ulti in from Afro, though. Sneaky's got to be careful. Meteos lands the Q, gets exhausted. There's the gold card from Link. I don't know if Meteos can get this one to happen. Tries to get away, jumps out. Binding comes out as well. Dexter now low. Q lands. Oh, the cocoon. Elimination taking damage. Meteos finds the first kill. Afro gonna go down as well. Link makes it a third. And Cloud9 turns the fight around.
And no, Hai's not done here. He's chasing out Double. Does he have enough mana for the combo?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Double now on the brush. Which way does he juke? Goes downwards. High. Guesses right. Won't get it.
But he gets the slow.
One more Q and he's down.
He's got it.
Hits it. Nicely done. High makes that 4 kills in a row for Cloud9.
Now, Hai was hesitant to join that dragon fight because he was so low. Look at the HP there. Oh, you can't see the HP for Hai. But yeah, Elimination puts everything on Double. And they scare him off to the back of the fight. He only got 1 auto attack on before Meteos jumps in. Gold card, able to lock up Meteos, plus the exhaust use. Now this is the tricky part. Hai finally comes. And Meteos goes for the execution plus the double pick up there on both members of CLG. So this dragon definitely not worth it for CLG.
No.
Costing them 4 deaths in the end. As well as letting Sneaky, right now during this whole chase, you can see in the bottom mini-map there, Sneaky is farming in the bottom lane, increasing that CS lead over Double Lip. And we talked about how this Kog'Maw strategy versus Twitch, when Twitch opens on you, if you have a lead like this, Kog'Maw can stand his ground.
It's a close fight, I would say. I think Double would have to ulti to win the battle, but it's one that I wouldn't give to anyone individually right off the bat.
The only thing that would really tip the scales is Link with Twisted Fate joining the fight.
And I mean, we haven't yet seen the TF Twitch ganks. We know it's something that can happen. The best Twitches, and Doublelift, I think, would want to consider himself one of them, look for picks all the time. Oftentimes, actually, they want to kill the outer turret to sort of unlock them out of the lane so they can go make plays and snowball a solo lane. Right now, Doublelift has yet to do that this game. 300 gold separates the two of them. Cloud9 gave up 3 kills early on. Dragon went to CLG. But all the kills, all the farming they've done in the lanes, completely turn this around. Dexter still trying to make plays. Doublelift the same. Meteos gonna get slowed up, and there comes Twitch. There comes everybody. That was not where you wanted to be as Lee Sin, and down he goes.
High now, 1 versus 3.
This is the stun. I don't know why he went for that one. Down he goes. Kill easily picked up for CLG.
Whoa, a little bit of bait in there. Just everything going for CLG now. They also get this top turret. Balls doesn't know where to go defend. He can't defend top or mid. 2 Memi members of CLG, so he farms Wraiths instead. 2 turrets going down. It might even be 3 here. Both lanes still pushing. No reaction yet from Cloud9. Lemon starts to roam up. That's it.
They're pinging the mid tier 2. They're going to
Oh,
they
Ball's
can, but
gonna
it's going to be a
go.
4v1. Balls does not get stunned just yet. There we go. Puts the ulti down, but he's still got nowhere to go. Link is around, has turret aggro. One hit from Dead Q, blocked by Aframu, saves his life. Bottom lane out of turret does go down. Elimination flash ignites. Does he have the damage to kill Link? Looks like yes. He's going to trade his life. Oh my god. The dangerous game was too dangerous, and Link stays alive. Mid lane 2-2 goes down as well. +2 kills. C9 still slinking in.
Wow. Link with that +5 fire resistance has not gone down to either Ignite from High. This one from Lemonation either. So close and heartbreaking for Cloud9. Just that turn of events there. All it took was that pick from the TF. Once again, the Twitch plus TF. You can't go invading in their jungle like that. Meteos and Cloud9 pay for it with their lives as well as their structures.
High seems really on edge right now. He went for a 1 versus 3 trying to pick off Twisted Fate, and then he looked for an Elise as well.
Yeah, there's the Cocoon that misses on the stun target because he didn't expect the stun, thought he would keep moving. Aframu with the exquisite interception, and then Link also dodged that Dark Binding. He walks back in to that to the Tormented Soil for a second, even though he already has the Ignite on him. He's that confident that he wasn't going to go down, was going to get that kill on Lemon no matter what.
He had to guarantee it. He healed from dangerous game, and as you saw, he lived with about 12 HP, so that was a requirement.
Definitely was a dangerous game because he came down to single digits there.
Okay, it's Link's middle name is Danger. Austin Danger Shin. C9. Let's see what they can find. High looks for the pick. He finds the slow and an extra Q lands as well. They got to be careful though. The rest of the team is around. Top lane Outer goes down. C9, to be fair, only down 1 turret right now. Even against LMQ, they had early game deficits and found a way to crawl their way back in. 1,700 gold is not that bad.
Yeah, last time they were able to rely on late game sneaky with Kog'Maw. Might be the case once again. He's definitely doing well for himself. Definitely the bright spot for Cloud9. Once again, sneaky. And their comp is definitely built to accentuate any lead that he can get there. They've got plenty of defense for him, as long as he can bring the damage.
And so far, so good. 167 minions, 171 on High as well. 2-1 and 2 on that Syndra. Definitely a good score. 103 as well, good on Kog'Maw. So those two guys pulling their weight. Media's got to be careful. Ward over the wall. Dexter gets a stun, but not too much more. He'll have to back out. CLG is around, though. Dragon up right now.
Kale split pushing, does have teleport up.
Going on Dexter, blocked by Aframu, not enough damage comes to him. Here's TF on the other side of the fight. High takes a bunch, Dexter over the wall, and they pick off Syndra. Meteos burning down as well. He will fall. That's 2 for 1 so far. Sneaky, the Kale ulti pretty much wasted now. Still looking for damage to put out, but uh-oh, this is not good for Balls. He falls 3-1 so far. Doublelift now stealthing up, looking for something to do.
Cloud9 get picked apart. Kale, we always mention how important timing is with this champion. And having to join the fight with teleport means you're not going to be there at the crucial moment. Great job by CLG, not hesitating. And once again, jumping right in with that TF ulti, picking off members of Cloud9 before Cloud9's entire team is even able to join the fight.
That's really awesome about Counterlogic Gaming. They have been on point then the whole time, getting there at the right times.
So High, yeah, good block by Afro as well. Gets the shield up just in time. And then the Dexter Link combo right here is just massive. Flash out there from Dexter. Afro does go down, but they get 2 up on the top side, and Link is able to even swing back down. Falls in the middle here, does get caught up in the CC.
I was really impressed by the fact that Doublelift as well was able to rat-a-tat-tat over the wall the whole time. When High stunned somebody, when Aframu ulted them. It was a bunch of Twitch damage the whole way out. Now that 3-1 and 4 Twitch. Doesn't need to be Kog'Maw for long range. Really great play by him.
Yeah, it was High trying to get the advantage with the high ground there.
Yeah.
But this is not an FPS, and CLG able to use the terrain to their advantage.
And Double kills away a couple of more awards, so CLG well in control. 4.2 thousand gold up. They said, every single time they get some kind of big lead against Cloud9, they do something stupid and throw it. Cloud9, they're 2-0 in the head-to-head, but CLG once again looks so good early on. You'd think, Kale, Kog'Maw, both such great late-game champions, but Balls has not had a good time so far. 0-4-0, not the score we expect from this player. Especially in a champion.
This may be the reason why Cloud9 pulled the blue side Kale ban. Balls may not be as comfortable on as any other after the flash initiate.
Hi there, KK. Can we find anything there? Dexter 1.5 HP, Afro up to defend the team. Doublelift finds the ulti onto himself. He's got to be real careful. 3-man stun from High. And that's 2 kills picked up so far. Now into the chase they go. Meteos look for some a little bit more. Black Shield's on. Out goes Dexter. Gets away from the stun. And just the 2 kills.
Yeah, High was able to flash away from Afro's flash engage there and turn it right back around. Use that long-range Syndra stun. See how much they can get out of this, though. Cloud9, they're always looking to pick up multiple objectives after a win like that. Everybody blinking red, though. They're just going to have to be content with a single last perimeter turret here.
Nice, CLG hold the damage to 1 turret. Watch that fight again.
What a flash. As Afro's coming down from the air. Also the Black Shield timing. Got to shout out Lemonation for the Black Shield on High that blocked the Seraph stun. So High was able to block all of the stuns. And now that they're on the run, you can see Sneaky was able to deal damage this entire time. And great bindings and stuns here from Cloud9 in the back. That one
close.
Barely missing.
I gotta point out a really crucial timing for Sneaky. He hit level 11 by the time of that fight. The ulti range of Kog'Maw goes up per rank. The difference between being a level 10 Kog'Maw and 11 Kog'Maw is I can now hit your backline when you stun things, and the fact that Sneaky can help someone pick off Doublelift is really massive, actually. Oh my gosh. He's okay.
Great shot there from Meteos to reveal Doublelift. Teleport in, though, from Renekton. High does not have his teleport, or his flash left.
He's not in a good spot. Black Shield's not enough. Doublelift picks up the kill, and CLG find that first pick. 5-on-4 on the map. Only Link really took damage there.
Yeah, but what can they get after it here? They don't have much. They can try and push up this mid lane here. Link still's got his ultimate left, too, so he could rejoin them at whatever objective they decide to swing to. Plenty of ward coverage here from CLG as well. They're doing a really good job keeping up vision on the entire map, both sides of the jungle. Already, only 24 minutes in. And Cloud9 still with only 3 sweepers. Wow, while Balls has yet to switch his trinket ward out.
He's yet to get a second item either. Going towards the death cap. Uh-oh, the stun and Lemonation. He's not going to be happy. Flashes out. Black Shield on. Link goes in. And that's going to be a kill picked up on the support. Now C9 in a bad spot. Trying to get away from this one. Sneaky goes down, making that 2. Now Meteos under fire. That's going to be another kill picked up. Triple kill for Doublelift. Afro takes 1, making it not a quadra, but CLG definitely on Baron now.
Another beautiful TF ultimate from Link here. CLG are doing a really good job playing with their Twisted Fate. And Cloud9 keep on getting caught out with some member of the team not there when CLG go for the engage. This time, CLG capitalized with a Baron right after.
Absolutely great play by them. Link saw the spell up, got to choose his own destiny, and said, you know what, it's going to be to their team in the upper jungle. High pushes down the mid lane as a
So
reaction.
Syndra in the base right now is the key. Link doesn't hesitate to go for it. Beautiful TF initiation. Gets the wild cards off even as well before having to blow the Zanyas. And at that point, there's no answer from Cloud9. They're too far behind at this point.
Great picks. Awesome job then. C9 not respecting the TF engage, to be honest. That's not a place you want to be, 4v5. It's really well played by these guys. Lemonation now forced to back up.
Well, CLG are just playing this pick combo so well. They're controlling the vision, as we said right before that. They have complete vision no matter where Cloud9 are. Before, it was Meteos invading CLG's jungle, and rightfully so, CLG were able to collapse. But now, CLG are catching Cloud9 in their own jungle just because they have so many wards down. And it's a great job by them utilizing both of those ultis.
And they're going to get some more gold for themselves. I don't think you even need wards to get this one. C9 would be silly to fight you with this. Dragon up in 2 seconds, and Counterlogic Gaming ready to advance this gold lead past 7,000. C9 is going to grab buffs in their own jungle, and CLG will let them. Pretty much like give a Mother May at this point. It's like, CLG, can we grab a red buff? And Twisted Fate says, okay.
Yes, while we are doing Dragon and we're taking your blue. You may have the red.
Pretty good trade.
This purple buff for CLG is going to help them out a lot in this siege as well. Twitch, notoriously bad in sieges. They've been able to get here so quickly, though. They get the bottom turret for free.
So now look at this. 9,000 gold ahead. Counterlogic Gaming 5-3 in turrets, and they've got some time to keep this going. Link has plenty of damage output. Double's got plenty of damage output as well. Maybe going for some magic just to knock it one shot in fights, and CLG can just keep turning the screws.
So yeah, as we get further and further into this game, you know, Cloud9 are sort of corralled inside their own base with these inhibitor turrets still up. Yes, it is easier for them to defend and they won't get caught out as much. So we might see a bit of a delay in the rest of the game here as CLG, they still need picks to finish this because their siege is not that strong. So CLG may just be content to control the entire map here and increase their gold lead by taking both sides of the jungle and these neutral objectives. Might calm down a little bit here as Cloud9 sort of turtle up in their own territory. They've been caught out so many times. Cloud9 very hesitant to split up anymore.
But Hai just went by himself top lane. He's got to be a bit careful. They don't have any good way of knowing if there's a Twitch randomly waiting for him or if it's a fate to join him. So Hai...
Okay, they do split up though. Hai definitely pretty far extended here. Meteos is going to have his back.
Doesn't want to leave him high and dry.
They're going for risky plays now because they are this far behind.
Oh, stun's gonna land. Link is gonna Zhonya's in time, blocks some of the damage, but doesn't have any place to go. Q's gonna land. There's the kill picked up with the kick.
Here comes the rest of the team.
5v4, stun lands onto Hai. Here's the teleport though. They're gonna have the KO in time. Yes, they do. Hai stays alive. After goes for the knockup, and here comes Dexter now. There's double from the side, and no one's here to stop him. Elimination goes for the ulti, but goes to run away. Balls falls down as well now in the 4v5. CLG pick up 2, and C9 forced to run away.
So it was a risky play there from Cloud9. They only used 2 people for that death push though. Rest of the team not there, and CLG are able to collapse, cut off the reinforcements, and make Cloud9 pay for taking Link's life.
So have to go, and the top top tier 2 goes down as well. So Link gets caught, and it's just better for CLG in the end of it all. Baron buff about the time out of these guys, and here they go for the top inhibitor turret.
Sieging up pretty easy when you do have the numbers advantage, but the binding lands.
Meteos goes in, takes a lot of damage for that one though, and CLG just gonna back up. The respawns are here for C9, so no reason to push that towards him back.
All right, so here's the push kill. They go for the instant 100%. Oh, he's Zhonya's Meteos' first Q, so it does take a little longer to finish him off, and that time bought by the Zhonyas is all that CLG needs to collapse.
Meteos actually wastes his kick there on the TF who was guaranteed to die, so he can't disengage after or anything now.
Yeah, and Balls comes in, immediate ultimate on Hai, which doesn't block damage, so he's left without any defenses in the middle of the very beefy CLG team. It's easy for them to clean up.
And that's what happened. So Counterlogic Gaming continuing to be in the right place at the right time. Back to the mid lane they go, Baron buff up. In about 2.5 minutes. Dragon shortly after that, I believe. 30 minutes in, they're in complete control of the map.
Yeah, not only are CLG playing very well to the strengths of their own team, controlling vision and going for those TF picks, but they're also warding themselves against the strengths of Cloud9 here. Double lift with his Negatron cloak that he had very early on, so he doesn't get blown up by Syndra. It's pretty much the only thing he is afraid of, getting locked out by one of those long-range stuns, and then ultimate from Syndra. So Negatron Cloak been holding on to that for a while, and now he's even got his Infinity Edge though. So late game here from Twitch, gonna ramp up very, very quickly.
I like the build from Double Lift. Does not need Last Whisper. No one's buying a whole bunch of armor on the other side, so yeah, why even bother to buy it?
Very offensive-oriented Cloud9 team here. Yep. They have plenty of damage, so if they're the ones who actually get the jump on a member of CLG and have them on the run, it's very easy for this team to do a lot of damage from range as well.
Yeah. But you can see how confident CLG are, though. They're so much more powerful. They walk on top of a whole bunch of wards, and they just know that they've got enough teammates nearby that there's no move C9 can make. Double Lift looks for someone to clear away. Nope, no one there. Just clears this one away. And they're ready to siege top lane one more time. They've got Seraph pushing the bot lane with a teleport. Balls does not have it.
Interesting, because CLG have 2 options for their split push. They can also have Link splitting with his Flash and Ghost both available. Do a 1-3-1. But really, as we said, they're just taking everything on the map and further increasing their gold lead.
Yeah. I would not be surprised to see just have them continue to push the waves up, keep the war control, and then just turn for Baron on the respawn. and they know C9 can't easily contest that. And they can push him when Baron comes back up. There's the blue buff steal.
Yeah.
Baron in 15. They've already got the wards down. C9 has all of 1 ward in that jungle.
The booby traps are set. Dexter on the only ward from Cloud9 that was in that jungle. It disappears on him, though.
So Medius goes for the play on this one. Dexter comes on in, gets kicked up, but Dragon, Baron's up in a second, and he can repel out.
1 second, there it is.
Yep, doesn't need to. Medius is around, slow goes down on a Dexter. Medius gets stunned up. They've got to be careful this one. They go in for the fight, though. Anyway, pulls him over. The Baron pit. Medius gets back out, but Dexter now loses the flash.
Seraph's still pushing, too. Seraph did not pull the trigger on that teleport, so CLG are definitely gaining distance. This bottom inhibitor turret is pretty much just for Seraph. Dexter, though, being chunked so low, means that CLG will probably have to back off. Their pressure on Baron very low with no jungler.
All tank Seraph still gets some damage down. The inhibs do. The turrets heal slowly, but Doublelift goes in for the play there, gets the kill. Look at that when Elimination goes down. Now Link forced to be slowed. He can't get on anyone just yet. Does not flash the wall to go for that kill, but still 1 for 0. CLG keep finding the picks.
Yeah, bold pick there from Doublelift. Backed up by just the ultimate from Link going off meant that Cloud9 had to leave Lemon for dead. TF ulti down, not that big a deal for CLG as they have a lot of control over this red side. Seraph's still pushing, but he's pushing really slow with that full tank build that you mentioned.
But it's enough to pull some attention. Kalo's still down there. Balls could TP. Medios is so afraid to check this, but Baron's really low, and there's the stun combo. There's the burst damage coming out. Medios has almost nowhere to go. Flash the way he cannot take Baron. Picked up by Dexter.
Now teleport in.
Okay, just to be sure. Why not have 5 people?
Not able to catch either Sneaky or High.
Yes, they can. That's going to be a slow landing. The stun comes in, but Doublelift is there. The cast lands. High's got nowhere to go. Picked up, and Doublelift is now 10, 2, and 6.
With Syndra off the field, that will make the siege pretty easy here for CLG. They can just run right into the turret here. Balls out of position as well. See if they can actually get it before Balls even rejoins the team.
Right now, it's going to be the turret going down. The inhibitor soon to follow. 27 seconds on High's Syndra. You'd be crazy to fight this one right now if your Cloud9 Cocoon will get dodged out. Wildcards hit, though. They slowly put some damage down, but not enough to matter. And out they go. Mid inhibitor gone, second Baron gone as well. CLG looking good.
I gotta mention once again, CLG, yes, they are looking good. Afromu only missed out on 3 of the kills. He's always really, really high kill participation, even on the melee champions like Braum and Alistar. Really good job from the bottom lane of CLG this time around. Both of them with those 16 kills, yeah.
Meanwhile, Sneaky, we talked about him earlier on. He got the Kog'Maw. He's 4-1 and 3. He's playing about as well as he can. The problem is the rest of C9 is not quite holding up necessarily. We've seen people getting picked off, being in the wrong spot, or just lanes getting lost. Seraph's caught so much flack this season for being an underwhelming addition, and he's destroying compared to Balls.
Yeah, the full tank build is also working out for him because it's very safe for him to be splitting and pushing. Yeah, he can't get much distance. He can't push it very quickly, but he doesn't have to worry about his life that much. And the other members of CLG that have been around a long time, especially Link and Doublelift, this is actually Doublelift and Link's 100th game of regular season LCS play for both of them since they've been around since the beginning. And Doublelift is actually only 2 kills away from that 500 kill mark for his career.
This is the team they've only beaten twice ever, or once ever. They didn't beat them at all during summer last year.
0 times this split.
I think they went 1 and 3 in the spring split. So, a lot.
Yes, but can they close it?
Well, that's true. I mean, they're up 16,000 gold. There's a good chance that the door's on a hinge and just closing on its own, but we'll see. CLG starting to group up. Baron buff, 1.5 minutes till it's gone. But the mid inhibitor's already dead. Top or bottom could be an easy push as well, and the team's grouped up. They've done their last buys. Mercurial Scimitar done for Doublelift. Not easily stunned anymore.
Well, it's easy to stun him. It's just not easy to keep him stunned.
Okay, fair. Semantics, whatever.
See if he uses it, saves it for that one, eats the stun.
It's okay. Looks like they are not happy to push in too far. They're respecting the explosive damage output of C9, the artillery of Kog'Maw. Dexter down to half HP right there. Stun hits as well. High puts some decent damage down. And the Spiderlings are all dead now.
There is still a lot of damage on Cloud9. I mentioned all of them very heavy damage builds here. Void Staffs and Death Caps completed for both of the solo laners. So COG still have to be a little bit careful about how they go about executing this. 2-2-1 split push though. It's a bit odd, and they get some damage down on both bottom and top.
Slowly making their way through right there. High still battling up Link, and I think High would still win the 1v1. Outplays notwithstanding. So Link has to give him some respect there. Lichbane will give him a ton of turret damage though if he can find it. Binding still not quite landing. Lemon just getting gold so far. Has the locket to keep his team alive in an engage. Cocoon won't land. There's the ulti in. They're going to look for the fight right now. Nothing hit from the ult, but Balls explodes before he can cast it on himself. Down he goes, and the engage comes in for Seraph. They're forced back, but here comes High. Can he find double? No, he cannot, and another kill comes through. This is CLG's winning push right there. 3 for 0 so far.
I don't think you can leave TF open against CLG anymore. Link has just used him so well this match. You might have to start thinking differently and pick some bans.
Doublelift looking for his 12th kill, his 500th kill of the LCS. Looks like he's not going to get it. He'll have to wait for the next game. Sneaky. Oh! He gets it!
He got it!
500 kills for Doublelift. And there's the Nexus. CLG holding on to first place.
Wow! Doublelift at the buzzer for the 500.
Well, congratulations there, CLG. Actually, they own a lot of records here. I believe they were the, what was the number? I don't remember anymore, but it was like some thousand total kill in the LCS. It was Link plus Aftermoo a couple weeks ago.
It's definitely a really big win for CLG. Just, people were even discussing, do they have a mental block against this team? Well, looks like they've gotten over it if it was there ever before.
They broke them down. Very well played game. It was close for a time. They got the early kills, but the lanes were rough. The one bad dragon fight, but it did not dissuade them from continuing to keep the communications up, to keep the calls clear, to make the plans good. And they closed it out pretty convincingly. Take a bear and get map control, take a second bear and win the game.
Even with, you know, leaving this Kale through that, a lot of teams have been really highly prioritizing. CLG confident once again. They're the team that kept letting Kassadin through, and everyone thought they were crazy. And they won most of their games versus Kassadin. They've won their game versus Kale as well with some strong early pressure from Dexter.
Yeah.
To go keep Balls in line at that top lane. And Seraph played really well on that Renekton versus Kale.
I think he went unkilled that game. Went something like 9 or so assists, did a great job, held up the matchup. But you talk about that matchup though a little bit because C9, I still think, is one of the weirdest stories of this split. So you heard ClayKD talk about it in the beginning of the day, saying that they're the team that's sleeping the most. Everyone expected them to just do great this split. Everyone expected them to remain in first place, to be amazing. And they've had such a weird season where like they have a positive win rate against like the top 4 teams. Like you expect them to do well here, but like it just isn't the same. And you figure this part of the season, they've got to be back to gelling as a unit. Just something's missing now.
The game has changed a lot since the 20 whatever it was and 3 split that they had.
25 and 3. So summer 2013, summer 2014.
It's a beautiful thing about League of Legends. Constantly changing. It's a very dynamic game. Keeping these guys on their toes. It's very hard to stay on top for extended periods of time.
Absolutely.
That's why it's so impressive when a team can do it.
Yeah, I mean, you had teams like world champions SK Telecom T1K, right? One world champions, obviously a phenomenal team. Go and win the next season in Korea undefeated the entire way through. And now they're like, oh, well, they made top 8. Right, like they have such a harder time because teams can catch up. You can watch teams that are above you. And I know we interviewed C9 a while ago and they said, we like not being in first because we can watch other teams, we can learn from them. If you win all the time, you don't know how to get better. And, they can keep learning.
You only like not being in first for a little bit. Then you want to get back to
And for what it's worth, like they've been 1 game behind first the entire time, right? Like we're like, oh my gosh, C9 is only 1 game behind first. Like they were 1 game behind TSM for first most of the spring split and people still thought they were phenomenal. Certainly the level of play in the LCS has gone up.
I think actually CLG were at that game, they retain
Yeah.
sole possession of first place now.
Yeah, and they can't lose it for the end of the day. We'll see what happens the rest of the week. Of course, Dignitas could maybe catch them. Of course, guys, remember to share your favorite team fight, wombo combo, rock'em sock'em moments, all the above by tweeting at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Let us know what you thought was awesome. But now we're going to send it over to Dash and Zyrene for the lowdown on CLG's win.
Thanks, Freak. We want to welcome Double Lift after a victory over, oh my goodness, over
Cloud9.
Over Cloud9. Thank you very much. And also congratulate you on your 500th regular season kill in 100 games. You're the first player in the North American LCS to do so. How does it feel?
Oh boy, cool. That's awesome. I'm the best. I already knew that.
So humble.
Well, also another first is this is your first win against C9 this season. Why have you guys struggled against them so much in the past? And why is this the first game you guys have won against them this series?
I think, well, this year, this whole like spring and summer split, I think we've been like the primary scrim partners for C9. And they just understand the way that we play. And we have like a lot more changes in our strategy than most teams, especially because of roster problems, you know, just things get switched around a lot, and like we change the way we play. We change shot callers. We'll change the person who does picks and bans. But C9 has always gelled as like one team, and so I think they have that advantage. And people say like, oh, we have a mental block against them, and honestly, I would just attribute a lot of that to just like really unlucky like choking in LAN. We make a lot of plays we would normally do in scrims where we just end up throwing a huge lead, like an insurmountable lead to C9, and when they end up losing, we're like, oh my god, we did it again. Like we suck so bad. So it's just a bad feeling, but I think we finally fixed that problem.
All right, well, you got the win. Jumping into Champ Select, though, we saw Kale picked by Cloud9. Was that a surprise to you guys? Because they blue side banned it last week.
Actually, it was kind of surprising for us because I think Kale's kind of fallen out of favor for top lane, and especially like, C9 is not the kind of team, well, we thought that would pick Kale. We thought Balls would just play like Renekton, Mundo. I mean, he busted out Mundo today. I was expecting him to bust it out again versus us because it just seemed like a pretty logical pick for their comp at least. But yeah, they went with an early pick Kale, and I don't know. I guess they just changed up their priorities for us because we know each other so well. It's actually really smart to change to surprise the team that knows you the most, you know, and just pull out something random.
Yeah, they definitely tried something new. That was the first time that Balls has played Kale in the top lane in the LCS that we've seen, and you guys just camped it really hard, and then you let all the other lanes just be. Was that the game plan? You just saw Kale and you're like, we're going to go after that over and over again? Or was he just opportunity and he was just out there?
I think it was a little bit of both because I think Seraph knows the top lane matchup really well, and it's like this squishy 400 range Kale who's always pushing, which is like Kale's biggest issue is when she's landing 1v1, she's always pushing because, you know, you have to activate your E to start CSing. And then against Renekton, that's like a big no-no. Like it's kind of just like a champion mismatch where like Renekton's really good with ganks and Kale's probably one of the easiest champions to get ganked. And so as soon as she died once, it's kind of over because we have TF. And like after that, it's just death after death after death, and then Renekton snowballs from there.
All right, we want to take a quick look at a replay, actually 16 minutes into the game. This is where you guys managed to take 4 kills and 3 turrets in exchange for nothing. Can you walk us through this?
Yeah, sure. So right here, me and Sneaky, or the 2v2 matchup is actually not going very well. And I just do Twitch roam on Meteos because I just think he's going to come either clear our wards or go contest our red. And then I don't know why Hai's here. I think he was here to try to help Meteos, and he didn't really think that bottom lane would randomly show up right here. And I guess replay's over. This is like another part. I was fast forwarding where we end up pushing mid. So normally I would have went bottom to catch the farm after I got a kill, but my team was like, just take mid tier 2, and I was like, oh yeah, we can just do that, and I can just give up a horrible little tower like tier 1. And then like Lemon tries to make a really big play here, and I think Link lives here because of Dangerous Game, the best mastery in the game, baby. And yeah, we end up taking I think 2 towers and 3 kills right here, or like 4 kills. It was a really impressive series by us, but I think if their bottom lane had just called missing, then none of that would have happened.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay there every now and then, but I guess Dangerous Game is probably a fantastic mastery for somebody who has 500 kills in the season.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man. Just a phenomenal score. Phenomenal play by you guys all around there. Afro jumping in, supporting, and making sure that he didn't take that last Q. Just a great replay throughout. You guys ended up losing a fight and going 4-0 for a dragon in the mid game there. Like, what was the thought process?
We lost a fight mid lane. I think Link was saying, guys, I need a base to get Hourglass, which is probably one of TF's biggest power specs, if not his biggest power spec during the game. As soon as you get Hourglass, you just instantly force a fight, and not only is the enemy team unaware that you probably bought it, but it's just like the strongest item on TF. So he's like, I need a base, guys. And at the same time, there was like kind of conflicting stuff for like, oh, we can catch these guys, we can catch these guys. And he ended up having to like pour it in without having bought his Hourglass, and then we just lost the fight from there because we overestimated our strength. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons, honestly, why we lose against C9 is because we're so eager to prove ourselves that we can beat them, that we jump the gun, and we don't take it as slowly as we should against a team of their caliber.
Well, we can fast forward now to a Dragon fight where you did have those items. You were at the power spike that you needed. It's about 19, almost 20 minutes into the game. We get a nice teleport in from Link, which you can go ahead and explain to us here.
Yeah. I think... Yeah, we're all sitting on pretty big spikes right here. So I'm on my Bork, and Link has just finished his Rod. So they're funneling in probably the worst spot to play against Twitch. You see like these carries, and the reason why they're splitting up right here is because they don't all want to funnel into the same spot, but it's also really bad to split. And this is why TF Twitch is so powerful, is it splits a team comp up in situations where obviously you don't want to be split up against Twitch TF, but you don't want to be grouped either. So there's like no win here. And then Sneaky just gets kited right here. He does the right thing, which is move forward, like run away from the TF with a gold card, but there's just nothing that they can do because High just instantly died. And yeah, the power of TF Twitch obviously is, as soon as you put someone in a bad position, it's like, what do? Do you funnel into Twitch ulti, or do you split up and just get picked off by TF? There's like no win right there.
Yeah, and speaking of winning though, you guys are 11-5 right now. You guys have the most wins currently. Dig is right behind you. They played less games, but they're at 10-5, right on your heels. How does it feel to go 2-0 in Super Week at the start, and how are you guys going to close it out?
Well, it wouldn't be counter logic if I didn't think like 2-2 wasn't in the back of my mind, you know? Like I'm just hoping that we don't make a horrible mistake and just like randomly lose to LMQ and Chris for the rest of the week, because today was pretty rough. Honestly, we had a pretty hard time against Complexity, and then that C9 game was still pretty shaky. I know we have a lot to work on. So right now, any team can beat any team. I'm just hoping we can finally make a 4-0 Super Week. I think historically CLG has never won more than 2 games in a Super Week, so I hope to break that.
All right, well, with that 4-0 Super Week in mind, you've got LMQ tomorrow. What's the game plan there? How are you prepping for that?
We think LMQ is like the team that most closely copies Koreans, and like whenever there's like an OGN match and something new gets spread out. So for example, it's like Kale top lane with Kog'Maw or something. You'll just instantly the next day you'll see LMQ run that. And I think it's in part because they have so much staff on hand to like feed them information, be like, hey, this is what's wrong, this is what Korea's doing, and then they just kind of copy. But I don't know. I don't know what I think about them. At the very beginning of the season, it was like, oh my god, Xiaohui Xiao and Vasily, they're gonna be so strong. It's gonna be really scary to face them. And then now it's really not as scary. I think I got my confidence against Vasily, even though I know he's really, really good, probably like top 2, top 3 AD carry right now. I've beaten him multiple times in lane, and I'm not really as scared of him as I used to be.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, best of luck tomorrow. Thank you for all of your insight. And, of course, congratulations again on that 500th kill. We've got to take one last break before our final LCS game of the day, TSM versus Curse. Don't go anywhere. The North American LCS continues in 3.5.
Lemon, high five. Go. He did it.
Q lands. Oh, the Cocoon. Lemonation taking damage. Meteor finds the first kill. Astro gonna go down as well. Lane makes it a third.
Go.
I'm on my sit.
I can take Hogue.
Go, back up, Peter. Back up. Kill down.
Can you
Kill down.
fly?
Go Cog. No flash. Cog, no flash. Okay. Kill.
Where's he?
Cog, no flash. Cog. Right here. Oh, he flashed.
Doublet finds the ulti onto himself. He's got to be real careful. 3-man stun from High. And that's 2 kills picked up so far. And that's going to be a kill picked up on the support. Now C9 in a bad spot, trying to get away from this one. Sneaky goes down, making that 2. Now Meteor's under fire. That's going to be another kill picked up. Triple kill for Doublet.
For me personally, the first time we played against TSM, I really wanted to win. And I was pretty upset when we lost, but at this point, third time, it's kind of forgotten by now. I mean, every time I watch him play, I kind of picture myself sometimes how I would have done, but I mean, I'm cursed now. And when I play against TSM, I just want to win against any team, doesn't matter who they are.
Pull up a win here. Welcome back, everyone, to our continuing Super Week coverage. We're ready for our final bout of the day, Team Solo Mid versus Curse. Now, Curse is coming off one of the more wild games we've had this year against Complexity.
Yeah, Curse was definitely relieved to get that win, but it was definitely not a clean game for them, and they were not happy about their execution either. You know, they've been clinging to that one-game lead over the last-place teams, but this week, they've got an incredibly tough schedule ahead of them as they also face LMQ, CLG, and Cloud9. So they're definitely going to have to put in a lot of work just to keep hold of that 6th place.
And of course, speaking of teams that have put in a lot of work, TSM have been looking better and better since that. Of course, their first 3 weeks, they started out 4-4. Since then, on week 4, 5, and 6, they've had the best winning rate of anyone else.
And the teams seem to be at a loss for how to improve. But with the addition of Loco Doco, everyone has a clear idea of what they need to work on. And you can definitely see it in the results in their record. They're 4-2 since Loco joined the game. And now they're just 1 game back from that first place. That being said, there is still room for improvement. We saw Darius picking up a full AP Gragas in that top lane without much success. Darius, though, he always has been a guy who likes to put in a lot of games on a champion to master it. And he hasn't necessarily found that instant success when trying these new champions in competitive play. But he also hasn't given up on those champions. He'll return to it and try it again.
It'll get better and better. I mean, Wild Turtle started out the season not looking great. Now he's freaking awesome right now. So I'm going to see those players keep going upwards. Now we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, Team Solo Mid. Darius in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and Glebe on support.
And on the red side, it's Curse. Up top is Quas. In the jungle, I will dominate. Mid, Voyboy, AD carry, Cop, and supporting Xpecial.
So as the players filter on in, Xpecial, I got to say, you heard his interview there, and he was like, you know, when I started about it, I was kind of salty. Now I'm kind of okay about it. But it still sounded like he really wanted to beat TSM. Like, he wasn't going all the way, like, you know what, it's fun, it's water under the bridge. He's like, every time I play against them, I wonder how I would have done on TSM. It's like, that's not a player who's done thinking about his TSM years. So Xpecial, I think he's still the most emotionally charged of the players in this team.
Also, Xpecial has played Braum the last 6 games for Curse. So he's fallen into a pattern here. Anytime you fall into a pattern in League, the LCS teams will definitely look to exploit it. So they'll take that way or maybe ban it. Or let him have it and punish Braum in lane.
Sure. I mean, we saw teams that have, like CLG, like, right, we'll let you play Castrum, we'll let you play Kale. And if you get especially predictable, sometimes people are going to catch you out for that one. Honestly, though, you know, it's okay. Like, that's the old C9 way, though, from back summer 2013, spring 2014. It's okay to play the same
champion is strong, I will play it.
If you go like 20, like 34-5, like aggregate for those kind of games, like
Curse
okay.
have not gone.
No. To be fair, Curse don't have that kind of record. But you know, the summer plus spring last year, etc. of you know C9, like that game plan can work. It can. Yes, you're right that it's not worked right now for Curse, but they're putting together what they can.
With all this Mundo talk going around too, I kind of want to see Quas back on that champion. Is one of his favorites back in the day, and we keep on talking about, oh yeah, all these. Sort of fringe champions that Quas used to use that nobody else really did, and how there's an opening for all these champions now with the changes to top lane when 410. But we just have not seen him be willing to go back to those champions. He's kind of towed the line here. He's been playing the Jax and Renekton's. And
a lot of them worked out for him, some of them haven't. It's been actually funny to see how some of the teams adapt. I remember doing playoffs for spring. Teams were kind of in like 2 different scrim camps. It was like, because the teams that were across the bracket from each other would scrim each other because they weren't going to play in the bracket. And there was like the teams who were like, oh my gosh, Mundo's the best top laner now because the heal changes back then. The other camp was like, Jack's the best top laner now. And it was funny when they would meet then. Because you'd have like these really weird champion priorities about like who thought was good. Already though, apparently Braum thought is good.
There it is. Good thing I said it before we got the game.
Yeah. You know, Xpecial's played Braum 6 times in a row. I wonder if he's going to go for it again.
Pattern broken. Let's see what he defaults to after that. Sustained supports are extremely good nowadays in the bottom lane. Nami is probably the top of all of those sustained supports. because she adds so much other forms of utility to the team.
Yep.
Engages, disengages, knockups for Yasuo. Or for anybody.
Yeah, I mean, you even saw CLG ban Tristana against Complexity because they're like, the Tristana
Breaking
Yasuo.
up the synergy.
Yeah, I mean, heck, if you're going to ban something, I think it's a great ban to put up against Robert there. But Yasuo also gets removed. Voyboy, of course, known to love that champion a bunch. So they not only dropped 2 knockups, but they also dropped Yasuo himself. So they're really making sure Yasuo comps are not going to work this game.
Yeah, one of the things on 410 that I'm not particularly happy about is how really the only interesting bans come from blue side, and most of the red purple side bans have been Kassadin into Kale into either Lulu or one of these other main champions that's left open. It's pretty much on blue side to determine what the landscape of the game will be.
We'll see what it ends up being. I don't know, I'm still a fan of teams that let a bunch of them up and just pick 2 for themselves. You got 3 top tier picks. Red side gets 2 of those if no one bends them out. I'm personally not a fan of that strategy, but I understand the teams employ it, so I trust them here. Jax does come through for Dyrus, and speaking of champions, and Dyrus playing things he's played a lot, Dyrus was an original Jax player from back in beta. I don't think his win rate's actually very high on it this split of LCS, but the champion knows quite well.
Funny because I was just talking to him and he says, I hate playing the Jax and Renekton matchup. And I was like, oh yeah, when you're Jax? And he was like, from either side. Because late game, it feels really bad for Renekton if you have to split push against Jax. But early game, Jax gets wailed on. Actually, there's a lot of pressure as well on the Renekton early game because there's this expectation that you're going to pretty much dumpster this Jax early. And there's a lot of pressure drawn to your lane. Maybe junglers are going to try and interfere with the 1v1. So actually, it definitely does cause both members in the matchup to sweat a little bit. We'll see if Curse actually try and answer that matchup because Renekton definitely does have a huge upper hand against Jax in that matchup early.
Yeah, see if Quas wants to do it. I gotta figure he's used to sweating and that their logo's a flame, so like heat is normal for these guys.
That's a stretch.
I know.
That is a stretch.
So he's picking Zac, that's what you're saying. Ziggs picked up here for Voyboy in the mid lane. Hop's gonna get Lucian for himself. All the AD carries available, he wants that one still.
Lee Sin was banned out, so amazing, immediately going to Elise. I like that for them. He has had struggles of his own with jungle champion pools, and this is 410. Definitely Elise and Lee Sin still king and queen of the jungle. I'm strong to lock that one in when you do have such a volatile top lane. You want someone to be able to protect your Jax early. Elise will have pressure on the map somewhere. So even if you do sacrifice your Jax, then she should be able to get something done elsewhere on the map.
At least definitely one of the most volatile junglers. See if she can make some good ganks happen. Curse now to make their own choices. These teams have split off and basically picked one from each role. So everyone got the top tier they wanted from everywhere else. Now everyone can kind of pick their uncontested picks and just fit their comp because they know there's no more contested picks here.
The Lucian is early is kind of interesting because the AD carry pool has diversified so much, and so many people have been going with the Kog'Maw, and even Corki sometimes over Lucian. Wild Turtle especially loves Corki, loves that mid-game power spike. The hover over would tell you differently, though.
Yeah, might love Caitlyn more.
Caitlyn a bit more late game. Maybe they need just to go full late game with Jax plus Caitlyn. Curse have already got that Ziggs, though. Strong at defending versus split push teams, so as soon as the Jax is locked in, they wanted to get some sort of wave clear.
Yeah. And I like Ziggs against Jax in general. It's very easy to get the damage done onto him. He's got a block for a lot of his damage.
If you're Soaz, you like that even in a 1v1 matchup, top lane. So maybe this is a super trick by Curse here.
Hey man, Fnatic went 4-0.
Style. Yeah.
They 4-0s. You can't hit on that one too much. Morgana, Elise, Evelyn, all been picked up there. I keep getting those names wrong. I meant Evelyn. The hover on the Twisted Fate is coming through for Bjergsen. So TF, what, 3 games so far in 5? Heavy emphasis in that champion. Kate does come through, so a lot of long-range ultimates here. Try to pick people off. Hooks as well, cocoons as well. And Dyrus can just be a Jax, that's fine.
So Twisted Fate with an Elise early is pretty strong as well. Twisted Fate just in general against Evelyn, I do like that. Because even though Evelyn can sneak into a lane undetected and go for a gank, once she gets there, she's definitely extremely susceptible to crowd control. TF can counter gank Evelyn extremely well. Yeah. Not to mention even just getting vision of her, but the lockdown that TF brings when he does join the party can really turn that around. And anytime you have a team that relies on split pushing like Jax, it's always nice to have Twisted Fate to help facilitate that and shore up any weaknesses.
It's funny how much of TSM's squad, I mean, it's really only 2 of 5, is like the old best in beta champions, TF and Jax. Everyone who played in 2009 has nightmares of those two.
Oh, yeah.
And it's back. TSM playing it a little bit old school. Renekton does come through here for Quas, so no really funny business. But there's that matchup we talked about saying, you know what? It's really on Quas to make things happen, to push Dyrus down and put him in the dumpster.
Especially with an Evelynn. I mean, solo lanes already with Evelynn on the field. Got to play a little bit more defensively just by default. So Jax, if he does go for the 1 vs 1 with Renekton, is going to have to play on his back foot. Probably not anything new there for that matchup. You'd be expecting to receive a CS deficit. Lane swap's a definite possibility here.
That's true, actually.
Anytime you have a Lucian Morgana, it's very annoying to get hit by one of those. One of those bindings can really ruin your day and just destroy your whole lane.
Yeah.
Could avoid that whole situation, go for the lane swap, avoid 2 of those matchups with 1 move.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think Kate Thresh can hold up to the matchup, but you definitely got room for outplays on both sides. We're going to see what happens, of course. Now, we're creatures of habit, so let's pop over to LOR Esports and see who you think will come out on top. 84% of the vote says TSM's going to win, and I think the records kind of indicate that as well.
And of course, you can keep tweeting your votes throughout the game at LOL Esports and use the hashtag TSMWin or CRSWin. Remember that the rule for voting, some is good, more is better. And too much is just right. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, is there such a thing as too many votes?
No, because we continually tabulate them all.
I mean, the good thing is we're in America, the land of democracy, where everyone can vote and have their own opinions. I think it's only fitting you guys should embrace your freedom and vote on LOL Esports. I couldn't keep going with that one.
No, I was enthralled. Yes. Now you have to point at the camera. What can LOL Esports?
What can LOLesports.com do for you? Bring you awesome League of Legends coverage. Get ourselves into the game. Look at that one. Beautiful transition. We only saw one rise today, though. Po Belcher, the only true American
It's supposed to be, what can you do for LOLesports.com?
Vote on Twitter.
There you go. There we go.
Yay, we made it all happen. And the crowd cheering as well for their favorite players. Get ourselves going on this one. TSM flooding out of the blue side.
Oh, what in the scrying orb?
Nice.
Start here for Bjergsen. I've been pretty happy ever since all the AD carries have, you know, sort of realized that Scrying Orb is the superior trinket, and they've been getting it pretty much by 20 minutes every single game.
Yeah.
But now, Bjergsen one-ups the AD carries here.
What you confirmed?
Yeah, what you can do, though, he might break my heart here. Just use the Scrying Orb for the invade, then go back to base and sell it. However, they're not grouped up. Looks like he will be keeping it.
So far, yeah. That's going to be fun. Actually, here's the thing, actually. I thought of a thing. It is easier
what kind
to...
of thing? Is it red? Is it big? Bigger than a bread box?
No. It's actually the blue trinket. I'm just continuing on the blue trinket thing. Although Evelynn is blue and bigger than a bread box, so it's close. We should need a white champion, then we're good. We have all the colors confirmed for the American flag. But so it is difficult.
You're white.
Great, we're done. We've solved it all. No, so it's hard to award for Evelynn, right? But if you can blue trinket when she's clearing camps, you know where she is.
So you
more
just
range on blue trinket.
Yeah, you just have to guess which camp she's at. And
1 in 4.
And then you just have to keep it in your head and plan out what route she's going to go on. But yeah, that is a good point. Being able to Scrying Orb the camps. Now, Scrying Orb level 1, the actual initial version of the trinket, very short range. So I haven't actually ever played mid lane with it. Not quite sure if you can reach all the way up to double golems. He can definitely hit the buffs though from mid lane.
It's 2,500 range, so he could like almost reach red buff from where he stands right now.
Yeah, if he swings up to that side a little bit. All right, red buffs start here for Evelynn though. I mean, she will finish double buffs and level 3 down on the bottom side. Might want to get that bottom lane going quickly because bottom lane is one of the lanes that's extremely easy for Evelynn to gank. And as we said, if one of those stray bindings hits at the inopportune moment for TSM. Well, yeah, Turtle just watches that minion die. That's
They have 3 CS in the first wave.
the groan from the crowd, actually.
Glebe picks one up. There we go. Used his... Oh! The binding on a Wild Turtle.
What a shot. So the early lane phase, actually, for Glebe and Turtle, not going so hot. That is one thing that even the coach there for TSM has said, you know, this bottom lane has been stepping up a lot for TSM. In the mid game, in the team fights. The only thing left for them, though, improve on that laning phase a little bit.
One issue, though, is Cop and Special have had a pretty hard time this season, though.
It's true. That being said, you know, they are shoving in Cop and Special. So they do sort of have control of the wave. And Caitlyn always likes to work with a large minion wave because she's so strong at harassing you under your turret. Not only does she force you to try and CS under your turret, which is already a little stressful, but she's going to be adding a damage and harass while you're doing it.
One thing to keep in mind. Right now, Bjergsen and Void squaring off in the mid lane. And it's a 1 minion difference. Waves are cleared, and they're holding equal so far. Little push from Ziggs not meaning too much. Of course, I will dominate. There's pretty much no way they know where he is at this point. They've had no wards watching his paths.
Yeah, Scrying Orb was used by Bjergsen. Swing and a miss.
Yep, he saw the Wraith Camp was dead, so he was top within the last 50 seconds.
Let's see if he told Darius here. I missed out.
Ooh, level 4.
So Darius, yeah, like I said, Darius already wants to play this matchup very defensively, even without the Evelynn. But with her, he's definitely going to try and hug his turret.
Amazing on a ward, but good satchel charge.
Boba gets off the laugh as well.
Might as well.
It's always good to taunt the jungler. Make them feel bad about ganking your lane. Sometimes it just angers them, though.
And they'll camp you.
Again, though, recall for Dominate, headed back towards this top side. It might just be clearing top down, though, going from double golems. No action early. Surprised he hasn't tried to pressure mid himself either, because usually liking to pressure that TF before he even gets level 6. As of right now, Bjergsen's on a fairly good clip to hit that level 6 and go for the early gank.
5 just now. He's just a couple waves away. Interesting thing for Dyrus is he didn't back and get any potions. He got double Dorans and a longsword. So if Quas does get a good trade, Dyrus has 4 minutes till TP comes back up with no other way of gaining health. That's a pretty decent risk.
However, if he is able to stay healthy until Bjergsen hits level 6, as soon as Bjergsen hits 6, he can swing up to that top side and gank Renekton, because Renekton will constantly be pushing Jax in. He's very vulnerable to that TF answer. And if Jax gets a kill on Renekton early in that matchup,
oh yeah,
things go down poorly for Curse later in the game.
Speaking of things going down poorly, you're seeing how far back their dual lane has to play right now. Baltoro farming up nicely, 9 minion lead, and into the turret they go. Elise will not be helping them with the dive or anything, so Kopp will do his best to last hit under turret. Get some of these, miss some others.
His best is not good enough. It seems.
Get used again.
Scrying Orb once again, constantly checking race. Hey,
Dominate's right there.
Dominate says,
don't worry,
right,
I got you.
Swing and a miss number 2. I'll give you a freebie.
Gets a bunch of gold for it. I don't know how free that was. It cost him like 250 gold.
Oh, Scrying Orb, too many misses there for Bjerg. Switches over to the Sweeper.
Would you say he's crying about how bad his accuracy was?
Nope. That was an
audible no.
Emphatic no from the audience. Survey says.
Well, Quas first to 6 up here.
No, there's actually no wards for Quas either, so it doesn't even take a TF gank. It could easily be amazing going up there, but he just assumes that that Quas has proper ward coverage, does not make the trip. Amazing has been trying to catch up here in farm to Dominate, because neither of them have had success with the attempted ganks. Jax, though, Dyrus in this matchup, I don't know why he was saying he doesn't like it that much, because he's done pretty well for himself so far. Staying even with Renekton thus far is something in itself.
Well, he's going to recall once again, matching Renekton's back. Quas will not TP for that, but Dyrus still has a minute and a half to go on his. So there's a chance that Curse can rush down the dragon with the top laner advantage. Darius just going towards his phage right here and finally has potions.
And down bottom lane, the matchup extremely even. Both AD carries backing at pretty much the same time for their BF swords. So both of them going to go with the Infinity Edge later game scaling builds for the teams. And both teams fairly content actually here in the early game. I have to say, TSM should probably feel really strong about the way that this is going. They've actually got the opportunity now for TF with a giant lead to make some moves on the map. Because Bjergsen is at the point where he can start shoving the wave in and then roaming, looking for that gank. Voyboy has done the smart thing though and placed that ward in the mid lane. Yeah, he gets it. Don't worry about it.
Saw aggro it down.
Plenty of mines on the ground. He's done the smart thing though, warding this mid lane so he can see which side of the lane Bjergsen is leaking towards and call it out to his teammates.
Look at that though. Vision not even going to matter too much for these guys. Curse is completely controlling it, and there's the dragon coming through. Nicely done.
They needed that, honestly.
Yeah, because puts them in gold parity.
Yeah, being down in gold to this Jax TF combo from TSM, not exactly the way they wanted the early game to go. However, taking the early dragon, strong for Curse. See if they can make something happen in that mid game.
Both junglers up here. There's a chance for a play to be made. 12,000 each. Amazing. Gets
Dominate.
Spotted by Dominate.
Barely able to get.
So they look for the dive, but this counter gank is going to be brutal. TF already cheating over. Bjergsen wants this.
3 members. They're going to have to use the repel to dodge tower aggro because this might go south quick. See how Darius is able to counter-strike. Can he stun both players?
Here's the attempt. TF ulti using. They're like, hey, there's a person here. 3-on-3 is going to happen. Here we go. Ulti pops as well. And it's a whole bunch of damage. Dominate forced to get away from this one, but goes back into range.
Goes back
here
to the
comes
turret.
Amazing. They get the kill. Dominate gets traded back, but now Bjergsen's got to be careful. There comes Ziggs. Misses the Q. Quas picks it up for the double kill. And now Dyra's forced to get the heck away from that one. 2-1. Curse. Nicely done.
Yeah, not only did they get the 2-for-1, they forced the teleport there from Darius as well. Really, really strong answer from Curse. They saw that one coming a mile away. Voyboy gets his ulti down. And Dominate, cheating right back into turret range, was really big for them. That caused the overcommitment from Bjergsen, using both summoners and just trading kills. Double buffs there. I think Quas ended up with them on Renekton.
Yeah.
Now that's going to get real painful for Darius there in the top lane. He was having a great Jax versus Renekton early game. And now, because the team wanted to force something up there, it's kind of all gone down the drain.
I'm surprised they even went for it. They saw Evelyn. They knew Curse knew about it, with the fact that the Eve was right there waiting under the turret. Still pulled the trigger. And I mean, beautiful stuff by Curse overall. That's going to be nice for these guys. Trying to claw their way back into a good standing in the regular season. TSM now down 1,000 gold from some great plays. Let's see what else these guys can do with this one. They've got another minute and a half until TF can do something.
Yeah, Quas with not only the double bust, but completed Tiamat now. Zoning out Darius.
It's going to be hard for Darius to get out. No flash. Minion waves coming in the next 10 seconds.
Barely gets into that bush.
Okay, well, he's got a way out right now, so they can't gank just yet until the casters pass Darius by.
Yeah, you got to always watch the minion line.
He's got a ward too, though.
When ganking somebody like that.
Yeah.
Now that Darius has seen that none of these Curse minions are going to go down to the TSM minion wave, he can back off safely without even losing any experience there.
Yep.
Good safe call by him.
Good stuff so far by these guys. Darius comes back to the lane in time. Evelyn's still waiting around. Dominate with the pink ward down there. Looks like no dive available. Quas is winning the damage trades. Darius down to half HP right now.
Yeah, as you can see, that's one of the big reasons why Renekton so heavily wins this matchup. His W active empowering his attack to go straight through Counter-Strike, and you can even get off a Q. Just completely unanswered harass right there.
Voyboy did not have the best start to this mid lane. Bjergsen was actually beating him by 15 minions or so, but that has turned right back around. Voyboy's holding nicely here. Athene's already done, though, if you're Bjergsen. Not yet for Void, though.
Amazing with another half-hearted gank here, coming through the bush. Not able to get anything out of Voyboy. Even a satchel charge this time.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of those Elise ganks, people will go all the way around and come from the upper side of that ledge to try and get off that long-range cocoon from the Fog of War.
Yeah.
No go, though.
And here's the interesting thing is actually Curse is better set up to snowball farther ahead. Dominate finished his gold generation item before Amazing, so he's getting gold off of Conservation Blizzard Elder. Special with the Frost Fang. Matched the Sightstone already, just gets more gold generation than a Relic Shield here. And so like just the laning phase actually is just nice for Curse here. A bit of a slower game, still going to be nice for these guys. Dyrus wanted to bait a fight, can't do it. He's going to stay in the lane for a bit longer. They're still within 3 minions though, and the buffs have timed out. So aside from the double kill, that hasn't made the lane go any worse. That goal just sitting there not meaning anything really.
I think it's just, you know, once again, another testament to Dyrus in this matchup. However, going aggressive here. Now he's tipped off.
Well, he's not no flash for another minute though. Can't quite set up the dive just yet, but at least still not around. Curse don't know about that though. Ulti's up for Dominate. Quas basically full fury here. They could probably one-shot Dyrus. His teleport up right about now, so we could TP. He could get back, heal up. Oh, can't land the stun. That would have been the opportunity right there.
Also, Evelyn showing on the map. That's a big no-no there for Curse. With Dominate getting nothing done in that top lane. The CS lead slowly growing for Turtle down bottom. Now they know that they're safe. They can continue to press all the way up to this turret in the bottom. Make use of Caitlyn's bullying. And he's got just flat damage so far. With these buys, the BF Sword and the Pickaxe, it's a fairly strong early game here for Wild Turtle. Hasn't had to invest in early crit yet. Pretty soon though.
Yeah. He's basically on the same sort of damage route that like a Bloodthirster would have. He's basically buying just straight AD, so that lane hasn't gone anywhere. Boy back to his blue buff, 11 minutes in. Bjergsen's already got his. Pretty mirrored here for these guys. Athene's build's coming through. Boy staying all right. Amazing going to try to sweep some wards away. He wants the ganks, but he can't find them here. So we're really just playing Dragon to Dragon, which has just respawned. And look at that, TSM looking for ward coverage. Pink ward could be killed. Walks into that one.
Can't get any more hits, and Voidboy wins the ward wars. Now, TSM, I think they should be fairly content to counter Curse's moves. They should just play it carefully, not try and force anything again. Last time they tried to force something, it blew up in their faces. That explosion was not too big though. They still are sitting fairly good here, as they're the ones who do have that Jax and Caitlyn.
As long as they don't feed Ziggs too much, explosions will be manageable. Dyrus pushes up to the wave, to the turret rather. Quas gonna clear this with a Q. So graceful. Spins around, nice little pirouette. Ballerina Renekton. Would you play that skin?
Renekton in a 2-2?
Yeah, why not? Oh, he's 2-0 right now, but you know. Quas up a level right now in the matchup. TSM though, the bot lane still doing well. Binding's gonna hit Wild Turtle. Can hide in the brush though, stay safe in this one. Turret does go down. TSM's hard work finally pays off down there. And first stone goes over to TSM now. Gold back to equal. Dragon still up, no one trying to contest it just yet. Pink ward getting removed. They gotta be careful.
Yeah, defending it here, coming over TSM. They do have the Twisted Fate ultimate available for them as well. Both teleports, so either top laner could join or stop their opponent from joining. Really surprised actually by the defensive play from Curse. I mean, they set up the defensive pink ward line, and they've been playing very, very slowly here.
It's weird because both
with
teams.
With Renekton.
Yeah, it's like both teams have this X factor that makes you scared. It's like, okay, be careful because Evelyn's around. Okay, fair point. Eve could show up and that could ruin your day. We actually saw that earlier on in the game. Also, careful TF's in the game. He could show up at any point. You got to be careful. But as you mentioned, Jax vs Renekton, really rough matchup. He's gonna get outscaled. Dyrus already doing awesome, actually winning in CS. I guess a 2-0 Renekton.
One thing too, I'm very curious if Dyrus will actually go one offensive item into tank stats. There was something else that he was talking about enjoying on Jax. Trinity Force is definitely the more tanky of the two offensive items. So even just starting that, he will be a pretty strong force in the early Dragon fight if one does break out down there. As it looks like this fight over vision around Dragon is heating up slowly.
Definitely playing for it right here. Quas and Dyrus still just jockeying back and forth for position on these minions. Dyrus gets one, but takes 500 damage for it. But there's a TF ulti. They want this one. Stun's gonna land. There's a gold card as well. Quas, can he get out? There's the dash. There's the dash again. Bjergsen ghosts. Flash trade. There's Dominate. Hooked up, and down he goes. Not in the right spot. Ulti was not enough to save him. TSM find that kill.
So vision from Bjergsen's ulti probably helping in that mid lane to spot out Dominate. We might need to get a look to see what happened down there, but Bjergsen moves up top, so it actually, they get turret damage up there. And the kill down mid means they have really complete control of the map here. See if they can start getting these perimeter turrets down. They've already got the bottom one. It would really quickly snowball in their favor. Yeah, the ulti from TF and Dominate just going for a run right across the mid lane there. It was like a duck hunt game.
Yeah.
And even though the first skill shot missed.
Ooh, stun lands on a void though. Nice flash away from Dyrus as well, but now Bjergsen's in the wrong spot. No summoners up at all.
Flash.
Can they get him? Gold cut on a Quas. Oh, that was not the best minefield. There's the flash.
Yeah, burned his ghost earlier, but able to rely on that flash. Mid lane answer here from Curse.
Nice.
See if they can actually control some jungle camps off that. They already have a pretty weak invade here to get the pink ward.
Yeah. They might have just seen Wild Turtle recall in that bottom lane as well. Curse could know they've got a few slim seconds.
Well, they know for sure that the TF ulti is still down.
Yeah. Sweepers, there's no vision around Baron. Dragon either. And they've kept the ward control pretty decently. Oh wait, they missed that one. Okay, they don't know. They think they know.
Well, everybody's here for sure now. 5v5. Maybe we do get to see the action when these two teams collide around the dragon.
TSM pushing mid though, which means that turret's under siege basically by minions. Hook comes out, does not quite hit Dominate.
Fight!
Smite fight versus Elise is gonna be hard. Nicely picked up there by I Will Dominate. There's the flash ulti from Special. Here comes Quas as well. They lock up Glebe. Flays two backwards. Cocoon misses. Glebe taking more damage. Ziggs ulti picks up the kill, but Dyrus turns one back to Dominate. 1 for 1 so far. Dyrus forced to run away. Both teams disengage.
Yeah, Glebe's box was down from that last mid fight too. Dragon going over to Curse though. Able to get some more global gold and bring that back to even. But TSM not wanting to give up the pressure here. Dyrus goes for the red steal. He's definitely going to be found out.
Special sees that. He's got wards, I'm sure. I'm a jungle. Cop land in the law, making sure he gets out. No trespassing allowed, Dyrus.
Let's see how they try and force this one. Dominate does get the good smite time. That was pretty much just all him, because Turtle was the one with the Peacemaker there. Couple of moves to get out of its Special's lockdown, but Dyrus kills Dominate in the back line. And then he's able to just walk his way out of the team, as Cop actually took that ace in the hole half of his life. Trinity Force has been completed for Jax. He's pretty happy about that. Meanwhile, Quas, though, he's also got Sunfire and Tiamat, so he can still hold his own, and we haven't reached that point where he's going to start getting bullied.
Well, you mentioned the Dyrus build, though. He is going towards Cutlass here. Vampsifter picked up as well, so looks like no tank stats just yet for Dyrus, or no further ones outside of Phage. He's going to keep on scaling offensively. Mid lane, taking a lot of damage. Yeah, there's not a lot of ways in, but they're going to go for the back door anyway. Turret does go down. Nicely done, TSM. They put themselves back 500 gold in the lead. These guys trading very close back and forth.
Yeah. Very standard game going off here. The standard lanes into just dragon fights really determining the big difference in gold, which is a whopping 400 after all is said and done. TF number 3. This time, he pulls back after seeing 3 members top.
Pushing on in though, Quas got to be careful, does not have any summoners back up. Bjergsen trying to get him with the ghost, gets the gold cut, gets the cocoon, and the kill is picked up. Ziggs ulti doesn't mean much, Dyrus gets out. TSM find themselves another way in. Gold lead 400.
All the perimeter turrets being down means that Bjergsen has so much territory to work with here, even though he was looking up top, heading that way. As soon as he pops the ultimate and gets all the information on Curse, easily able to switch gears and go over for Quas here. Pulls back.
Goes forward.
Yeah, he walks back, uses the TF ulti to gain distance, and then Ghost to close it. Good CC there from both TSM.
Who walks forward on a TF ult though? That just really surprised me.
Next 10.
Yeah, saw how that worked out for him.
With no backup. TSM are also able to get plenty of wards down in that blue side jungle for Curse.
And Zonius is done
to
for
controlling the blue buff against Ziggs in the late game is paramount when you're trying to finish something off. Everyone always complains about the wave clear of Ziggs. With that blue buff he's sitting on, so they don't want to let him get any more.
Yeah, well, they can hold him down. The wave clear easy for Bjergsen as well. He one-shots caster minions now. It's always a good ability power break point when you know it's even easier to kill all the minions away. Level 14 on him, so wild cards and pick a card maxed out.
And Shiv after IE for both AD carries. Now I really, really like it on Lucian, just because of the double shot working to charge it up, and with Lucian's speed as well as his dash. He works really well with that Infinity Edge, but it also, even for Wild Turtle here, provides more wave clear for both teams. And that's really what this game is about, because TSM's comp is so much about split pushing and pushing waves very quickly. Extra wave clear from any source is going to help out these teams. Both of them trying to get as much as possible.
One thing I do like about Caitlyn buying it as well is, even in terms of just the raw, like, dealing damage in a team fight sort of situations, because Caitlyn's attack speed has no way of being buffed outside of base stats and items, you have more time to walk between attacks compared to like a Tristana, which means you have more time to charge up based on movement, so you actually get more lightning per attack than most other AD carries. Increases the value of Shiv a little bit.
Not as much as Lucian.
Okay, no, but I'm just saying, she also has this cool synergy. I was backing you up.
Okay.
Another reason why it's good.
Cutlass completed as well for Quas, or for Dyrus. Yeah, go team.
Go team.
Team Shiv. Quas in the bush.
Dyrus in the middle of the lane, taking a bunch of damage here, but doesn't seem too afraid. Happy to keep pushing anyway. 26 health per basic attack there is his sustain right now. Doing pretty well. Bjergsen's still wave clearing as well. TSM still happy to play it nice and slow and say if you ever step up in the wrong spot, TF will be there.
Bjergsen will be there for you. Really, I don't know. This Curse play, I feel like, I thought coming into this, they were going to be making some more aggressive moves. Especially since TSM are the team that's 2-0 versus Curse right now. TSM are the team that feel comfortable in this matchup. Like if they play it out standard, then they're going to come out on top.
Yeah.
And Curse, I thought, would be feeling more pressure to create something out of the ordinary. Has not been the case, though. They opted into these standard lanes, just playing out the matchups. Fairly content to have the slow early and even slow mid game here.
Yeah.
All the really intense fights have been around this dragon. We'll see if this dragon is the same, because it comes back up and Bjergsen just got blue. See if Bjergsen can make it down there. Ultimate is available.
Jungler reveals himself. Bot lane turret is actually the only outer to remain up.
Mid lane is getting pushed by minions, though. TSM have a choice here. They could push mid. They decide to give up that minion wave and contest this dragon.
Jungler's not nearby. This could be a quick one picked up. There we go. Second dragon in a row for Curse. I will dominate, secures it. No mid lane push just yet, but they've got to get back. They've got to worry about the pushes that could happen. But Curse must take the long way around. Mid tier 2 could fall.
Yeah, they still have control of that mid. Ziggs bomb, able to clear out most of the waves.
They don't go for it. All right, so nicely done then. Voyboy, because he zigs, because he has that ulti, he allows his team to go for a dragon and not lose a turret for it.
Yeah, but because TSM were pressuring mid, they also allowed Dyrus to get even more farm on that Jax. And he was able to push it all the way up to the turret. So every little move here for TSM, getting small wins for the team.
So far, so good. But the top lane now under fire. Curse not there just in time. Down to half HP it goes. But the static shift wave clear comes out. Finding on a Glebe doesn't mean too much.
And another small win for TSM. They are the ones who make the first rotation up to top. They get a little bit of damage on it. Shove the minions into the turret.
But the Dragon Control is putting Curse in a better spot. They actually took the gold lead back. We saw that graph about a minute ago of the gold leads. It caps at like 1K per team because they keep going back and forth. Curse's way in is so far Dragon Control. TSM, like both teams playing hyper passive. If you don't go in on the Dragon, the fact that Curse just went for it means they're getting that gold every time.
Yep, they have eked out a little lead. And their team fight is strong. It just seems like TSM have way more options in this game. They have so many options as far as split pushing. they can just keep that Caitlyn in mid and wave clear pretty much forever. As long as Bjergsen with his Flash Ghost is able to avoid getting caught, he can create a lot of pressure and allow Dyrus to scale up by having solo lane farm. Looks like they do a 3-1-1 instead, keeping Bjergsen mid instead. Now it's pretty much up to Glebe for the disengage on his Thresh. 4 men moving in from Curse. Bjergsen will collapse if they engage.
They could get surrounded here.
Created a 4 versus 4 though. It would really at best for Curse just turn into an even fight and them having to charge in through Thresh and Elise. So TSM using the extra mobility fairly well so far. Pressuring all lanes up to these secondary turrets.
And interestingly also, Bjergsen is itemizing towards a turret killing build. Lichbane third here, no Void Staff, no Death Cap.
He's got the all-important Zhonya, so...
Yeah, he's got that for team fighting, but then instead of being bursty on champions, he's doing bursty on turrets.
Distortion upgrade as well already, so it'll be easier for him to stay slippery. Extra move speed after Flash, after extra speed from Ghost. Lower cooldowns. And again, the base from Sheen, just getting Sheen is a pretty big bonus. The upgrade for Lichbane, yes, it's great, but it's not that massive until you get a death cap as well.
And there we go. Down goes the double golems. Looks like TSM happy just to say, we're going to control your jungle, get our gold lead that way. 600 gold lead because of it.
And Curse also really, I feel like they're just waiting for TSM to make another move like they did in the early game and try and make them pay for it because they have a Black Shield and they have a Mikhail's. So if Bjergsen comes in and he tries to get one of those stuns, Xpecial is able to counter it with either of those, Black Shield or a Mikhail's, then they can look to turn around a fight. Morgana as a support is much stronger when the enemy are engaging on you because you don't have that Zhonya's. Like, you can't just splash in and Zhonya's after your ult. You're much more squishy.
Yeah.
And she's much better used as disengage. Whoa! It's actually TSM who are collapsing on Curse this time around.
Oh, they gotta be real careful. TF ulti comes in, they can't quite find Xpecial. Black
Jackson
Shield is down though, here they come in. Quas makes his way. There goes Glebe, half HP, amazing, forced out by Cop. And the fight continues, Glebe still taking damage. Dominate flashes in towards Turtle. Gold card comes out, but the Zig bombs do enough. And Curse find 2 in the river.
It looks like TSM were getting the pincer off, but really Curse bring in the teleport from Quas and they completely zone out the 3-man squad of TSM. The damage, Turtle and Bjergsen both get zoned here by Quas. And a big pickup for Curse, finally making their move. Actually, it was again TSM making the move and Curse reacting to it. Curse have really not been the ones starting off the plays. It was another good reaction from Curse though. Now is the first real offensive call that they've made. After that pickup, getting this Baron within Fog of War, it's going to be dangerous for Dyson. Face check.
1,000 health, it's going to go down before he's in smite range. There we go, Nasher picked up, Dyrus forced away, Special takes a stun, he's got to be careful, but he survives, amazing, forced away on top of a ward, takes some bombs. Yeah, he's got to get out of this one. So Curse finally get their way in that mid-game fight, and they hold a 2,000 gold lead now.
So the patience pays off for Curse. You know, they play the patient game. 2 times TSM have made moves, 2 times TSM have been penalized for going for those moves. And all the while, Curse are passively increasing that global gold through dragon control. So really, they have had a fairly good handle on this game.
And for what it's worth, we talk about Jax having to be held down by Renekton, how hard the split push is going to be. I haven't seen Dyrus claim much of anything by himself. He's gotten farm. He's prevented from getting killed. He's maybe set up a kill for TF a couple of times, but he's not actually creating pressure that's really requiring attention from Curse. I haven't seen him create these openings that allows TSM to do something.
Yeah, he really just hit a pretty big spike though with the double offensive items. In teamfights though, those don't do that much for him because he's got to work through the minefield from Boy, and as we said, Morgana disengage. Curse are actually with this Baron buff. Oh! Not able to steal it away. Dominate again. He's been so quick with his smites. Hasn't let anything go to TSM.
Very beautiful stuff with this guy. Now 3,500 gold lead. Curse still have more than 2 minutes worth of Baron. We've seen them play a slow objective control game so far. Special wanted to have a bigger voice in the team ever since joining Curse and leaving TSM. Gotta imagine he's a voice here with this one. Figuring out how you beat TSM. Keep your friends close, enemies closer. His new enemies are close to him for a while.
And one of the things that he, as well as the rest of Curse, were talking about and were worried about were those mistakes that they would make when they would go for those mid-game calls. So it looks like their answer was, don't make calls and just play reactively. Yes, they've controlled the dragons, but outside of that, some good reactive play.
Is Cop buying 2 Infinity Edges?
Could be 2 pieces, and he just makes one of them into Last Whisper, and then BF Sword into Bloodthirster or Mercurial.
In terms of the math on the item,
I doubt it's going to be a double Infinity Edge, but it would be interesting to see.
I've done it before. It's regionally gold efficient.
The split push, though, this standoff is very interesting because
a
lot of wave clear for both teams, as we said. Static Shiv on Turtle is definitely paying off here.
Look at that by Dyrus finally going in for an aggressive play, and he's going to by himself take down the bottom inhibitor turret and the inhibitor itself. Curse don't get anything from their mid lane push, anything of value. Dyrus walks away easily.
There you go, Dyrus creating for himself. And he has also started to go tanky here, as expected. 4 Jacks after the main 2 items.
Randuin's up next for the guy. It's going to be really hard for Nick to kill him at that point. Banshee's Veil for Kwas does not help much against Jax. He's about 80% physical at this point in the build.
Are you going to give him a badge or something? Cop got it. Double Infinity Edge build.
Woo! All right.
That deserves some sort of award, actually.
That is 70% crit and 160 bonus damage. The guy's going to shoot with a lot of damage.
I feel like Cop is playing the wrong character. That is a very Draven move right there. To go double Infinity Edge after your Static Shiv.
Hey man, he's just channeling his inner Buzz Lightyear. To infinity and beyond.
That one was actually decent.
Thank you. 0-0-1 Cop.
Oh man.
Chilling for now. Gonna need a Last Whisper next.
That is brutal. Right here, Pollution.
That'd be much cheaper, actually.
It would be. 2 brutalizers.
Yeah.
Much cheaper.
Less synergy, more unique passes.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you know Infinity plus Infinity is still Infinity?
I did, Freak.
Yep.
I did. All right. Let's see what they can do with these double Infinity Edges. I want to see how big of a crit Cop actually gets. He's got a long ways to go still. He can add a lot more AD onto this. So, critical strikes, they scale multiplicatively with your damage. At the beginning, crit is a very bad stat to get because you have low damage.
Yeah.
Maybe you have, 70-something damage. So buying 1% of crit is 1% chance to deal 70% damage.
Yeah.
As you get more, though, you get 200 damage, then your percent crit is a chance to deal 200. Increases in value over the life of the game. And with those Infinity Edges, yes, I guess we do have to reiterate for everybody. There's no bug right now. There's no change that's been made. Infinity Edge passive is still unique, so he's only buying the second one for extra damage and extra crit percentage.
It is reasonably gold efficient, to be fair.
Yeah, it is, because you do get the extra damage. And Cop has been receiving a lot of criticism for not being aggressive enough. So he says, hey, I'm just going to go 100% offensive build. I'm not building a Mercurial. That's a defensive item. I'm not building a Thirster. That's a wussy defensive item as far as I'm concerned.
What happens if he buys a PD last? He's 100% crit. That'd be awesome. I hope he does it. Then I'd Last Whisper and just I kill everything all the time. It'd be great.
All right, well, 40 seconds left in the Baron timer here, so things may get interesting again, as the inhibitor will probably come up at a similar time, and they may just want to send Dyrus back down to the bottom side. the choice really gets much harder for Curse at this point since the inhibitor turret is already gone. Dyrus can take that inhibitor very quickly.
True.
And then join the fight around Baron. So even though Curse have the gold lead, and even though Curse have 2 Infinity Edges on Cop,
yep,
TSM still with more tools as far as the strategy is concerned.
That Curse last week teleported a Jax to the base during a push and took down a Nexus turret and almost the game by himself. And that was Quas.
They did indeed.
They know all too well.
Hey, Freak, we've got a third pickaxe here.
Last Whisper.
What's your money on
Last
the third
Whisper.
Infinity?
Nah, there's no way it should be Last
What
Whisper right
odds
now.
would you give me on that?
I give you like 3 to 1.
Only 3?
I mean, he already bought 2, right? Like the chances
Okay.
are higher than before.
All right, now Quas says, hey, I can split push 2, man. Renekton down here with the Sunfire Cape and the Tiamat clear. Finally going to get the last perimeter turret. Let's see if he does get collapsed on by TSM. They are going to be attracted by Dragon, though. Let's see if it's enough to lure them away.
When TSM goes away, Curse are going to look at Baron right now. It's up. They could get ward control. Dragon will go down rapidly. Dyrus and Wild Turtle duo that one. Gold for the team.
Not even time to clear that pink ward there for Curse. They get zilch out of it because Quas was very scared split pushing down there. He had no wards to go for that split push. Curse very, very thin on vision thus far. They've been struggling to keep it up. Pretty much all they've been able to keep up are their pink wards. Scrying orbs back in the game though for both AD carries, of course.
Normal build. Too bad the yellow trinkets are yellow instead of white, because then you'd have very thematic 4th of July trinkets. But that only worked, you know, for a small percentage of the players, a small percentage of the time. But it'd be cool either way. TSM. You know, if you combine the nameplates, the health bars, cursor red, like what was red, white, and blue right there.
Okay, here we go. Disengage. Can they get it? Black Shield already used.
There's a jump over the wall as well. Gold card used to stop down Renekton. TSM does get out safely, but now Curse owns vision over the Baron area. TSM very far away. TF ulti used to spot this, but they're still going to take a few seconds to get there.
Caitlyn actually goes all the way back to base. There was no vision for Curse, though. They don't know that Turtle went all the way back to base.
And look at this by Dyrus, who's pushing mid instead.
Great pressure. They're basically bluffing for Turtle to get his purchase off. Now he's got that 4-item Caitlyn. Going to be a big help if the fight does break out.
Kill the spider.
Oh, the babies. It's a massacre.
5 gold. The slow special. All right, out he goes. More CS goes in for Dominate, though.
Dyrus goes in. Going to draw somebody back here. Quas does have his teleport as well. Dyrus doesn't want to risk going too deep.
He's playing incredibly defensively here. Now he goes in for this one. It's going to pull Quas over. Both have TP. Thornmail.
Dyrus has red buff, though. He can just bully Quas.
I think he could ignore. No, he actually goes. I'm surprised he's actually fighting Quas, but he is pushing him away. Now the inhibitor down a half HP. Quas cannot win this fight. Has to back off. And there we go. Inhibitor goes back for TSM.
Yep. Still, even though there's gold in favor of Curse, way more options for TSM. They have the leverage. Dyrus on Jax. Too strong right now. Able to create pressure for them. I want to check it out on the gold, actually, here in that matchup. Because even though overall the team, Curse has more gold, Jax Dyrus has almost as much as Quas. At 200, that's not going to make a difference here. In the 1 versus 1. That's not going to manifest itself in any sort of item difference between the two. And since Jax definitely, as we go over every single time, has the upper hand in scaling, as far as those two are concerned, TSM have the big upper hand. So if TSM can create scenarios where they isolate Jax with Renekton, those are perfect for them.
To be honest, the only guy with a real gold lead as far as just cash is concerned is Xpecial. The Spell Thief and a Frostfang just worth more than the Relic Shield here. In fact, Glebe went ahead and sold it, went for the Talisman of Ascension now, so he's got 2 to 3 very powerful actives on himself.
Right. Even though Xpecial has the biggest gold lead, the items do not tell that story. The key items are here for Glebe. He's got the main actives for his team. As long as he can speed boost, he can Mikhail somebody, and he's got enough wards. He's definitely doing his job.
I'm actually surprised Xpecial bought a Chain Vest to go for like a Randuin's as opposed to going for a Zonia's. Dyrus takes some damage. Quas has to get out, though. Anything longer than 2 seconds in a fight, and it's going to go poorly. Banshee soon for Dyrus. Hook. Gonna land Xpecial.
Good shield.
Doesn't go.
Whoa, look at that juke from Glebe. Dodges the bouncing bomb.
There comes Dominate, though, wants to spike Glebe, gonna hook on in. Here comes the fight. Dyrus joins Black Shield on the frontliner here, and there's Quas as well. Can they get into this fight? Turtle's gonna get away pretty safely. 4 items for both AD carries.
Both teleports. This bottom lane, though, is shoving for TSM. That bottom lane will take out an a Nexus turret by itself. Curse have to choose. Do we want to give up this Nexus turret, or do we want to contest Baron? Beautiful manipulation here by TSM. They babysit that double super minion wave long enough, and it does take the Nexus turret, plus they have control over the Baron
already
pit.
dead. Look at that one.
What
TSM
a beautiful maneuver
got everything.
from TSM.
They got the kill as well. Special. The Flash Cocoon not going to land, but here comes Twisted Fate. What's Bjergsen going to look for? Looks like nothing just yet, but there's the flash in. They pick up Cobb. Now Dominate forced to run away, but TSM crushed that.
Yeah, that's pretty much the entire story here for the rest of the game.
Well,
Turtle going in.
Quas takes it away, but still 2 kills. And now the turret's going to follow suit as well. Curse still stuck in their base, stopping minions from the bottom lane that Dyrus earned them. Mid inhibitor going down as well. 40 seconds until Cop respawns. TSM can keep going forward. Another wave coming in right now down the bottom side. Minions already in the mid. 1 Nexus turret alive. TSM want to make their way into the #1 spot if they can. And here they go. Quas gonna take damage, the stun comes in, Dyrus gets the kill for Bjergsen, now Dominate running away as fast as he can, but not enough cards cut him in the back of the head, and now these Ziggs not gonna be enough. 44 minutes in, only 8 kills, but it's enough for TSM to win the game. Congratulations. One Super Week.
TSM knew that they didn't have to overextend for kills. They didn't have to push it too hard. They had so many more options for ending out the game with TF and Jax late. With the ability of Dyrus coming out in that Renekton Jax matchup, even for the beginning of the game, really gave them so much leverage. Even down in Global Gold did not matter at all. It's all about the map positioning and the pressure they could create with that bottom lane. They manipulated it so well in the end there, sending the double super minion wave into the Nexus turret right when they were able to force a fight mid. Glebe came up huge.
Yeah, he
securing the slow and then hook onto Dominate to force all of Curse into the mid lane and open up that window for the super minion wave to push in.
Yeah.
Really, really well played by TSM.
But how lost does Curse look then? That they know the bot lane's pushing in. Everyone's seen that play before. Oh, bot inhibitor's dead. Guys, there's a Baron play with his 2 super minions down there. Tried and true every single game you're going to see this happen. Misplayed around it, got caught in the mid lane. They got caught and gave up kills afterwards by like limping back in towards the Baron pit. Like very, very strange play by them to do that. They got their own Baron 10 minutes ago. Did almost nothing with it. Sat there on a 3,000 gold lead, even gave up the dragon that came up afterwards. Curse just did not look, they were trying to press any kind of advantage. TSM did a great job with their comp, of course. Dyrus definitely pulled his weight though.
Yeah, he did.
Dyrus
From minute
great.
1, he had a very strong performance. Curse were able to make a couple of good moves after a TSM aggression and capitalize on it.
Yeah.
But those small wins, not really able to turn that into much. You know,
They give you
Dragon
the
Control was
tools.
good. You know, yeah, they gave you a little bit of gold, but they weren't able to manipulate it into any structure kills.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Curse, we're going to have to see them throughout the rest of the week. Of course, 4 games per team this weekend. TSM starting 1-0, Curse 0-1. We'll see how they go for the next 3. We're going to send it now over to Zyrene, who's down on the winning side.
All right, thank you, Freak and Kobe. I'm here alongside Bjergsen on the victorious TSM. Bjergsen, how important is it to start off the Super Week on a win?
Obviously, it's really important. It affects our confidence going into all the other games in the week. And even though it could have been a more convincing win, we still got the win, and it's going to make us feel more comfortable going into the 2 games tomorrow.
Yeah, and speaking about those 2 games tomorrow, you're up against one of the front runners, Dignitas, right now. What's the preparation coming into that, especially for a 2-game day?
Yeah. We already have picks and bans planned, but we're going to go more in-depth as we get back. We usually take it day by day, so we don't have 4 games in our head. We just have the Curse game for now, and then we'll go and we have the general strategy already planned, but we're going to plan more in-depth when we get back.
All right, and final question for you. Your first 4th of July in the States, what's your first impression, and are you going to celebrate?
Nothing has happened yet, really. I just had like a couple of tweets saying happy 4th of July and stuff like that, but maybe we'll grill, maybe we'll, I'm not really sure, fireworks and stuff like that. I think that's how you celebrate it. But yeah, maybe something will happen, not sure.
All right, thank you very much, Bjergsen. We're going to go throw it back up to Freak and Kobe. Check out the standings at the end of the day.
We got some red, white, and blue for him.
Yeah, already ready. We planned this one. Playing that one. Thank you very much, Rhiannon, and of course Bjergsen as well. So 5 games in the books. Here's where things currently stand in the North American LCS. First place, Counter Logic Gaming. 2-0 start to Superweek, and they look great.
In second, it's Dignitas, followed by LMQ and TSM, who are tied for third. Then dropping into 5th place is Cloud9.
Curse still holds on to 6th place, while Complexity and Evil Geniuses are once again tied for 7th. But you won't have to wait long to see how that changes, because we'll be back right here tomorrow with another day jam-packed with 6 matches. That starts with Dignitas versus Team Solo Mid.
Then Complexity will duke it out with Evil Geniuses, followed by LMQ taking to the Rift against Team Curse.
Be sure to check lolesports.com for the full schedule. And of course, tune in Saturday at noon Pacific time, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Of course, that's going to do it for us today. We want to give a big thanks to our analysts, Zyrene and Claky D, for sharing their insight tonight. And now for myself, Kobe, Jat, Riv, Dash, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your 4th, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Happy birthday, America! Competition in the North American League is the fiercest it's ever been.
Uh-oh. Kai's taking a bath right now. Sneaky gets hit up. Do they have enough heal for the rest of the team? Cloud9 is looking every different direction right now, but Sneaky, he's got his eyes on the kill.
CLG.
And Prawley. Going in onto Kaz, he has to be very careful here. He's got some slippery opponents. He's trying to fight a double kick up.
Remember, friendship wins games. The power of love.
Meanwhile, whoa! Zion Spartan just hops over the wall. Counter-Strike almost in range, but Pobelter has to flash directly into the fight again. He gets taken down by Shifter.
And that's going to be a kill picked up on the support. Now C9 in a bad spot, trying to get away from this one. Sneaky goes down, making that 2. Now Meteos under fire. That's going to be another kill picked up. Triple kill for Double. Ready for our final bout of the day, Team Solo Mid versus Curse. 3-on-3 is going to happen. Here we go. Ulti pops as well, and it's a whole bunch of damage. Dominate forced to get away from this one, but goes back into range. Here comes Amazing. They get the kill. Dominate gets traded back, but now Bjergsen's got to be careful. There comes 6, misses the Q. Quad picks it up for the double kill.